This is Audible.
Audible Studios presents Firesoul, written by Gary Kloster, performed by Kristen Kelbley. Chapter 1. Beyond the Mango Woman. Jiri crouched motionless beneath the emerald shadows of the undergrowth, listening. A breeze sighed through the high canopy. Birds sang, fruit bats shrieked, and insects droned. But underneath it all came that scrap of noise again, the scuff of feet against the ground, somewhere close. Jiri slipped the handful of blood fern that she had gathered into her pouch. She had left 30 trees at dawn hunting these curly green shoots, so useful for clotting blood. Traveling a slowly widening spiral, she hadn't come that far from her village. It's probably someone out hunting. Probably. But Jiri's hand went from her pouch to the hilt of her knife. Being close to home, close to all that she cared about, meant she should be more cautious, not less. Hidden in brush, she drew her knife and parted her lips, ready to whisper the words that would bring the spirits and their magic to her. Then she heard a voice. "Boro, hold up." Hadzi. So, her lover had finally rolled out of his hammock to go hunting with his brother. Or Boro tipped him out. Letting her knife go, Jiri shook her head and started to straighten, but stopped when she heard Hadzi continue. "I need to piss." Maybe I won't pop up and say good morning, Jiri thought as she made sure Hadzi wasn't too close. Maybe I'll work on my leopard impression instead. She smiled and drew a deep breath, but held it when Boro spoke. "It won't work." "Again with this," Hadzi muttered, finishing his business. "You overestimate your charms, brother," Boro continued. "Jiri may be swinging a hammock with you, but trust me, it's more than that for her." "Really?" Jiri let her breath go, listening. "I've got Jiri like a snake with a monkey. When I tell her tonight how father has found me a girl in Kibwe, when I tell her how much I love her, but oh no, a shaman can't marry and my family needs this alliance, she'll fall apart, and I'll hold her and cry too. It will be so tragic, she'll never be able to forget me." The undergrowth that hid her kept Jiri from seeing her lover's face, but in Hadzi's voice, she could hear his smile, that stupid, cocky smile that made him so handsome. "I promise you, Jiri will be slipping off with me less than a year after my marriage. I'll have 2 women and—" "A lot of trouble?" "No," Hadzi snapped. "Strength. When 30 trees chooses a new Wara, I'll be husband to the niece of the biggest fruit merchant in Kibwe, and the lover of the girl that old Oza claims might be greater than him someday. With those 2 by my side, I will be the new Wara." "Or dead," Boro muttered. "Right. Better I spend my life worrying like old man Boro, too scared to—" Whatever else Hadzi said was lost in the ruckus of a monkey troop swinging overhead. When the animals had passed, the men were gone. Jiri rose and wove through the undergrowth until she came to the trail the brothers had been traveling. Hand resting on her belt knife, she stared down the narrow path. Like a snake. With a monkey. Jiri took 1 step down the trail, but a rustle of leaves and a flash of motion stopped her. A monkey dropped from the branches arcing above, landing light on the ground before her. Jiri frowned at the animal. "How much of that did you hear?" The monkey cocked its head, then blurred, stretching up and out until it was a man. He stood taller than Jiri, and his gray braids were shorter. But like her, he wore brown mudcloth patterned with black designs and a necklace. Instead of her bright beads, though, Oza wore a menagerie of tiny animal fetishes, each carved from bone. "Enough to know that you shouldn't be talking to Hadzi right now." Oza touched the carved monkey hanging from his necklace, a gesture of thanks.
You're a bit too hot at the moment.
Hot? Jiri said, proud of the levelness of her voice, the easy way she held herself. Oza didn't say anything. He just looked down at Jiri's hand. Jiri followed her teacher's gaze and saw the smoke slipping out between her fingers. She let go of her belt knife and stared at the black marks she had branded into the blade's leather grip. Well, she said, blowing on her fingertips. Maybe a little. The old shaman raised an eyebrow, but didn't say anything. Heaving out a sigh, Jiri brushed back her braids. I shouldn't have trusted that dog. But I thought I knew just what he wanted from me, and that was fine, because that's what I wanted from him. Hadzi had broad shoulders, a handsome face, lovely hands, and lips that— Jiri shook her head, shoving those thoughts away. I was fine with him using me for lust. That's what I was using him for. But for him to think he could use me to get power— gods and crocodiles.
There are reasons shamans don't marry, Oza said, and why we usually don't climb into the hammock of anyone from our own village.
Then why do you let me climb into Hadzi's?
Because, Oza sighed, you've never truly felt a part of 30 Trees, Jiri. You've always been uncertain here, and wary.
That's because everyone in 30 Trees has always seemed wary of me. Except you.
I know. I thought you being with Hadzi might help.
Oza looked her in the eye.
If you can't learn to trust anyone but me, the village will never trust you. And a shaman must have her people's trust.
So you keep telling me, Jiri said. I don't think this helped, though. Like a monkey. Hadzi, no one's that handsome. I wish you would have forbidden it now.
And how well would that have gone?
Do you think I would have gone against you? Jiri's voice rose, and she pulled her anger back. This wasn't Oza's fault. This was Hadzi's, and every time she thought of his name, her fingers itched with heat.
You're a good student, Jiri. If I'd told you not to dance in front of his drum at the orchid dance, you would have listened to me. You wouldn't have tried to sneak into his hammock behind my back. But I think your frustration might have burned hot enough to turn our home to ash.
I would never. Oza leveled a finger at her charred knife.
You were born in fire, Jiri. That bright spirit will always be too eager to serve you. I pick our battles carefully.
The shaman folded his arms.
Besides, that boy might be handsome, but a sloth has quicker wits. I knew that if he did get up to anything like this, you'd figure him out before there was any real trouble.
Another lesson.
Life is nothing but, Oza said. You'll have to find an answer now, for Hadzi and his schemes.
Something that doesn't involve my friend Fire, Jiri muttered.
That would be best.
I knew you'd say that. Jiri tapped her gathering pouch, thoughtful. I did see some fireweed this morning. Planned to come to me weeping? A little of that rubbed into his loincloth, and he'll weep for a week.
That poor, stupid boy,
Oza said.
I think—
Distracted by her thoughts of petty but satisfying revenge, it took Jiri a moment to notice her teacher's sudden silence. When she did, she found him staring into the jungle, eyes blank, face hard. Oza? The shaman's eyes snapped back into focus.
Jiri, get my leathers and my spear and bring them to the mango woman. Run!
Oza touched his necklace, and his form twisted, shrinking down into a blur of green and scarlet flight. Spear and leathers. The words sank in, and Jiri started running back to 30 Trees, trying to move her legs as fast as the bright wings of the parrot her teacher had become. Gasping, Jiri ran over the hard-packed red dirt that surrounded 30 Trees' homes, the sun flashing off the blades of the spears she carried. Those blades dimmed when she reached the shadows spreading beneath the mango grove that gave her village its name. Clutching her burdens close, she dodged the children sitting beneath the trees, their slings and stones ready to drive any raiding monkey bands away from the ripening fruit. When she caught sight of the ancient statue that marked the far boundary of the grove, she finally slowed. "Jiri! What's happening? Why do you have those spears? Why—" Jiri whirled to glare at the chattering crowd of children that had followed her. "Go back!" "But—" "Now! Spirits take you!" The children stared at Jiri for a moment, then ran. Muttering thanks to her ancestors, Jiri stepped out from beneath the last mango tree and set down her burdens, looking around. No parrots, no Oza, no anything but the mango woman. That statue had stood here for countless years, long before the mango trees it was named for had even sprouted. Carved of dark soapstone, the beautiful woman held one hand out, and her eyes were stern. Even before Oza had taught Jiri how to decipher the runes carved into the statue's base, she had understood its purpose. A command to go no further. A warning. A whirring of wings pulled Jiri's eyes away from that stone face, and she spotted a green bird flashing through the trees toward her. Cursing her slowness, she reached down and began to sort through the things she had brought, jerking out the pieces she needed. She was pulling her leathers on by the time Oza had landed and traded feathers for skin. His eyes met hers, and Jiri could see the grim fear that deepened the wrinkles of his face. "There's trouble," she said. "There is." Oza picked up his armor, sliding into it with practiced ease, even though Jiri could count on one hand the number of times she had seen him don it. "Someone has opened the door into the pyre." The pyre. Oza had only ever told her one story about the ruin that lay in the jungle beyond the mango woman. That the ancestors had built it to guard not a tomb or a treasure, but a mistake. A piece of bad luck magic that was meant to be forgotten. The pyre was forbidden, and Oza never allowed anyone to venture more than a stone's throw beyond the mango woman, not even Jiri. She had asked Oza once when he would take her there and teach her how to guard it. "Not yet," was all he had said, and for weeks after he had worked her on nothing but meditation and self-discipline. "Who?" Jiri fumbled with the straps that pulled her leather armor tight across her chest. "No one from 30 Trees. But who else would know of that place? Even the children know not to speak of it." "The spell I bought was too simple," Oza said, his straps done already. "Just an alarm. To let me know when someone came too close. They were already inside when I got there. I don't know who or what they are." He picked up his spear, the broad metal head of it flashing in a narrow sunbeam. "It doesn't matter. I mean to see that they don't come back out." Jiri nodded and grabbed her own spear, a simple hunting weapon, not the war blade of her teacher. She began to whisper to the spirits. "Jiri." She met Oza's eyes and finished the spells. The air around them stirred, suddenly cooler, and the sweat that had already started to pool beneath their armor's thick leather began to dry. "I will fight with you." "I don't doubt it. You look fiercer than the mango woman." The shaman shook his head. "But I don't want to fight these raiders. They opened a door they shouldn't have, and I mean to shut it. With them on the other side, more than likely. You can come with me, Jiri, but not to fight." Oza's face went hard as stone. "If I fail, if they've left a guard, or if I'm already too late and they've released something, I'll need you to run for me, not fight. I need you to protect 30 Trees if I can't. Can you leave me and run if I tell you to?" "Run." Jiri stared at the old man. He had found her alone in the ashes of the village she had been born in, an infant wailing beside the charred bones of her parents. She had never known any family but him. Oza stared back, understanding but unyielding. "Tell me and I will," she whispered. His eyes searched hers, then he nodded.
"There is a man, Tirakisi Kalun Kibwe. He owns an inn in Kibwe, the Red Spear. If I tell you, or if I fall, run back here and warn the village. Then go to Kalun and tell him what happened. Tell him to help you and 33s. Tell him I'm calling in his debt. All of it. You can trust him. Understand?"
Jiri nodded, mute, and Oza reached out and touched her shoulder.
"Come,"
he said, and they slipped into the undergrowth, leaving the mango woman to glare in silence at the empty space beneath the trees. Chapter 2. The Pyre. There were no animals. Jiri could still hear them in the jungle all around, the birds, monkeys, and bats, but their familiar cries were all distant. Even more unsettling, no insects flashed iridescent in the thin sunbeams that filtered down through the canopy, or swirled around her, eager to feast on her blood or sweat. Ever since she was old enough to walk, Jiri had been warned never to pass the statue of the Mango Woman. What tainted aura warned the animals to stay away? Whatever it was, it touched the plants, too. Around her, the undergrowth grew thinner, sparser. The ground beneath the trees finally turned into empty red earth, mottled with patches of gray. Scarred ground. Burned ground. The trees that arched over them looked the same. Their bark looked charred, and their leaves curled in, tattered and black. Twisted, injured, dying, they clawed at the empty sky, and the mud steamed between their roots. "There's something here." Jiri barely breathed the words, but Oza caught them. The old shaman nodded, but his hand touched his mouth. Jiri locked her teeth together. They were hunting, and she should be silent, but it was in the ground, in the tortured trees, in the air. A smell like smoke, a faint brush of heat. Some spirit touched the world here, something old and terrible, and Jiri burned with its presence. With a deep, silent breath, Jiri forced the feeling back, locked it down, and drifted like a shadow behind her teacher as he stalked forward. Just ahead of them, past the crumbling corpses of a few more trees, the pyre rose. It stood in the middle of a small, shallow lake, the black water a still mirror that refused to reflect the clouds and sun overhead. The pyre stood like a stony splinter in the water's dark eye, a jagged rock cracked and blackened, as if touched by some ancient inferno. Ashes crowned its shattered peak, and the air over them twisted with a shimmer of heat. Jiri stared at that warped curtain, and her concentration disintegrated. Like flames, like... In her head she saw fire and flame, dancing all around her. Tall and beautiful, and everything was turning to smoke and ash, burning and rising and whirling and going away, even the screams. Oza's fingers pinched hard on her earlobe, and Jiri gasped into the palm of his other hand, the one he pressed against her lips. The shaman's dark eyes were inches from hers, blocking the pyre, staring at her until she nodded. Then he slowly took his hands away. Angry at herself, Jiri looked past him at stone and ash, and Jiri jerked her eyes away from the broken mirror of heat that hovered over those ashes. She didn't understand what it was that she had seen there, but she didn't want to see it again. "I don't." Instead, she forced her eyes to trace over the fire-blackened cliff that the ashes rested on. Halfway up, she found the door, the opening like a wound in the rock. The stone that had once covered it like a scar now lay in the water below, a slab the size of a hippo, and Jiri wondered how the intruders had moved it. And how do we move it back? Oza touched Jiri's hand, motioning for her to stay by the blackened trunk of the dead tree they had crept up behind. Then he stepped into the open and began to chant. Rough and low-pitched, the words scraped through the shaman's lips, a call to the bones of the earth. They answered. The ground shifted at the pool's edge, stone tearing through dirt skin. Oza's hands rose, and mud twisted like tendons around the rough rock, snapping it together in a crude parody of a man. An avalanche on thick legs, the elemental towered over them, staring down at the man who had called it into the world with gleaming eyes of gem. When Oza pointed, the earth spirit lurched into the water and splashed toward the pyre, its rough hands reaching. Stone ground against stone when the elemental grasped the great slab, and dirty water poured from its body as the rocks that formed it shifted. Slowly, the earth spirit began to lift the massive boulder, scraping it against the pyre's cliff face, until at last it raised it back into place, covering the door's dark opening. Jiri watched the stone man work, so tense with triumph that she almost missed it when the water behind the elemental began to swirl. The thing broke the surface of the pool with a roar, sunlight flashing off slick green skin and black scales. Smaller than the elemental but still much larger than Jiri, it looked like some hideous amalgamation of gorilla, crocodile, and toad. Lunging up, it dug great claws deep into the mud and stone flesh of the elemental. It pulled the giant back, and its teeth flashed. The sound of those great fangs scraping against stone tore the air like a shriek. Not a beast, not a spirit. Gods and ancestors, what is that thing? Jiri was scrambling back, her spear up, a puny, useless threat raised between her and the monster. And how can it smell so bad? It reeked of stagnant water and dead things, rot and gangrene and something else, something acrid and bitter and unnatural. The smell made Jiri's stomach heave, her eyes run, and she had to wipe her tears away to see the thing snarl and attack again. The monster's claws gouged deep into living earth as it pulled itself up, climbing the elemental. Lunging forward, it drove its fangs into the earth spirit's head. With a vicious twist of its neck, the scaly thing ripped the lumpy stone head free from the thick, muddy shoulders and spat it down into the dark water. Terror and nausea tore through Jiri, but she held her place, not running. Forcing herself to look away from the battle, she found Oza. His eyes met hers, flashing with warning.
They left us a demon, Jiri. Stay back and be ready to run.
The shaman turned away from her before Jiri could answer that. His hand drew a circle over his head, and he shouted for the spirits of fire. A spark gathered in Oza's hand, grew bright and hot into a flame that shot away from him, toward the demon. The fire twisted in the air, thickened, red flame taking the shape of a mamba racing with gaping jaws toward the demon that still had its claws deep in the elemental's stony back. As Oza's spell neared it, the stinking thing jerked its claws apart, making mud gout like black blood as it tore the earth-wrought spirit apart, roaring with triumph. Then the fire serpent slammed into it, and the roar into a howl. For a moment, the demon stood, a misshapen shadow wrapped in flame. Then it fell, vanishing beneath the dark water with a splash. "Is it?" Jiri started, eyes watering from the sickening smell of the demon, but Oza cut her off.
"No."
His hands were moving, drawing jagged lines in the air as he called the spirits again. "He hasn't told me to run yet." That was something, wasn't it? And before it had fallen, the elemental had shoved the stone back over the gap that had been opened in the pyre. Jiri watched the dark water shimmer, and for the first time since the demon had surfaced, she felt her own power, burning like a coal beneath the dead ashes of her fear. Stepping from her hiding place, Jiri reached for the spirits. When she felt them answer, felt life and resilience boil into her. She moved forward and brushed her hand across her teacher's back, letting the power flow into him.
"Thank you,"
Oza said, voice harsh with strain as he held tight to the magic the spirits had given him.
"Now, by all those who came before you, stand back."
For a moment, Jiri didn't move, her hands hot with magic. But she couldn't disobey Oza. She took one step back, another, and then the water before them split. The demon broke the surface, roaring, claws reaching, eyes flashing hate and hunger. Oza roared back, cutting the air before him with his spear, and the water between the demon and the shaman shattered with spray. Vines exploded up, green and thick as a man's leg, twisting into knots around each other as they rose. Thorns covered the vines, long as spear points, and they scraped over the demon's hide as the great tangles surged over it. Jiri felt anger and triumph burn through her, and without thinking she raised a hand. A flash of fire burst from her palm, striking the demon, barely singeing it. "Back!" Oza snapped again, and then he began to call out another summoning. In the water, the demon tore at the vines. Thorns gouged it, but their sharp points couldn't penetrate its reeking hide. The demon ignored them, ripped one of its arms free and lashed out. Oza moved back, barely staying out of reach of those huge claws, and finished his call. The water behind the demon surged and swirled, roiled by the thing taking shape beneath its surface. Rumbling something like a curse, the demon pulled itself free of the vines and lunged after Oza, claws spread. Jiri shouted and threw fire again, barely a spell. More her rage and fear flung out into the world to destroy. But her attack sizzled to nothing against the thing's slimy hide. The demon swung its head and tiny crocodile eyes found Jiri. Its thin lips skinned back, showing its terrible teeth, and the monster hunched like a toad ready to spring. Jiri stared at the demon, knowing it was going to kill her, but she raised her spear and called for the spirits, determined to draw blood before she died. Then the tentacles caught it. Striking like snakes, they wrapped around the demon. 100 suckers biting down. In the black water, the slimy, giant-eyed thing Oza had pulled from the spirit world clacked the beak that lay in the center of its nest of tentacles and jerked the demon back.
"Jiri, go!"
On the muddy bank, Oza was reaching for his necklace.
"Run!"
he shouted, and the words slipped into a roar as the shaman changed, grew claws and fangs and black-striped fur. Jiri clutched her spear, paralyzed. But we're winning. Tentacles wrapped the demon, and the great tiger Oza had become slashed its claws between them, spilling stinking gouts of blood. If Jiri stayed... The demon threw back its head and roared a word. The twisted, evil power of it broke the air. It tore through Jiri's body like poisoned hooks, filled her lungs like filthy water. The world shuddered around her, dimmed, and Jiri felt herself being ripped away, sent into darkness. No! She held on with all that she could, straining for light, for heat, for life, and suddenly she was back in her body, sprawled, retching in the mud. Dully, she could see the demon, laughing as it tore limp tentacles off its hide. The massive tiger crouched before it, his gray-shot muzzle bent and dripping blood. "Oza," Jiri groaned. The cat raised his head, and his eyes met Jiri's, old and stern. Then he turned and leapt at the monster, roaring, even as the demon wrapped its claws around him. "Oza," Jiri said again, but she pulled herself up, made herself turn and stagger away, doing what those eyes had ordered her to do. Stumbling into a run, she whispered as she moved, begging the spirits to hide the tracks of her passage. Running beneath the dead trees, Jiri tried not to listen to the booming laughter that echoed behind her. Hideous and triumphant. Chapter 3. The Red Spear. The narrow river twisted out of the trees, and Jiri finally caught sight of the walls of Kibwe. They towered over the great clearing that had been burned out of the jungle long ago, granite bastions thick with carvings. The few times Jiri had been to the city before, she had stared with fascination at those carvings, trying to decipher the meanings of the symbols etched deep into the stone, to understand the power she could feel flowing through them like sap. Now, faster, Hadzi! With a grumble, Hadzi dug his oar into the water. We've paddled for hours, Jiri. Why? I told you. Told him, and the Wara and all the other elders told everyone in 30 trees. They had stared at her as if she were raving and asked where Oza was. Oza. Jiri's hands clenched, hot with anger and frustration, guilt and grief. When the dugout's bottom scraped the mud, Jiri jumped out and splashed onto the bank. Burning to move, she made herself stop and face the men staring bewildered at her. I know, Hadzi. About the woman your father found, your plan to use her, and me, all that. I know. Hadzi blinked, stunned. Behind him, Boro rolled his eyes up to the sky. Jiri, Hadzi stammered, his mind obviously churning, trying to come up with something. It doesn't matter, Hadzi. It's nothing. Someone has broken into the pyre, and Oza... Jiri took a breath, shuddering, eyes hot. He might still be alive. She had never heard him scream. But he wouldn't. Go back, fast as you can. Make them move, Hadzi. Jiri watched her lover flinch away from her eyes. You want to be Wara? Then learn to lead today. Forget the mango harvest and get those people out. Something terrible is happening at the pyre and they need to run. Jiri. Hadzi started, but Boro was already moving his oar, backing their canoe carefully out around the other dugouts that filled the narrow channel of the river, where it looped closest to the city. We'll do what we can. Jiri nodded to Boro, then turned and began to skirt the crowd of fishmongers and porters that crowded around the bank and docks. As soon as she had enough room, she began to run toward the gates that split the walls of Kibwe. Tirakisi Kalun Kibwe and the Red Spear. The guards standing at the gate had known both names and sent her to the western edge of the Adiyenki Pavilion. That great green space in the center of chaotic Kibwe was filled with people and banners, and Jiri could hear the thump of drums and singing, could see the whirling dancers and smell meat roasting. A feast day for the ancestors of another tribe, and crowds swirled thick around the celebration. Some other day, Jiri would have been fascinated. Today, she snaked her way through the crowd, ignoring the constant fluttering touch of 1,000 strangers, the smell of sweat and spices, the gleam of gold and glass and steel. She hunted, and through a gap between two of the great tapestries that hung around the Adiyenki, she finally found what she sought. A spear, painted crimson, 3 times the height of a person. The building behind the towering spear sign was stone, with a low wall around it that echoed the city's high bastions, but its wrought iron gates stood open. Jiri passed through them, crossed a tiny courtyard full of flowers and fountains, and stepped inside. Wards brushed across her skin when she crossed the rune-carved threshold, invisible walls against insects, heat, and bad luck magic. She shivered from their touch as much as she did from the sudden cool, and she stopped and stood blinking in the dim interior. Faces turned to her, light brown or corpse pale, foreign faces, and the chatter of strange tongues stilled. The room fell silent except for the distant murmur of the crowded Adiyenki. This kind of attention, from strange people in a strange place, would normally have frozen Jiri like a mouse deer before a leopard. Today, though, she managed to find just enough voice to say the name of the man she had been sent for. Tirakisi Kalun Kibwe?
What of him?
The woman popped out of nowhere, like a summoned spirit of disapproval. She wore a bright dress of red and yellow, and her hair was in the long dreadlock style of the Tirikisi tribe. She stood only a little taller than Jiri, but the woman looked down her nose at the shaman as if she stood a league above her. I am Mosa Jiri Maju, student of Mosa Oza 30 Trees.
Mosa Jiri Maju.
The woman drew out each name, and Jiri remembered that in Kibwe, many had given up traditional naming conventions, instead taking up the northern style of 1 or 2 names that told you almost nothing about a person.
I thought your tribe dressed in mudcloth, not mud.
She glared at Jiri's dirty leathers, her tangled braids.
The Red Spear is no place for ragged little feather.
The woman stopped speaking and narrowed her eyes.
You know this girl, Kaloon? No.
Kaloon stood at the back of the room, a man as old as Oza, but heavier and handsomer. He wore the loose shirt and pants common to Kibwe, but they were made of crimson silk intricately embroidered with gold thread. They were probably worth more coin than 30 trees altogether.
But I know her teacher.
He stared at Jiri, frowning.
Send her back, and send us some palm wine. I think we'll need it.
Kaloon sat on his carved stool, holding his empty cup.
I can't.
Jiri jerked up from her bench, almost knocking over the cup that sat untouched beside her. You have to. Oza was... Fear and anger flashed through Jiri like a flame. He said there was a debt.
There is, girl.
Kaloon nodded, his grey dreadlocks sweeping across broad shoulders.
But I'm too old, too soft to repay it. A demon. What could I do now? But maybe choke it with my fat gut.
Jiri stared at the old innkeeper, then sat numb, empty. I deserted him for nothing.
Father.
Kaloon looked at his daughter, playing cat's cradle behind them. The girl had brought the palm wine, then settled onto one of the other benches in Kaloon's talking room.
My wife is careful, was all Kaloon had said. Fetch Linara. And Morvius.
The girl scampered out, and the innkeeper turned back to Jiri.
I can't come, but I am a rich man now, partly thanks to Oza. I will pay my debt another way.
There was a scrape of footsteps, and 2 foreigners entered the room. The first was a tall man, pale and dark-haired, his broad shoulders heavy with muscle beneath his strange clothes. His face was handsome enough for a northerner, but Jiri didn't like the way his green eyes casually moved over her. A woman who stood almost as tall as him followed close behind. Her skin was even paler, though, so colorless that her veins showed through, sky blue like her eyes. Her long white hair hung loose, but her thin face was smooth, untouched by age, but strangely angled. And her ears were oddly pointed, almost animal-like. Whatever she wasn't human, Jiri realized. Not entirely.
Kaloon.
The man smiled, his eyes shifting away from Jiri.
What can we do for you this fine, sweaty day? Sit and listen.
Kaloon nodded to Jiri.
My friend has a story for you.
A demon. Morvius shifted on his bench, the wood creaking.
Froggy-looking? Stinking?
He looked at his companion. Swamp demon, probably. Nasty things. They both had accents, but while Morvius's words were rough as stone, Linaria's had a touch of something almost musical.
A swamp demon,
Morvius said.
A cursed ruin, and a group of raiders.
The Aspis Consortium sent their people out the other day, Lenaria said, thoughtful. Amiro in the lead. But he had Patima with him. She has that charm, the one that can summon demons.
Fantastic, Morvius said. I feel bad for the demon, if it's working for them.
The Northerner's eyes slid back to Kaloon.
It sounds like quite a hornet's nest. So why in 5 hells do you think we would want to go poking at it? Because this is the kind of crap you people live for, Kaloon said.
The innkeeper pointed at the wine glass that hung almost empty in Morvius's hand.
And you owe me. What? For some drinks and a few days' lodging?
Morvius protested.
No. For 2 months' lodging, and a lot of food and drink. But more than that, you owe me for your failure to finish the Okoda job. You sent us within pissing distance of Usaro, Morvius said. I wouldn't call getting that close to the worst place in this whole bloody jungle and making it back a failure. It is when you spend a fortune on supplies, then lose them all while failing to find what I sent you out for. Kaloon, I told you what happened with those monkeys. Do this,
Kaloon said, cutting Morvius off.
And I will forgive all of your debts to me, Okota included.
Not enough, Lenaria said. Not for a demon. Kaloon frowned at her, then he stood and stepped out of the room. Morvius glanced at Lenaria, who shook her head. He shrugged and drained his cup, waiting. On her bench, Jiri watched them. 30 trees is in danger, and they sit here and bargain. Jiri scrubbed her hands over her eyes, wiping away tears hotter than blood. Oza, I hope you knew what you were doing sending me here, because if these fools won't help us, then I don't know if I can keep myself from burning this whole place down. The door curtain swirled, and Kaloon stepped back in, a long, silk-wrapped bundle in his hands.
You want enough for a demon?
Kaloon growled and snapped the bundle open. The spear that rolled free of the silk smelled like blood. It looked like blood, too, the metal of its blade red and gleaming as if dipped in gore.
That's Scritch.
Morvius stared at the spear.
You told me you sold it. I lied, but I'll sell it now. Done.
Morvius reached for the weapon. Great bargaining, Mor, Lenaria sighed. She whispered and spread her hands over the spear. It's potent.
Yes,
Kaloon said. The innkeeper's jaw knotted tight, watching Morvius test the spear's balance, and his empty fists clenched.
Do we have a bargain, Lenaria? Slay this demon, save Oza if he still lives, and seal that ruin. For that, I grant forgiveness of all previous debts. And Screech. Yes,
Morvius said, slowly shifting through a series of stances with the spear. Lenaria ignored him. She folded her arms, fingers tapping on her elbows. What if the demon's gone? The shaman dead, the ruin empty, the village destroyed?
Then just bring the girl back safe,
Kaloon said.
I'm paying back a debt myself. Poorly, perhaps, but I have to do what I can. I owe Oza that.
Done. Lenaria put out her hand, palm up, and Kaloon dropped his onto it.
Done.
Jiri jumped to her feet, barely noticing the way Morvius shifted the point of his new toy to track her movement. We can get a dugout at the river. It would be faster this time, going downstream. The sun would have barely gone down by the time they reached 30 trees. We'll hire one tomorrow, Lenaria said. Tomorrow? Jiri almost shouted. I know you're worried about your teacher, the pale-eyed woman said. But if we rush into this fight, that demon will take us apart. We'll leave after I've prepared my magic, and after we've gotten some help."
"Who are you thinking?"
Morvius asked. "Gavin came back into town yesterday."
"The mute archer?"
"He's not mute. He just doesn't talk to fools." Lenaria ignored her partner's snort. "Sarah is with him."
Morvius stopped moving the spear. "No."
"Demon Moore. She's a paladin of Iomide. Very useful."
"She broke my arm."
"You asked her about a threesome with her and her goddess, then slapped her backside."
"I was drunk."
"Stay sober." Jiri listened to their banter, not hearing. "Jiri, go." The echo of Oza's voice trembled in her ears, the demon's laughter rumbling beneath it. She barely felt Kaloon's hand on her arm, barely heard the old man's words as he led her out.
"They'll help you, Jiri. They know what they are doing, and Linaria keeps her bargains."
He led her upstairs and down a hall to a room that was almost twice the size of the house where she had grown up with Oza.
"You can't stay here, you know. They'll be able to find that pyre of yours themselves, if you tell them where to go."
Jiri looked up at him. You can trust him, Oza had told her. But she didn't. Not him. Not his northerners, not Hadzi or Boro or... Her hands were hot, and she clenched them tight to keep the fire inside her. I'm not even sure I trust myself. But Oza needs me, and if he's gone, 30 Trees needs me even more. No. Kaloon looked away from her, his face etched with sadness.
"I know you feel responsible, girl. But the hunt you're starting..."
He looked down at his hands, and for the first time Jiri noticed the scars that covered them.
"It's a hard one."
Her throat was thick, and her eyes were burning again, but Jiri pushed out another, "No." She watched him nod, and for a moment, despite his dreadlocks and his rich clothes, he reminded her so much of Oza.
"I'll send up food and a wash basin."
He stepped out, shutting the door behind him. Jiri stared at the blank wood panel, then slowly sank to her knees. Oza. In spite of her desperation, there was time now for tears, and when they fell, the soft rug beneath Jiri caught them, and they vanished, like blood disappearing into dark water. Chapter 4. Ash. You can't contain evil. Jiri stopped, blocking the narrow trail that led from the river to 30 Trees, and stared at the woman following her, Sarah, one of the 2 other northerners Lenaria had brought with her this morning. The other, Gavin, stood silent at the end of the line, his eyes searching the trees that surrounded them. Gavin seemed sane. Sarah? I'm not so sure. This pyre. Sarah swiped a gauntlet over her scalp, scrubbing it through her short-cropped hair. Wrapped in leather and steel, the woman should have been sweating rivers, but her skin was preternaturally dry, a blessing from her goddess, and Jiri could feel the prickly touch of that great spirit when she stood close to the paladin. It should be broken open, cleansed. No. Jiri stared up into the other woman's 2 bright eyes.
"What's wrong with cleaning the place out?"
Morvius took a pull from his water skin. There was no feeling of magic around him, and the broad-shouldered man was pouring sweat into his armor. Jiri's hands tightened on her spear. The pyre. Jiri thought of dark rock, of heat twisting the air like flames. Something's sealed away there. I was sent... Jiri, go. I was sent to see it sealed again.
"Sure."
Morvius gave her a smile, and for a moment he reminded Jiri of Hadzi, though the 2 men looked nothing alike.
"But what's the harm in looking around a little?"
For you, Not so much, Jiri said. Maybe just death. For me, I might lose something that will destroy my home and everyone I've ever loved. This is my world, Morvius. I won't risk destroying it so you can run back north with some coin.
Now,
Morvius started, but Lenaria cut him off. We were paid to kill a demon and shut a door. She pushed a sweat-damp lock of hair from her face, a long strand of white that had escaped the braid she wore. That's what we'll do. Jiri nodded to the woman. Kaloon had told her this morning that Lenaria was a half-elf, while warning her about Sarah.
Paladins.
The old warrior had said the name like a curse.
The northern churches take their fanatics and arm them to the teeth. Then they send them far, far away.
Kaloon had spit into one of the fountains in his inn's courtyard.
Treat her like a spear point. Aim her at your enemy, and keep as far back from her as possible.
In the jungle, in the green dim beneath the trees, Sarah's eyes never left Jiri. The Mwangi expanse is full of shadows. Light must touch every corner of it. Otherwise the evil of those tainted places will keep leaking out, corrupting everything it touches.
Balls, Sarah, Morvius laughed. Isn't your family from devil-run Cheliacs?
The paladin twitched, but she didn't turn away from Jiri. The shaman returned her stare, and the wood of her spear's shaft grew hot beneath her hands. Point her away. Her thought, but the voice in her head could have been Kaloon's. Or Oza's. 30 trees is this way, she said, and started walking. They had almost listened to her. Most of the village was gone. The old, the young, those with children. There was just a handful left, young men and women risking their lives for earthen-walled houses and mango trees. Jiri stared at Hadzi, facing her defiantly in front of the others, then dismissed him. Boro, have you heard anything of Oza?
No.
The young man glanced at his fuming brother, then looked back to Jiri.
The cook fires wouldn't start last night. Then they all blazed up at once, burning out in seconds. Some were burned, and we asked the ancestors for Oza, but he shook his head. That's when they decided to go down the trail to Rough Ford.
They were smart, Jiri snapped. She went to the tiny house she shared with Oza and stepped in. Empty. She snatched up a couple of clay pots and stepped back out. Ointment. For burns. Boro took the pot from her.
You're taking those northerners to the pyre?
Yes, Jiri said. Lenaria and the rest stood nearby, their pale faces all flushed pink except Sarah's. Keep a close watch. Be ready to run, understand?
Boro nodded. Gods, spirits, and ancestors, may they watch, protect, and guide.
Jiri nodded, then stepped to Hadzi, catching him in a sudden fierce hug. You're an idiot, Hadzi, but you made me happy sometimes. Listen to your brother for once. Before Hadzi could answer, she let him go and spun away, toward the mango grove, and what lay beyond. Medicine root. We put it in everything. Jiri broke the seal on the little clay pot, and the others stepped back as the smell hit them.
That clears your head out, doesn't it?
Morvius muttered. It helps you breathe. More importantly, it's harmless, and makes everything we put it in smell like good medicine. Jiri dipped her fingers into the pot and smeared the salve on her upper lip. Within seconds, her nose gave up on smelling anything. She passed the pot to Lenaria. For the swamp demon stench, the white-haired woman said. She smeared some on, wincing. Are you still willing to do this? Yes, Jiri said. Being demon bait. You and Sarah need time to prepare your magic, Jiri said. I'll get it for you. Did you know it gets hotter near you when you get mad? Lenaria asked. Yes. The half-elf's hands dug through her pack. Here. She held out a small green bag. "What is it?" Jiri asked. "Alchemical glue. We've found that it's good for slowing things down if they're coming at you fast." Fast. Jiri stood at the edge of the pool that spread beneath the pyre. The cracked black rock towered over her. The ash that crowned it still beneath its heat shimmer. The stone door that Oza's elemental had been trying to put back lay in the water again. The narrow portal it had covered an open wound. There was no sign of the demon. Or Oza. "It doesn't mean—" Jiri cut off that thought. "It means it's just me. Me and those northerners hiding behind me." Jiri took a breath, trying to calm herself the way Oza had taught her, to forget her fear, her grief, her anger. She breathed, and finally she pulled herself together enough to reach out beyond the flame that danced behind her eyes and in her hands, to find earth, cool and solid and strong. She rasped out a call to the bones of the earth, and the muddy shore before her bubbled and heaved. It split open, and the elemental she had asked for pulled itself free from the dirt and stood before her. Wrought of stone and mud, it looked the same as her teacher's, just much smaller. With a wave of her hand, Jiri sent it toward the stone door to see if it could even shift it. That's when the water before her began to bubble. The demon rose slowly out of the blank black mirror of the pool, a crude parody of a frog carved from filth. Gold eyes gleamed in scaled green pits, just above the wrought brown line of fangs that filled its wide mouth. The stench of the thing thickened the air, and Jiri could taste it like poison. The medicine root numbed her, though, and she didn't retch. Staring up at the demon, she clenched her spear in one hand and let her other hand fill with flame. "Where is he?" Tiny eyes blinked, hungry and amused. The demon turned for a moment to stare at her little elemental, vainly pushing on the boulder door, before looking back to her. Words filled Jiri's head, hideous and grating. They dragged through her mind like poisonous knives, tearing at her thoughts.
"A little morsel, but juicy. Sweeter, I think, than that old leather I chewed yesterday."
"No!" Jiri shouted. Her spear dropped and she raised both her hands, fingers curling like claws as the air erupted before her with fire. The demon's laughter, hideous and mocking, poured from its throat as the flames danced across its wet hide.
"You have some of that old one's heat, morsel, but not nearly enough. Maybe this will make you hotter."
One claw rose and dug through the thicket of fangs that filled the demon's mouth. With a flick, it cast something out into the mud at Jiri's feet. A leather thong strung with animals, each carefully carved from bone. "No," Jiri said again, staring down at Oza's necklace, hardly noticing as the demon raised its claws, spread them against the sky, and— "In her light shall you burn, Iomade!" The battle cry snapped the demon's attention away from Jiri, and it glared past her to the figures sprinting toward it, focusing on the woman in the lead, her sword and shield raised high.
"Godslave,"
the demon's voice rumbled through Jiri's mind, and it slammed past her to meet the paladin's charge. Jiri hit the mud and tumbled. With trembling hands, she reached out and picked up the necklace, clutched the little carvings tight. Then she raised her burning eyes to stare at the battle raging before her. Sarah crashed into the demon, punching her long sword deep into its belly. In return, the monster wrapped its claws around the paladin, plucked her up and brought her to its gnashing fangs. Twisting in the demon's grip, Sarah shoved her shield into the thing's wide maw. Brown teeth grated on steel, and the paladin beat the demon's hideous face with the pommel of her sword. Morvius danced around them both, grinning like a fiend. Scritch, blurred in his hands, impossibly fast, and every time its crimson blade bit slimy hide, gore poured out like sewage. Around those streaming wounds, bright flowers bloomed, the red fletched ends of Gavin's arrows. Jiri could see the archer, standing calmly beyond the fight, pulling and shooting, shifting just enough to fire around Sarah's thrashing form. Beside him, Lenaria's face was tight with concentration, her lips moving, her empty hand lashing out at the demon. A bar of pale blue, like the sky made solid for an instant, arced from her hand and lanced into the demon's belly. A circle of white spread where it struck, and Jiri could feel the burning cold of the spell. The demon howled, and Jiri bared her teeth at it, vicious. Not laughing now, are you? Her hand tightened on the necklace she held, and she threw fire at the thing, not caring if it did nothing. The demon growled something through her head, spitting words like thorns in some terrible language Jiri didn't know. Ripping the paladin away from its face, it hurled Sarah at Lenaria, sending half-elf and human down in a clatter of armor and curses. It roared at them, and with a crack like thunder, it vanished. Jiri heard the splash and spun, ignoring Morvius as he stood blinking alone in the churned mud. The demon was behind her, standing knee-deep in the dark water. It glared at them, its wounds streaming, and opened its mouth to speak. That word. Jiri remembered the terrible magic that had staggered Oza and almost torn her life away. Her hand lashed down, grabbed the pouch Lenaria had given to her, and hurled it. The demon was beginning to speak when the bag struck it straight in the teeth. The green cloth split, and thick filaments of adhesive filled the demon's mouth, wrapping around its writhing tongue. Choking, the monster raised its claws and tore at the glue that welded tongue to gums, fangs to lips. With a whoop, Morvius charged into the water, driving Scritch deep into the pale green belly. The demon leaned forward, clutching its wound, and Sarah charged. The paladin drove her sword down, cleaving through scale and skull. The demon heaved back, trembling. Arrows hammered into its chest, and darts of energy like flashing glass flew from Lenaria's hand and tore into its throat. With a strangled croak, the demon fell backward. Dark water churned as the demon convulsed, tearing at its ruined head and throat with its own claws. Then it went still and sank. "Good work." Jiri barely heard Lenaria's words, or Sarah's prayers, or Morvius's curses as he waded back, away from the slime that slicked the water's surface over the place the demon had fallen. Her hands clutched the necklace she held, and she stared over the churning water at the little elemental she had called, still struggling uselessly to shift the stone. "Don't worry about that." Lenaria wiped at the bright blood streaming from her nose and reached into a pouch on her belt, pulling out a folded sheet of papyrus. The half-elf read the words traced over the sheet, and they faded. Below the pyre's peak, the narrow opening scabbed over with stone, light gray against the dark rock. "There. Sealed." Tipping her head back and pinching her nose, Lenaria winced. "All in all, that actually went pretty—" Beneath them, the ground trembled. Jiri felt a wash of heat, and something acrid burned its way through the numbness of her nose. Atop the black rock, the ashes stirred, and the heat shimmering over them rose like flames reaching into the sky.
"Damn it, Lynn. You know you shouldn't say crap like—"
Morvius started, but Jiri held up her hand. "Listen," Jiri whispered. The sound came again, faint but clear. The scrape of steel on rock coming from the stone scab that Lenaria's scroll had formed over the shuddering pyre's entrance, then silence. Something's trying to get out. The air on the muddy shore beside them suddenly trembled, tore open, and then that broken, empty space was filled with people. There was a man wrapped in battered, heat-warped steel, a war hammer swinging in his hand. A pale northern woman in once colorful silks that were now charred. A strange-looking young girl, and a woman with flowing dark hair whose arms were wrapped around a bundle of wet and smoking leather. The girl was the first one to move, and as she did, Jiri realized her mistake. The woman was tiny, but her movements were too quick, too graceful for a child. The little woman flipped over the armored man, putting him between her and Sarah.
"Hello there," she chirped. "Rude of you to slam that wall right when we're trying to leave."
Her hands moved, flashing fast, and Gavin and Lenaria went staggering, metal blades jutting from their bellies. The man in front of the little knife-thrower frowned and raised his hammer.
"Kaloon's people, of course."
Despite his northern armor and weapon, the man looked like he belonged to the Mwangi as much as Jiri. The woman in the silks beside him twisted her ash-smeared face into an evil smile and laughed.
"Morvius, Lenaria, you are the most amazing idiots."
"What the hell are you talking about, Corianne?" Lenaria gasped, her hands clutching at the hilt of the little dagger that was growing a red flower across her stomach. Morvius had caught her, was holding her up as he stared murder at the halfling woman with the knives.
"Timing, dearest,"
the silk woman said, still smiling like poison.
"Like always, yours is so bad. Just wait until you see what's chasing us."
"What's catching us? If you spend any more time chatting," the woman carrying the bundle nodded back at the shaking pyre. "Now get us out of here." Jiri was trying to understand and react to everything happening around her, but her attention shattered when that woman moved and the leather wrapped around the thing she carried shifted. A gap opened in its wet folds, and for a moment, Jiri could see something hidden beneath it. Dark carved wood, and something red, glowing like hot metal, all swimming beneath shimmers of heat. Heat that warped the air around it, twisted it like flames, climbing, consuming. Jiri ripped her eyes away from the thing, her body blazing, her head spinning. The air around her seemed to be shivering like flames, but she forced herself to look through it and meet the woman's eyes. "You can't," she gasped. Can't what? Jiri couldn't put it into words. The danger that she felt radiating out of that thing, anger and heat pounding like some monstrous heart. Couldn't force herself to speak, while an echo of that anger and heat was pounding in her own heart. She can't take that, can't touch that, can't... "I'm sorry, girl," the woman said, her voice beautiful. "For the hell that follows me. It's not meant for you." There was sympathy in her words, but it was gossamer flesh over solid bones of certainty. "But if I have to drag that thing across the whole expanse to bring it to where I need it to be, so be it." The ground trembled again, and the woman's voice cracked like a whip. "Corianne!"
"Gods, Patima, I know."
Corianne held up her hand, sketching symbols in the air that flickered and vanished before they were truly seen, and she whispered words fast and sibilant. Jiri shook her head, tearing her eyes away from whatever the woman Patima held. Head aching with heat, she raised her hand, fire licking around her fingers. She barely noticed Morvius setting Lenaria down and stalking forward, Scritch held low. Sarah moved on the other side, her shield up. She didn't pay any attention to the armored man stepping out in front of Corianne, his war hammer ready. Her only focus was on Patima. "You can't," Jiri said again, raising her hand, her fist clenched around fire. But Corianne was calling out.
"Lovely meeting you all, but we've people to see, riches to earn, and terribly awful things to run away from. Have fun."
Corianne threw her arms out, slapping one hand onto the back of the man protecting her and letting Patima grab the other. The little woman with the knives spun and leapt, grabbing nimbly onto Corianne's skirt. Jiri's eyes remained on Patima, who cradled that smoking bundle as if it were her last child. And Jiri's arm was moving, throwing the fire she held straight at her. The woman stared back at her, dark eyes shining, reflecting the light of the flames flying at her. And then she was gone. Gone, her and all her companions, and the thing that they had stolen from beneath the pyre. With a hiss, Jiri's flame hit the mud where they had been standing and fizzled out into steam and ashes. From the ground behind Jiri, Lenaria gasped. Gods damn us. She can teleport now? Of course, Morvius said, turning from the now empty space in front of him. He frowned at the slim blade embedded in his partner. Poisoned? Of course. Why hasn't someone fed that halfling to a crocodile yet? The tall man looked down at Jiri. You're a healer, right? Lay her down and— No. Jiri's eyes were back on the pyre, staring at the stone wall Lenaria's magic had made. A black spot marked its center, growing and spreading. Something's coming. What? Morvius looked over his shoulder at the door. Balls, he said. Then he went fast to Lenaria, scooping her up, ignoring the white-haired woman's gasp of pain. What's going on? Sarah demanded. We're running, Morvius shouted, and started to lurch forward, away from the pyre. You might want to join us. The paladin looked back at the blackening stone. She raised her sword, but cursed quietly when a streamer of blood oozed out of the cut that split her scalp and ran into her eye. Come on, she told Jiri, backing away. Jiri stared at the door, saw the cracks spreading across its charring surface. She thought of the thing that woman had held, a carving of wood, metal hot enough to glow. Her hand clung to the necklace she held. What had that woman stolen from beneath the pyre? She said she was sorry for the hell that follows her. What follows her? Her hand ached, clutched so tight, and in her head she heard a voice, sharp and clear and sudden. Jiri, go. Jiri turned and started to run. But behind her, rock cracked, and a wall of air and heat slammed into her, smashing her off her feet. Rolling onto her back, Jiri tried to see, but the air was full of smoke and ash, and her eyes were streaming, her lungs burning. Somewhere, someone was screaming, and all the ash in the air was moving, pulling in on itself, and Jiri could see wings over her, giant wings stretching across the sky, wings of ash that roiled the smoke as they beat, and at their center something glowed like a cinder, something shaped like a man. That thing raised its terrible, hate-twisted face of fire and ash and roared, and heat rolled over Jiri. It spun around her, an inferno that almost touched her but didn't quite. And she was howling too, her burning lungs throwing out what little air they had. Smoke swirled in and covered her eyes, and all the world was ash, and there was only darkness. When Jiri opened her eyes and found light again, it was the red-gold light of sunset, with night coming fast. Shadows stretched thick across the clearing before her, obscuring it, though it seemed familiar. Blinking burning eyes, she coughed and sat up. Alive? Lenaria crouched before her, a stained rag pressed to her nose. Yes. You? The half-elf fingered the tear that marred her bloody silk skirt. I'm fine, mostly. Sarah can be a pain in the ass, but she's useful. Now, if I could just stop this nosebleed— I've got blood fern. Jiri choked a bit on the words, coughed and spit. Her spit was black with soot. Back in 30 trees. Ah, Lenaria said softly. Jiri stared at her, then looked again at the clearing they sat in. Wind stirred the trees around it and scattered the ashes that filled it. Familiar but not, because the homes that had once filled it were gone, charred to nothing. We never saw what came out that door. Lenaria's eyes shone in the dark. It went over us like a forest fire, all heat and smoke and ash. Then it was gone. I made Morvius go back, and we found you and Gavin back near those ruins. The archer— She sighed. The poison had slowed him down too much. That thing caught him, and there wasn't much left. You weren't far away, but other than being out cold, you were untouched. Lucky. Lucky, Jiri said. She could feel a weight around her neck. Someone had put Oza's necklace on her while she lay unconscious. She wouldn't have, but now she knew she couldn't take it off. Sarah picked you up and we came back here. But whatever that thing was, it beat us. Burned a perfect circle out of the jungle, centered on your village. Lenaria rested a cool hand on Jiri's arm. I'm sorry, but there's nothing left. Jiri stared around at what she could see of the empty clearing in the gathering shadows. The mango trees were gone. All of them? Maybe. Something burned in her eyes, and she couldn't tell if it was ashes or tears. That thing... Wings of ash and something like fire, shaped like a man. Gone. Who knows where, Lenaria said. Hunting Corianne, maybe. Hopefully. No, not her. Jiri felt strangely calm, distant, despite the charred flesh scent that she could smell below the smoke and ash reek. Patima, the one that you said could summon demons. She was holding something. That's who it was. Patima. Because of what she held? Lenaria said. Well, if it's something valuable that they stole out of that place, they'll all want their piece of it. Patima, Corianne, Amiro, and Mickey. That poisonous goblin in halfling skin. Lenaria's hand touched the tear in her shirt again. They're Aspis Consortium. They're always in it for the money. We worked together once. Lenaria paused. It didn't go well. Patima. Jiri pulled herself up. Aspis Consortium. She stared down at the ashes that surrounded her. Did you find anyone? Just bones, Lenaria said. Sarah buried them. Buried. In the dimming light, Jiri could see a mound of earth, pitifully small, bare of offerings. She pulled her eyes away. Lucky. When I was a baby, Oza found me. In a village burned by fire. I was the only living thing he found in the ashes. He named me Jiri, after a sister he had lost. For my home name, though, Jiri traced the thin trails of smoke that still rose toward the darkening sky. He named me Maju. It means ashes. Jiri Maju. Jiri from the ashes. Then he brought me here to a new home, and now this place is ashes too. Jiri, this isn't your fault. My fault, Jiri said softly, crouching down and picking up a handful of ash. No. Patima or the consortium who sent her, or that thing. They're responsible for this, understand? Understand? Jiri's hand tightened, and she felt the smooth powder of the ash warm in her palm. Oza is dead. 30 trees is ashes. I am Mosa Jiri Maju. I understand who is responsible. Her hand opened, and the fine gray ash drifted through her fingers like smoke. And someday, they will be ashes too. Chapter 5. Mosa. When the sun touched the sky over the expanse, and the black arc of stars began to fade into blue, the rhythm of the jungle changed. The roaring chorus of the night insects faltered, and the high-pitched screams of the fruit bats faded. In their place, the sounds of the dawn grew. Birds sang and squawked, monkeys chattered and squabbled, and the insects of the day began to hum. That change in the jungle's rhythm was grooved deep into Jiri's bones. Every day of her life she had woken to it, pulled herself from the whispering spirit stories of her dreams, and returned to the waking world, to the expanse, to 30 trees, to her life. My life. The noise of daybreak surrounded Jiri, but she didn't want to open her eyes and let the coming dawn in. She didn't want to see what her world had become. Sleep had rolled like a flood over her last night and drowned her in senseless darkness. Part of her wanted that back so badly, that sheltering embrace of oblivion. But the currents of sleep had turned against her, and now she lay awake, and the truth of what had happened wouldn't stay hidden. It sparked to life, a painful heat that burned through her, grief and anger like bright flames. Jiri opened her eyes to the dawn of her new life, and its ashes blinded her with tears. Everything is gone. Jiri rubbed her hands over her face, pushing those tears out of her way. She could feel the ash mixed in with them, gritty against her skin. She could smell it, too, thick in the air around her, overpowering the faint remnants of the medicine root she had smeared beneath her nose the day before to block the demon's stench. The demon that killed Oza. Jiri's hands fell to the necklace that lay tangled around her neck, stroked the smooth bone of the carved fetishes hanging from it. It tore him apart. It ate him. Jiri shuddered at the memory, and the flames in her grew. Their heat made her tears run faster, but that was all right. They cleared the ash from her eyes and let her see. A smooth circle stretched around her, an empty gray death mark branded into the tangled vibrancy of the jungle. This was all that was left of 30 trees. Last night, in the dim of twilight, Jiri hadn't seen how perfect the destruction was, how precise and absolute. Everything in the circle that covered where the village had been was gone, burned to ashes, gray and black and white, the shifting surface spotted only with a few shards of heat-shattered clay and the occasional gleam of a melted lump of metal. Pots and tools rendered down to nothing by the terrible heat of that thing that what? Jiri pushed herself up, rising slowly from the gray drift of ash that had collected around her in the night. She didn't know. Some spirit of smoke and flame, nameless to her and terrible, had destroyed this place, the only home she had ever known. Some spirit, released from its prison. Released by those raiders. Aspis Consortium. Jiri rolled her tongue over the strange words, whispering them silently. That was what Lenaria had named them. Treasure hunters seeking a fortune. They had broken into the pyre and stolen something. Jiri had seen it, cradled in the arms of that woman, Fatima. It was a Banyuat name, and Jiri thought that the woman had the look of those coastal people. A Banyuat woman, and the man had been from the Expanse. Who knew what tribe? Then there was the halfling poisoner and the northern magician. Aspis Consortium. They were the ones who had come to Jiri's home, sneaking and stealing from the pyre, the tainted barrow that Jiri's ancestors had warned everyone away from. They were the ones who had woken the spirit that burned 30 trees. Burned and killed. In the center of the circle, Sarah had made a grave. Jiri's eyes found it and slipped away, unable to rest for long on that little mound of earth. Instead, they found Morvius and Lenaria sleeping near her. They had stripped off armor and outer clothes, but for some reason they had cocooned themselves in silk sheets thin as gossamer. The silk covered them completely, including their heads, and for a moment there was almost something besides anger and grief in Jiri's head. Some spark of curiosity about the northerner's madness. But the taste of ashes in her mouth killed her wondering. Instead, she searched for Sarah and found the paladin standing behind her. Sarah's short hair and the pale skin of her face and neck were marked with soot, but her gleaming armor and the white tabard that she wore over it were perfectly clean, untouched by blood or mud or ash, despite everything that had happened yesterday. The paladin was on watch, her dark brown eyes searching the jungle that stretched around them. For a moment, those intense eyes rested on Jiri, then went back to her watch. "I'm sorry for your dead." Sarah faced away from Jiri, her words soft and hard to hear against the bird calls. They should never have burned. No one should. Jiri's tongue shifted in her mouth, dry and gritty, and she stared at the paladin's back, watched her watch the jungle. Sarah stood straight and tall, her head high, one hand resting on the hilt of her sword, and the other on the top edge of the shield that leaned against her leg. Jiri almost asked why she only stared straight ahead. If a leopard came, it would move through the low branches, and the paladin was close enough to the singed edge of the jungle to be within reach of one of the great cat's pounces. Not that any of those cautious cats would approach this place for days after what had happened. The foreigners and their strangeness didn't matter. Nothing mattered, except the thing Jiri didn't want to face. They should never have burned. Jiri reached up, touched the bone carvings that hung so heavy around her neck, then turned and forced herself to walk. The grave was a lonely little thing, a small mound of charred earth. Some bones, Lenaria had told her. How many? Who? Those were things the northern sorcerer couldn't know, couldn't tell Jiri. Are you there, Hadzi? Did the bones of her lover lie beneath the thin crust of dirt? Did the handsome flesh that hung from those bones form some part of the ash that stung her eyes? Maybe, Jiri thought, and her silent tears fell. She crouched before the grave. A piece of wood crudely carved into the shape of a sword had been thrust point down into it. Sarah's work, probably. Jiri seemed to recall that the great spirit the paladin followed claimed the sword as a symbol. Otherwise, the mound was empty of anything but ash. There should be more. Beads and carvings, bits of cloth brightly patterned, little dishes of food. All the traditional offerings to the spirits of the departed. The gifts that would remind them of the things they had loved in this life, that would comfort them as they prepared themselves for their journey to their new home in the spirit world. This bit of wood, this symbol of some foreign god, wouldn't help them. They needed more. They needed their families, their friends, their village, and Oza to sing them on. Now, they had only her. I'm sorry, Jiri whispered, and the words grated from her mouth, came out harsh and broken by grief and ash. The sound of them made the fury and despair burn higher in Jiri. Her fists clenched, and the little wooden sword smoked, darkened, flames dancing up from it. No! Jiri slapped the burning wooden sword down, smashed the flames out with her hand, each blow raising a cloud of choking ash up from the ground and making a hot flash of pain roar up from her hands. Jiri didn't care, though. Didn't stop until the fire was out. They didn't deserve this, the ones buried here. They didn't deserve any of this. Kneeling in the dirt, in the drifting remnants of the village and its dead, Jiri forced her lips to move. This was what the dead needed now. The fire of her rage. That was for those who had brought this ruin here, and then run. Soft, almost silent, the funeral song slipped from Jiri's lips. The last goodbye. The call to the ancestors to reach out and take the hands of those being born into a new world, to pull them through so that no part of them was left to walk unhappy among their people. It was a song she had grown up listening to Oza sing, and she clutched at the necklace that hung from her neck and forced it out of her wounded throat, into the morning air, where it was lost in the sound of the monkeys, and the birds, and the insects, and all the other sounds of life that filled the dawn. Three hells! Why are we still here? Morvius wasn't yelling, but his deep voice rumbled across the clearing. Kneeling in front of the grave, hands carefully arranging the few pitiful offerings she had been able to find or make as the sun slowly pulled itself over the horizon, Jiri heard him clearly. She didn't bother to look back at him, though. He wasn't talking to her. We're paying for that pig sticker you wanted so badly, remember? Lenaria wasn't nearly as loud, but Jiri could hear her, too. She had been listening to the half-elf moving around since she had ended the funeral song. The white-haired woman had woken some time during the song, but she had waited until it was done to pull herself out of her silken cocoon. Her strange, almost colorless eyes watched Jiri while she built a little fire and heated water over it, making coffee to share with Sarah. But Lenaria left her alone to gather her offerings in peace, not saying a word. Morvius, though, had words to say the moment he stretched and groaned himself awake.
Paying? We paid. We killed the demon, and you stuffed that hole shut.
The northern man was pulling at the silk wrapped around him, jerking himself free of its flimsy embrace.
That was the job. It's not our fault if something broke out after that. We're done.
That wasn't all the job.
What?
Morvius jerked his feet out of the silk and stood, shaking the cloth out like a bird trying to beat a snake to death.
Oh,
he said, following Lenaria's gaze. Jiri sat sideways to him and the others, head bowed and eyes on her work. Ignoring them, concentrating on her task, but keeping them in sight. She twitched the last offering into place, a leaf with a mango on it, half ripe and a little charred, but the best she could find.
Well, go over there and talk to her. Tell her it's time to go, and she needs to stop playing house with her dead.
Morvius.
Lenaria, it's too damn hot already. And it's only going to get hotter. The sun is barely above the trees and I've already got a river of sweat rolling down my ass. And that's without my armor. It's going to be like the mighty Vanji down there when I put that on.
Morvius, will you?
Oh, and now I've already got a swarm of those little green bastards flying around my head. You know those bugs whose only purpose in life is to try to bugger your eyeball? Those. Gods, I hate.
Morvius, shut up. Lenaria shook her head and stood. I'll talk to her. You drink some coffee and get your things together. And if the bugs are so bad, wrap your mosquito cloth around your head.
How am I supposed to drink my coffee if I do that?
Morvius waved the silk wadded in his hand in front of his face. Drop it over your head and ask Sarah to punch a hole in it. I'm sure she'd love to help. I would do that, the paladin said, frowning at Morvius. The man made some strange gesture with his fingers at her, and the paladin's frown deepened. She's going to kill him, and I really don't care, Lenaria muttered as she walked closer. When her shadow stretched beyond Jiri, the half-elf stopped. Jiri, I know. Jiri looked up from the grave. Bruises mottled the woman's pale face, and her delicate nose was crooked and smeared with ash. But in her strange blue eyes, Jiri could read sympathy. I heard. I'm ready. Are you sure? Lenaria asked. Morvius is loud, but he can wait. I've done what I could here. My people need me. Your people? Lenaria tilted her head, staring down at her. They're gone. I thought you would come back to Kibwe with us, to Kaloon. Most of the village fled to Rough Ford yesterday, Jiri said. If any of the ones that were still here escaped, Jiri gestured at the burned-out scar surrounding them. They would have gone there. I need to find them, see if they need help, healing. The thing that did this, Lenaria said, it might still be out there. I know. Jiri stood, feet grinding in the ashes. Which is another reason I have to find them. If it comes after them... She trailed off. Across the blasted clearing, a lone mango tree still stood, the branches on one side of it badly singed. In the shadow of its remaining leaves was the mango woman, her warning empty now, useless. I have to go to them, to protect them, to help them. That's what Oza taught me. I have to. Lenaria stared at her, her mouth a line, her eyes unreadable now. If you have to, she said finally, then we'll take you. A few hours of walking later, the day's rain started. a soft deluge of warm water that poured down through the branches and leaves and drenched them. Its fall altered, but didn't end Morvius's steady stream of curses.
What the? Oh, by the crap demons that have blessed me today. Hold up a minute.
Jiri stopped in the middle of the thin trail that led to Rough Ford and stared back. The broad-shouldered northern man had just passed through a hanging curtain of vines and was now running his fingers through his dark hair, knocking out leaves and finger-long leeches. Jiri watched him a moment, then glanced at her spear. A leech squirmed across its blade, one of the few that had clung to it when Jiri had used the weapon to move the vines out of her way. It was a good trail they were on, not too muddy, not too dangerous. They should have been to the next village by now. But these foreigners, they're taking me, keeping me safe? Jiri flicked her spear, sending the leech arcing out into the jungle. Lenaria was going through her clothes now, cursing almost as much as Morvius as she peeled away layers of wet cloth searching for parasites. Sarah stood still and stoic, as if she couldn't care less about such things, but Jiri could see her frown, the way her hand kept rising to brush at the back of her neck. How many leeches might have slipped down under the woman's layers of metal and leather, unnoticed and unreachable? Jiri reached for a broad green leaf beside her, held it so that it caught the falling water and took a long drink. She would never have been able to stop laughing before. Jiri closed her eyes. The rain had washed the ashes off her, taken the smell of them away, but she couldn't forget them. "Come on," she said. "We're almost there."
"We better be,"
Morvius growled, and they trailed through the steaming jungle behind her, cursing and squelching. Boro! This close to Rough Ford, the trail opened up, linked into the network of footpaths that ran around the small river village. Looking down its green tunnel, Jiri could see the man walking toward them. Alone. She trotted ahead, leaving the others to trudge after her, her heart swelling. Boro had made it. Boro lived. Maybe... Getting closer, she could see a poultice wrapped around his left arm, could see the slump of his shoulders, the pain in his eyes. "Boro?" she said, stopping. "Jiri." Boro stared at her, and everything about him, his expression, the way he held himself, laid a new layer of ashes in her heart.
"You shouldn't have come."
They walked a little way up the trail, back toward where 30 trees had been, and found a spot to stand and talk.
"After you left, we waited in the village," Boro said. "For a while, nothing happened. Then our fire went out."
He stared out into the jungle as he spoke, not looking at her.
"Hadzi told Kava to restart it, but they argued, so I said I would do it. I bent over the pit, looking for coals, when the whole thing just went up again. Boom!"
His good hand cradled his injured one.
"I was lucky. It just singed my braids and burned my hand. If I'd been closer, I would have lost my eyes."
"I can—" Jiri trailed off. She had not opened herself to the spirit world this morning, had not bargained with the spirits for their magic. She had no healing to give him. Stupid. So stupid. Oza might have forgiven her, but he wouldn't have made the same mistake. "Did you use the ointment I gave you?"
"Yes, I wanted to save it, but Hadzi used it on me. The shaman at Rough Ford said that it saved my hand."
Boro cleared his throat.
"Hadzi told me to go then. Told Kava to take me here. I didn't want to, but he was right, and we started walking. We weren't that far away when it happened."
Boro stared down, his face set.
"The heat hit us. A great wind of it. Tumbled us down, and we heard a roar bigger than thunder. Then it was over, and the air was full of ash. I went back. Kava wouldn't, but I did. I went as close as I could to the heat. I saw the emptiness, where the mango trees had been, where our houses had been, and over them, in the sky and in the smoke, I saw something with wings. Wings of fire, wings of smoke.
Boro finally turned his head and let his eyes, haunted and red, rest on hers. What happened, Jiri?
What did you do?
Jiri stared Boro in the eyes. She had started to tremble, her eyes hot with tears, listening to Boro, knowing his story meant that Hadzi must be dead. Even though he cut it off, Jiri had heard his accusation, heard it, and felt fear begin to grow in her. And below the fear, burning through it, anger.
Do you think I did something?
Boro looked away from her again, staring at his hands, the injured one cradled in the hole.
No, not me. Whatever happened, it wasn't you, not on purpose.
Jiri reached out and caught Boro's shoulders, turning the man to face her.
Boro, a group of raiders stole something from the pyre, and they let something out. Something terrible that our ancestors had sealed away to die underground. They let it out, not me. Do you think I'd burn 30 trees?
Jiri, Boro said, and there was pain in his voice and fear. He jerked himself out of her grip.
You're burning me.
Jiri felt it then, the heat in her hands, the fire that had rushed into her. On Boro's shoulders she could see the lines of little blisters, the hand-shaped print of burns on his skin.
Oh, gods and crocodiles, I'm sorry.
She looked down at her hands, at the faint traces of steam that rose from between her clenched fingers.
You do. You think I destroyed my home, my people. I don't. My father, many of the other survivors, they do.
Boro spoke softly, just loud enough for Jiri to hear, but he didn't step closer to her.
Oza came from the outside, Jiri. He wasn't Moza tribe. He never said what tribe he was, but he was kind and wise and powerful, and 30 Trees didn't have a shaman, so the village adopted him and made him Moza. When he found you, he probably thought it would be the same, that the Moza would take you in.
Boro shrugged, then winced in pain.
Me and Hadzi and the others that grew up with you, we might have. We knew you. But our parents, all the elders, they knew the village where Oza found you. They knew the people there, or at least they knew the stories about them. That they had fallen deep into the curse that surrounds Smoking Eye, that they kept to the steaming shores of that blue lake, away from all others, because their only true friend was fire. They told me that no one was surprised when it burned.
I remember, Jiri said, how the adults stared at me when things first started to burn around me as a child. I remember how Oza always acted calm, but was so worried.
Jiri forced her hands open, and the hot, humid air felt cool against her palms.
But they let me stay.
Because Oza wanted you, and they wanted Oza, Boro said. They never trusted you, though. You know my father didn't want Hadzi involved with you. It wasn't just because he had marriage plans for his eldest son. He worried about you. About what you were.
What did he think I was?
A girl with too much magic and not enough control. Sometimes. Other times he wondered if you were a spirit of fire dressed in stolen flesh, a demon that had beguiled Oza into caring for you, and that might be doing the same to his son.
A demon. Beguiling Oza. And Hadzi.
Jiri shook her head, and her braids whipped around her face.
Oza was too wise for that. And I didn't need to be a demon to beguile Hadzi, just a woman with a smile and a hammock I was willing to share.
I know, Jiri, Boro said. And I know you. You're no demon. I don't share my father's fears, but I understand them. He's lost almost everything. His home, his wealth, his son. 30 Trees is gone, and Rough Ford fears that whatever burned our village will come for theirs next. They don't want us to stay, so we'll have to move on. Scatter to the other Moza villages and beg for food and shelter from distant relatives. That will break my father, almost as much as losing Hadzi. He needs someone to blame. So do the others. The elders have already decided. You are not Moza anymore.
They cast me out? Jiri heard her words as if they came from a vast distance. Oza gone. Hadzi gone. 30 trees gone. Now this, her people, gone. Lost in ashes, like everything else.
I'm sorry, Jiri. I was coming to see if I could find you, to tell you not to come.
Jiri looked at him, injured and alone on the trail. They didn't send you.
No, they hoped you wouldn't follow. If you did, he finally looked at her again. They've set watchers on the trail, to drive you away before anything like what happened to 30 trees could happen here.
Drive me away.
Would they have killed her?
There were good hunters in 30 trees, and better ones at Rough Ford. She would have never seen them, intent as she was on getting here to warn them. If Boro hadn't come, would it have been poison darts that met her and her companions as they drew close? Jiri could feel her anger trying to grow again, a heat in her that wanted to flash over to flame. Oza had died protecting these people, had given his life so that Jiri could warn them away. He told her to protect them. Oza would tell her to calm herself, to breathe, and let the heat wash away. He would ask her to make the fire burn low and steady, warm and safe. Jiri could hear his voice saying those words. He had said them to her countless times over the years, repeated them calmly as her adolescent rages had sent flames flickering to life through their home. Spoken them until she believed that she could control herself, control her fire. She could. Breathing deep, she forced her anger down with the fear and sadness and everything else. She made the fire die, and made herself cool. Boro, she said softly. There was a Banyuat woman, Patima. She belongs to some foreign group called the Aspis Consortium. She and her friends broke into the pyre and stole something. When they did that, they released whatever it was you saw. Jiri reached into her bag, fumbled past the dirty leather of her armor and found a little clay pot. Opening it, she caught the clean smell of the burn ointment she and Oza had made. That thing they released. It destroyed 30 trees, not me. You can tell them that, if you think they might believe you. What they really need to know, though, is that I think this thing might be after what Patima and her companions took, and they went back to Kibwe.
We should avoid the city?
The city and the villages around it. Jiri scooped a little ointment onto her fingers and took a step toward Boro. When he didn't back away, she moved to him and rubbed the ointment over the burns her hands had left on him. When she was done, she checked his hand. Thank you, she said, after she had proven to herself that the Rough Ford shaman had done a good job with Boro's burn, for coming out here.
Thank you for the warning.
Boro looked at his hand, still held in hers, then stepped into her, wrapping his other arm around her.
Hadzi was a fool, you know. He never knew what he had.
Leaning into him, careful of his burns, Jiri held him tight. Thank you, she said again, a whisper. Then she let him go and stepped back. Gods, spirits, and ancestors, may they watch, protect, and guide. He stared at her, stared beyond her at the foreigners, at the trail that twisted back toward the ruin of the village they had grown up in, toward Kibwe.
And may they go with you too, Jiri Maju. With you too.
Jiri went up the trail slowly, walking to where the northerners waited. Where else did she have to go? Lenaria stood up from the fallen tree limb she had been resting on, brushing away a thumb-sized millipede that had crawled onto her leg. Morvius, sitting beside her with his boots off, hunting ticks around his ankles, looked up.
So, are you good from here? He asked. Or do you need us to walk you to their doorstep?
Morvius? Lenaria didn't raise her voice, but her warning was as clear as a naked blade. The man grumbled, but quietly. Lenaria, satisfied, walked to Jiri. We're going back to Kibwe, the pale woman said. Come with us. and Kaloon will have a place for you. If you hurt us, Jiri said, then you know there's no place for me. Not anymore. I didn't hear him. You two talked too quiet, too close. And I don't know your language nearly well enough. But I've seen the look that's in your eyes now. Lenaria pushed back her hair, white as clouds even when soaked with sweat. I'm going to tell you something, Jiri, and you're going to think it's a load of shit now, but you might find it important later. I know what it's like to lose everything. I know that you're numb, because the hurt is too much. That's why you have to keep moving. Because when that numbness goes, when the hurt comes in, that's all you're going to have. And you're going to be useless. Fall apart in Kibwe, with Kaloon. You may not know him, but he's a good man. He'll help you, and you'll need it. You've lost your world, Jiri, and you're going to have to rebuild it one piece at a time. Jiri stared into the woman's not quite human eyes. Do you know what it's like? The words echoed in her, in the emptiness left after everything else had gone to ash. To have your whole world burn? Do you? I don't know that you do. And you're right. All your words sound like shit to me. Again, though, there was the simple question. Where else did she have to go? She didn't speak. Jiri just nodded. Once. All right. Lenaria turned from her, back toward Morvius, who was pulling on his boots, and Sarah, who had stood silently watching, dark eyes on Jiri, like they always seemed to be. Let's go. Oh, can we go now? Morvius stood and stomped his boots into place. Are you sure? Because if your little friend there wants to collect some more soul-crushing traumas, I suppose we can wade through another day's worth of mud and leeches. Morvius, Lenaria said, her voice perfectly level, I solemnly swear to Callistria that if you say one more word in the next half hour, I will freeze your balls to ice and then crush them under my heel. Understand? Morvius opened his mouth, then shut it. His lips tilted instead into a crooked smile, and he swept a graceful bow to the half-elf. Sarah tilted her head, waiting for them all to pass to take her place in the back. Do you try to inspire violence from all the women you meet, Morvius? Or is it just a natural talent of yours? Morvius flipped the same gesture at the paladin that he had made this morning, but stayed silent. Jiri stayed silent, too, and dropped her eyes. She had no interest in watching these people quarrel, or in the jungle that surrounded her, or in the muddy trail at her feet. She only wanted to move, to drag herself forward, away from Boro, away from the people who weren't her people anymore, away from everything and into the nothing that was now her life. Chapter 6. Drums. There were drums in the Adiyenki. Jiri didn't really hear them, curled in the soft strangeness of the bed Kaloon had given her. She didn't want to hear the drums, or see the whitewashed stone walls around her, or smell the rich tang of spice and perfume, animals and sweat, food and flowers that drifted through the carved latticework covering the room's windows. She felt them, though. Their rhythm pounded through her bones and made her tremble. She knew this music. The heart of Kibwe, the tapestry-bounded Adiyenki pavilion, was hosting an orchid dance. A year ago she had taken a drum and handed it to Hadzi and danced to this rhythm, her braids swinging, her heart pounding, smiling whenever she had swung near the handsome young man. So scared and proud and happy, dancing beneath the branches of 30 trees' mango grove in the flickering light of the fire. Jiri curled tighter into herself, trying not to feel the drums, trying not to feel anything, and almost succeeding, until someone began to beat on her door as if it were a drum too. Jiri opened her eyes. Across the room, a flood of girls spilled through her door, 4 of them, children and adolescents. Jiri recognized Farah, Kaloon's daughter, and from their looks, the other three were her sisters. They wrinkled their noses and stared at her, then scattered when Kaloon stomped in behind them.
Move those screens. Get some light in here. And air this place out. Bazi, gather those food trays. Fori, you get the chamber pot.
Ooh, Papa!
Do it, snapped Kaloon. Or would you rather have your mother up here?
The girls whirled into action, snapping back the lattice, picking up the dishes of food that had been brought to Jiri and ignored, hauling off the stinking pot. Jiri watched them silently, then rolled to face the wall.
No, Jiri. Enough.
Strong hands gathered her up, lifted her out of bed, and set her on her feet. She staggered, and Kaloon caught her, wrapping a sheet around her like a cloak.
There's a time for mourning, girl, and it's probably longer than this. But my wife will kill us both if this room isn't cleaned. Do you want your first song in the spirit world to be about being strangled by an old Tirakisi innkeeper?
Jiri clutched the sheet and didn't answer. She just stared at the man, empty. He sighed.
All right. Fea, take these sheets for washing. No, not the one she's wearing. Collect that from the baths. Farah, you take her there and get her clean.
I don't want a bath, Jiri said, or tried to say. After so much crying, her voice barely worked.
You don't want anything except for everything to be the way it was. And you can't have that, Kaloon said. I still owe your Oza a debt, and I've only paid part of it. Getting you on your feet will pay a bit more.
He pushed her, gently but firmly, toward the door.
Go, or I'll carry you.
For a moment, a flicker of heat ran through Jiri, but she crushed it out before it could flare into flame. I don't want fire. Not anymore. She let Kaloon push her, let his daughter take her hand and pull her along. It's all right, Farah told her in the sort of voice one used for babies. I don't like baths either. The girl wrinkled her nose a little. I don't usually smell as bad as you do, though. There was hot water and stiff-bristled brushes, then cool water, and all four of the girls were back, carefully untangling Jiri's remaining braids, pulling them apart and putting them back together. Jiri sat through it all, trying to hold on to her silence, her pain, but the feel of the water on her, the brushes across her skin, the strange smell of the soap they used in the city, the painful tugs on her hair, the sound of the drums and the chatter of the girls pulled her unwillingly from the oblivion she had been trying to cling to. When Jiri's bath was done and her braids were back and mostly straight, Fea tied a bright green wrap dress under her arms. Jiri moved carefully, not used to the way the long dress flapped around her ankles, and didn't realize that Fea wasn't leading her back to her room until the girl opened the door to Kaloon's talking room. What now, innkeeper? Jiri asked, stepping in. Lenaria was there, dressed in tight-fitting breeches and a loose shirt, the pale blue cloth of both finely made. The white-haired woman's face had been healed, her black eyes gone, and her broken nose back to its delicate shape. Morvius slouched beside her, staring down at a book with brightly painted illustrations of bizarre beasts, slightly more shaven than last time Jiri had seen him. His clothes were ornate but shabby, just like the ones she had first met him in.
Well, you are talking. That's good.
Kaloon was dressed in silk again, a pale red embroidered with white. He caught her frown and leaned back on his carved stool.
Maybe.
He pointed toward a tray by an empty bench.
There's food and drink. I don't think you've had much of either since you came back.
Jiri could smell the food. Rice and goat and spices, and her stomach twisted, wanting it. She ignored her body, though, and focused on Kaloon. I'm on my feet. So what now? Do we know what those Aspis people unleashed? Has it destroyed anything since 30 trees? Not that we know of, Lenaria said. I've asked around. No one has seen anything. Maybe it went back to its hole. Maybe it was something summoned that didn't last. You asked around? Jiri stared at the foreigner. Her stomach growled loudly, and she gave up and went to the tray.
She did. And I did, Kaloon said. And nothing. Rough Ford is untouched. Your people are moving on, spreading out to the other Mosa villages. The talk in the market is that 30 trees was destroyed by demons, or bad luck magic.
Jiri tore a piece of flatbread in half and dug it into a bowl of stew. Bad luck magic. Yes, but not hers. It's not gone. I don't know where it is, what it is, but I know that. That thing. Dreams had come to her, in the dark valleys of sleep that she had fallen into after returning to Kibwe. Dreams of flames and screams, of ashes drifting, a great cloud of them, and behind them something bright and hungry. It's out there, somewhere. It's going to burn again. She scooped up another portion of stew, chewed and swallowed. What about those people?
You mean the consortium? Kaloon said. What about them?
Do you know where they are? Are they here? That woman, Patima. She had something she had stolen from the pyre. If we get it from her, we might find out what this thing is, what we need to do to seal it back where it belongs.
Ha!
Barked Morvius, finally bothering to look up from his book.
Check the balls on this one. Steal it back. From the Aspis Consortium. That would be a good trick. Tell me, girl, who the hell do you mean when you say we?
Jiri ignored the broad-shouldered man, still focused on Kaloon. They stole something dangerous, something that doesn't belong to them. And my people paid the price. Why can't we take it back, before that thing comes again, before anyone else burns?
Why can't we steal Leopard's teeth? So that he can't eat our children? Kaloon sighed. Jiri, I've no love for the consortium. Believe me. They're trying to slither their way into Kibwe, the same way they've snaked themselves into the Western Expanse, greasing their passage with blood and gold.
The old man leaned back, frowning, and despite its lines, his face showed the fierceness of the warrior he had once been.
If I could, Jiri, I'd do just what you say and more. I'd smash open that viper's nest and stomp everything that tried to crawl away. But I can't. Nobody trusts the Aspis Consortium here. But Amiro is free with his coin, and greed is as good as love among the powerful.
Never mind the fact that his crew might be the toughest group of adventurers this side of the Shattered Range. A delicate glass half full of white wine dangled from Lenaria's fingers, the almost colorless fluid moving as she swirled the cup. Amiro is a cleric of Abadar, and he seems just as able to bargain magic away from the merchant god as he does favors from Kibwe's council. Corianne is a spoiled brat, but a strong caster. Mickey is as vicious as she is short. Patima, Lenaria frowned and stilled her wine. She's been Amiro's hound for years, digging out every hidden ruin and secret treasure barrow near this town. But I've never been able to figure her out, to understand what she wants.
Money and power, Morvius said. What else?
Yes. Lenaria went back to swirling her wine. But I feel like the why of it for her is tangled. The others I unfortunately understand. Patima, I don't. There's something mad under that smooth facade of hers, something dangerous. You know them. You know where they are. But you're not doing anything about them. For the first time since 30 trees, Jiri could feel something besides despair. Her fists were clenched with frustration, and Oza's necklace hung heavy on her. What would he do? Not stand around and talk. No, but he had power. The spirits came to his voice, made their magic his, gave him their shapes to wear. Jiri, I don't have that strength. Not yet. I'm not Oza. I'm not even as strong as these fools. We have to do something, Jiri said, her words almost lost beneath the distant roll of the drums.
You will,
Kaloon said. He reached beneath his shirt and pulled out a small bag that clinked when he tossed it to Jiri.
You lost everything. So now you'll go shopping. Linaria and Morvius will take you to the market and help you get what you need.
What? The bag of coin dangled from Jiri's hand like a dead snake. You want me to go to the market? With them?
He does. Morvius stood. Here's your first lesson in the adventuring life, runt. You want to find treasure, you need treasure. And the sooner you learn to bargain like a drummish fishmonger, the better you'll do.
I'm not a raider, Jiri said. Not a treasure-hunting thief like this consortium. Or you, she bit back.
Course not. You just want to nip over to the Aspis compound and cut some throats and take their stuff.
He grinned at her, his green eyes narrow with amusement and challenge.
So bring your coin and we'll get you some pants so you can do it proper.
Is that what you're looking for? Jiri stopped, trying to see the merchant that Linaria was pointing to. Kibwe's great market surged with activity, the crowd a chattering sea washing around them. Most of the people stood taller than Jiri. There? No, she said, spotting a merchant who stood beneath a tall rack of dress cloths, their bright colors blending and clashing with the woven tapestries that spread behind him, marking the border of the Adienki. No, there. Look, that ugly bird woman statue is pointing at it with her spear. The foreign woman pointed over the crowd, and Jiri looked up. A granite pillar stood before them, one of the dozens that dotted Kibwe. On its top stood a soapstone statue of a woman, with the spreading wings of a bat and the fierce head of a hawk. The ancient warrior's spear did point down at the market, and when Jiri followed it, she caught sight of bolts of black and brown cloth. That's mud cloth, right? That's... Jiri started to answer, but something about the statue pulled at her attention. Had it been holding its spear like that earlier? Wasn't it pointing toward the sky? When Jiri had come to Kibwe as a child, she had begged Oza for stories about these fierce statues. Even in 30 Trees, she had heard stories about them. How they moved when no one was looking, switching places with one another when the storms came at night. They were made by the same hands that carved these walls, he had told her, pointing to the great granite walls that ringed the city. Our ancestors' hands were very clever, and held so many dangerous secrets. Dangerous secrets. Did Oza know what lay beneath the pyre? What that thing was that had been released? Jiri touched his necklace, felt the grief and anger that seemed as firmly threaded on it as the bone animal carvings. It's not fair. You taught me so much, but so little. And now I need you and you're gone and I don't know what I should do. And I just miss you. I miss 30 Trees and Hadzi and everything. Jiri, is that it? Linaria's question barely made it through the shadows of grief that had sprung up around Jiri. But the woman's pale blue eyes cut through them, focused on her. Are you all right? I'm fine, Jiri said. And why do you care anyway? She rubbed her hands across her eyes, hating the grief that kept coming for her, but helpless before it.
Gods, is she crying again?
Morvius stood behind them, but his deep voice carried over the noise of the crowd and the sound of the drums.
What is she for?
No, Linaria said, her voice cold. She just had her entire world destroyed.
And that's just terrible. But what's that have to do with us?
The market seethed around them, people jostling each other as they moved from vendor to vendor. But everyone dodged the broad-shouldered foreigner, giving him space.
We did the job. We killed the demon. We got paid. So what in 9 hells are we doing now? I don't remember Kaloon paying us to be her new best friends.
He didn't. Lenaria folded her arms and stared at the fighter, and the air around her grew cooler despite the thick heat. I'm being sympathetic because I'm a decent person. And you're going to fake being polite about it because that's one of my conditions for you following me around, understand? It's been 3 years, Morvius. You should know by now that I do a lot of things that you wouldn't, things that aren't solely motivated by lust or greed.
Yeah, stupid crap.
Yes, Lenaria said. Stupid crap you don't have to deal with. You can stop following me any time you want.
I could, Morvius said, but his eyes gleamed, and the corner of his mouth turned up. But then I wouldn't be able to stare at your ass.
No, you wouldn't. So just shut up and look pretty. Your whining's getting on my nerves. The sorcerer turned back to Jiri, the chill around her fading away into the heat. Let's go. They picked their way through the crowd to the booth, dodging merchants and customers, gangs of children and revelers that had spilled away from the orchid dance that filled the Atayenki, draped in beads and flowers and reeking of palm wine. They stopped once to watch a group of tall Bekyars stalk by, their piercings gleaming copper and gold among their scars, their expressions fierce and disdainful. When they reached the merchant that Lenaria had found, Jiri stared at the bolts of cloth that hung from the racks surrounding them. Mudcloth, just like she had worn her whole life. Cotton covered with intricate designs of brown and black, yellow and white. Designs that were close to, but not the same as, the simple angular ones she had grown up with. Seeing them, knowing that they weren't made by her tribe, by the people who had once been her tribe, Jiri could feel her eyes grow hot, but she forced the tears away. I am not a child, whatever that baboon Morvius might think. Quickly, not thinking, she picked out the clothes she wanted, loincloths and pants and long light shirts to wear over them, done in black and brown patterns that would blend with the shadows that stretched below the jungle's canopy. Lenaria argued with the merchant while Morvius loomed behind her, throwing fierce looks at anyone else who started to approach, scaring off customers until the merchant reluctantly dropped his price. Holding her new clothes, Jiri spilled out some of the coin Kaloon had given her, then followed the foreigners as they moved on. I want to look at what scrolls they have.
Scrolls are bloody expensive, Lynn. Can't we— Oh, demon balls.
What? Jiri already knew what, even as Lenaria asked the question. She could see whom Morvius was glaring at over the crowd. The paladin's armor gleamed like a mirror despite the dust. The pale skin of Sarah's face wasn't quite as clean, but it was again free from sweat. The holy warrior marched through the crowd, cutting through it like a sword, but chattering children flowed behind her instead of blood. She stopped in front of Jiri's group, dark eyes flicking over each of them before stopping on the shaman. You've recovered. Gods, Sarah. We've just got her up and moving. Lenaria edged over, putting herself partly between the paladin and Jiri. She doesn't want to be interrogated.
Or converted,
Morvius said cheerfully, stepping in from the other side. Now Jiri was staring at both their backs. She reached out and touched the arms of the foreigners, her shortness making her feel like a child. What does she want? Lenaria stepped to the side, letting Jiri step around the unmoving Morvius. She wants to ask you questions about the thing that came out of that ruin. She thinks
it's evil, Morvius said, drawing the word out mockingly. So she wants to go poke it with her sword. That's a thing, with her and her church.
Sarah's sword hand twitched, but she otherwise ignored Morvius. It is evil. It burned your village, Jiri. What was it? What was it? Jiri had no love for this woman, She could feel the condescension in her, and it made her want to spit. But Sarah had killed the demon that had killed Oza. The others helped. I helped. True, but Sarah's sword had been the one that had carved the demon open at the end, had spilled its putrid essence out, and sent its spirit back to the terrible place that was its home. Sarah fought demons, and that made her a weapon, even though she was a dangerous one that might turn in Jiri's hand and cut her if she wasn't careful. I need weapons. I don't know, Jiri said. A spirit of fire, of destruction. Something trapped long ago, sealed away by my ancestors. Bound, until those raiders released it. Evil cannot be contained. Sarah shifted in her armor, the metal shell a strange affectation inside these walls. But in the fierceness of her fanaticism, she didn't look foolish. It must be cleansed. Maybe, Jiri said, and the strange words of the common tongue caught in her mouth, held for a moment by uncertainty and pride until she forced them out. Maybe you're right. You know she doesn't trust you, Lenaria said. Jiri carefully set aside a cluster of dried herbs, mindful of the merchant and the guards who stood so still and watchful around her and Lenaria. Like crocodiles in the water, waiting for them to make the smallest wrong move. Considering the value of the magical trinkets, scrolls, and spell components spread on their tables beneath this bright awning, Jiri understood their caution, but was still unnerved by it. Their attention made her almost as nervous as Sarah's. I see how she watches me. She doesn't hide her suspicions well. She doesn't try. Lenaria picked up a scroll and waved 2 fingers at the merchant. His face twisted into a frown, and he held up 4. For a moment, they flashed fingers at each other silently, until Lenaria spread her hand and put the scroll back down. A strange form of bargaining, just as fierce as the shouting going on in the other parts of the market, but quieter. Sarah and Morvius have more in common than they would ever admit, Lenaria said, flipping through another short stack of parchment sheets. Neither one of them has any use for tact. She pulled her hand back and looked over her shoulder. Beyond the awning, Morvius sprawled in the shade cast by one of the Atayenki's tapestries, paging through a thin book he had found at one of the stalls they had passed. Sarah stood a little way from him, her armor shining like water under the sun. She wants to help, Jiri said. Yes, Lenaria said. Herself. The half-elf looked back at Jiri. Never forget that. She says she wants to hunt this thing because it destroyed your village, murdered your people. That's a kind of truth. But Sarah doesn't care about your people. She thinks you're all savages who worship ghosts and demons. And she thinks your village was just a pile of sticks and mud. Their deaths and the destruction of your home were just signs for her, like tracks for a hunter, announcing the presence of her quarry. Lenaria lowered her voice a little more. The Church of Iomide sent her here to hunt for evil, so that's what she's going to do. Hunt and hunt, until she's brought them enough trophies to buy her passage back to the north, where she thinks the real world is. She'll help you as long as it helps her, and not a moment more. I guessed as much, Jiri said, which means I understand her, which is a kind of trust. A strange kind, Lenaria said, looking back out again at Morvius, but one I've used. It's the ones you don't understand, Jiri began, that are the hardest to trust, Lenaria finished. The women stared at each other, Jiri expressionless, Lenaria smiling faintly. Do you need any of that? The sorcerer finally asked, nodding toward the neat bundles of herbs. These things? I could gather all this within a stone's throw of Kibwe's walls. Why would I pay for them? Can we go back now? Lenaria nodded, and they walked away from the merchant. ignoring his pointed humph. "Done?" Morvius said, shutting his book. "Done," Lenaria answered. "We can go back to the inn now, and you can read your dirty poetry in comfort." Morvius grinned and shrugged. "Well, if you're tired of the heat and crying girl needs her bed, we can go back. If you want to shop more, though, I don't mind waiting so much now."
"What?"
Lenaria asked, suspicious. She turned to look where Morvius had been staring. Oh, of course. Jiri had clenched her teeth at the man's crying girl comment, but she turned to see what Morvius had found. She just saw more market, more revelers and more workers. What? "Them," Lenaria said. "Oh." Jiri could see them, a group of young women clustered around a sweets vendor. Their hair was hennaed and worked into intricate braids with glass beads, shells, and brass, and they wore bracelets on their ankles and wrists that chimed as they moved and laughed. Their clothes were bright and loose, and for a moment Jiri felt a twinge of envy. They would be beautiful when they danced, their colorful skirts swirling around them, their jewelry and beads flashing. I never dressed so fine when I danced for Hadzi. More memories tearing at her, and Jiri forced them away. "It's for the orchid dance," she said. "They've dressed to catch the eye of a lover."
"Dressed?" Morvius said. "I wouldn't think that even you people would call that dressed."
Jiri looked to the man, not understanding, then realized that he wasn't staring at the dancers. His eyes were on a group of men and women beyond them, hauling in baskets of fish to sell. They were dirty with their work, and wore nothing but loincloths smeared with mud and sweat. Them? Why would you stare at them? They're not dressed for anything.
"Because," Morvius said with exaggerated patience, "they're not dressed."
"That's—" Jiri started, but Sarah cut her off. "Indecent. Just because these people don't know how to be proper doesn't mean you should stare at them." "Don't know?" The righteous disdain in the paladin's voice made Jiri slide her eyes to her. "You come from the north." Jiri's words came out even, but Sarah must have heard something in them. The woman turned toward her, squaring off as if she were getting ready for battle. "My family is of Chelish descent, but I grew up in Andoran." The names barely meant anything to Jiri, and she ignored them. "My teacher, Oza. He traveled in the north. He said it was so cold that the rain sometimes fell like chunks of glass, and that the wind could strip all the heat from you and leave you dead in minutes. He told me the people there had to dress themselves in layer after layer just to stay warm. He told me he could barely breathe with all the cloth wrapped around him, and when he did, he regretted it because all the clothes that everyone wore were never washed enough." "What are you saying, girl?" Sarah asked. "I'm saying that you northerners drown yourself in cloth because up there in the cold it is proper to do so. You'd die without all that stinking cloth. Here in the Mwange, you may have noticed that things are different. There's no cold here, and the rain falls warm and often." Jiri swept her eyes over the paladin's gleaming armor. "Wearing too much clothing here makes you overheat. It gives parasites a place to hide. It holds your sweat and your scent and attracts predators. It gets wet and weighs you down, saps your strength and drowns you. It rots against your skin and helps start disease. In the jungle, dressing like you do in the north can kill you." Jiri hugged the bolts of mudcloth she had bought, close to the wrap dress Kaloon had given her. "Here in Kibwe, I can dress like this, in something pretty, something bright. In the jungle, I wear my mudcloth. Sometimes, if necessary, I just wear a loincloth, and no one thinks anything of it." She tilted her head toward Morvius. "No one stares, because I'm not indecent. I'm just dressed for the place I live in, wearing what works best in my home. I'm just dressing proper."
"Ouch, Sarah. She jerked you up by the short hairs there, didn't she?"
Morvius laughed, looking up at Jiri.
You know, Runt, you're not so bad when you're not crying.
Sarah ignored him, frowning at Jiri. What I mean, she started, is that the first thing you're going to teach these damned savages is how to dress themselves? Lenaria stared at Sarah, and the wicked gleam in her eyes almost made her look like Morvius. Isn't that what you told me right after you got here? Sarah gave up trying to look reasonable. Her sword hand fell to the hilt that rode her hip, and her face went hard. It isn't moral. It isn't right. Lenaria laughed, like bells tinkling. Gods, woman, are you ever going to realize that people might decide to do something differently than you for good reason? That they're not just ignorant or evil?
Give it up, Lenaria, Morvius said. You'd have a better chance getting her into a loincloth than you would getting her to admit that. And at least the former would be entertained. Uh-oh.
Jiri had been staring at the paladin, wondering about the wisdom of trying to use her. When Morvius broke off, she looked away and saw what had caught the man's eye. 2 women, breaking out of the crowd to stop near them. Patima and Corianne, of the Aspis Consortium. Chapter 7. Fire in the Adienki. Lenaria's hand rested cool and light on Jiri's shoulder, but her grip tightened fast when Jiri started to move. Don't, Lenaria whispered. This isn't the place. This isn't the time. Where then? When? Jiri didn't bother to voice her questions, but she didn't pull against Lenaria's grip. Something in her had shifted. She forgot the market and the crowd, her annoyance at Sarah. The dark shadows of her grief that had been so close fell away, and the bright anger that they had been covering ran through her hot and alive. Since Boro, she had fought so hard to keep that heat down, banked and buried deep. Now, she didn't care. Patima, Corianne, 2 of the raiders who had killed Oza and destroyed 30 trees. Jiri let the fire grow in her. She wanted to burn. Lenaria, Morvius, Sarah, how lovely to see you all. Corianne flashed them a smile bright with spite. The magician was dressed in something ridiculous and fine, a black silk dress threaded with silver. Its neckline dipped low, but it had sleeves long enough to cover her hands, and her face was sweaty beneath an elaborate black hat. Behind her, Patima was dressed much more simply, in a loose gray silk tunic that came down to her knees. The women were flanked by 2 large men who carried wooden clubs studded with brass, and a small crowd of children trailed them, carrying baskets stuffed with their purchases. So glad you made it out of that beastly jungle. Did that horrible thing trouble you much? Corianne's words were poisonously delighted. I hope not, Lenaria dear. You look so much better. I can hardly tell your nose was broken. How's your belly? Mickey's knife didn't leave a scar, did it? She's so rude. Halflings, though, they're just awful. You stole something, Jiri said. Corianne glanced at her, then dismissed her. And Morvius, I heard you're playing with a new spear. Is it long? Is it strong? She tilted her head and looked at him with a flirty smile and hateful eyes. Has Lenaria given you a chance to try it out yet, or is she still— Jiri spoke again, interrupting. You stole it from the pyre, and my people burned. The magician turned her eyes from Morvius and looked at Lenaria. I see you found a pet in the jungle. Is it some kind of dog with all that yapping? What was it? Jiri had stopped paying attention to Corianne. The magician was acting the monkey, throwing crap and howling, and just as small. Jiri looked past her and spoke to Patima. What did you steal? What did you unleash? I took what I wanted. Patima's voice cut easily through the low roar of the marketplace and the drums that still beat in the Adienki pavilion. She used Jiri's native language, her Western accent clear. What I needed. As for what I released, what do you think it was? Something that the ancestors sealed away and warned us never to approach, for good reason. You let it go, and it destroyed my village, killed my people. And your demon— The words caught in Jiri's throat like hot ashes. Lenaria had said that this woman with the pretty voice had something that could bring her demons. Oh, Patima, please. Corianne rolled her eyes. Don't talk to it. You'll just encourage it. And I don't want it following us home. Corianne, Patima said, switching smoothly back to the so-called common tongue, the trade language shared by locals and northerners alike. I know you won't shut up, but understand that picking a fight with those three is going to end far better for you than picking one with me. The magician rolled her eyes again and turned her back on the Banyuat woman. Sarah, you're still doing that thing with your hair. I've always said that the servants of Iomide were so brave. Patima dismissed Corianne and stepped away from her, getting a little closer to Jiri. Her guard moved with her, staying to the side but right there, ready to step between his employer and Jiri. I left the demon to guard our retreat. A good idea that worked out rather differently than expected. Patima's words came smooth, hypnotic, like a story. I felt it when you killed it. That's when I knew our time was up. I told the others to run and grabbed what we came for. That's when the other thing came, when it poured itself out of the air. If we hadn't been running already, those wings of fire would have closed around us, and we would have been the ones to burn. Patima smiled, a slow, beautiful smile that didn't touch her hard, dark eyes. You saved us, and I don't even have your name to give you thanks. Saved them. Oza had given his life, and Jiri had almost lost hers, and it had all been for nothing, for worse than nothing. Dimly, Jiri knew that Lenaria was cursing, that the white-haired woman had snatched her hand away from Jiri's shoulder like it was a hot coal, but all that mattered was the woman standing in front of her. I don't want your thanks, Jiri ground out the words. You should have burned. And maybe someday I will, Patima said softly. But not today. She stepped back. There are bigger things in the expanse, girl, than one village. I didn't mean for your people to die, but I don't mourn them. I do what I have to. What you have to do is give back what you've stolen before anyone else dies. Patima looked at Jiri, her dark eyes expressionless, dead. No, she said, I don't. Then she turned and started walking away. Well, that seems to have gone badly. I wonder what your ugly little pet said to Patima. Jiri barely heard Corianne. The anger she had let warm her had flashed over to rage, and fire crackled through her. Raider! She shouted, and raised her hand, flames springing to life around it. You killed my father! Jiri, no! Lenaria grabbed Jiri's arm, and this time her hand wasn't cool. It was cold. So cold it burned, and the flames that Jiri had been just about to throw hissed and died, swallowed by frost. She's getting away, Jiri shouted, uncaring that the Aspis guards had hefted their clubs and were watching her, that Morvius had moved up beside Lenaria, that Corianne was smirking. The bearer kids were scattering, and the crowd was pulling back, the merchants hastily gathering in their wares, and the girls dressed for dancing fleeing in a swirl of flashing cloth. None of that mattered. Jiri's vision had narrowed down to Patima's back, disappearing into the panicked crowd. "She's walking away, and you're going to let her." Lenaria jerked her arm, using her height to pull Jiri to face her. Cold crackled around her, burning like white fire, swallowing the flames that flashed up Jiri's arm. "This isn't the place for this, Jiri. Pull yourself together, or I swear I'll have Morvius knock you out." Jiri stared at the half-elf, and the fire in her raged. It wanted to lash out, to burn Patima, Corianne, anyone that stood between her and the vengeance she desperately wanted. But Lenaria's cold was draining that dangerous heat, and in her words, Jiri could hear an echo of Oza, teaching her control. Jiri pulled her arm from Lenaria's grip. She spun, turning her back on Corianne, on Patima. Staring at the great tapestry that separated the market and the Adienki, she forced her anger down, out, until the fire in her had sunk to coals, burning deep. "That's it, Jiri." Lenaria's voice was steady, calming. "That's it."
"Yeah, that's great," Morvius said. "But maybe we should do something about that tapestry. It's kind of on fire."
The dancers were made of shining threads of black and gold and red, but their colors were dull beneath the heavy layer of white frost that covered them. Jiri stared at the stuff, like diamonds uncountable, covering the dancers and the charred spots that her anger had burned into the cloth, and she shook. From cold or anger or fear of what she had done, she didn't know. Probably all of them.
"I think you got it, Lenaria."
Morvius ran his broad hand over the huge tapestry, one of the many that made up the Adienki's border, the frost on it already steaming away in the sun. He stopped over the biggest burned patch, holding his hand there.
"Cold as Baba Yaga's left."
"We should go." Lenaria shook her hands, scattering the droplets of water that had condensed on her fingers after she had fanned them out and poured her cold magic across the spreading flames.
"What makes you think that?"
Morvius said, scooping up his book. The drums were still beating on the other side of the tapestry, the orchid dance still going on in the Adienki. Jiri's fires had gone unnoticed in the pavilion, thanks to Lenaria. Out here, though, a crowd arced in front of them, staring, pointing, and talking. Jiri clenched her hands and ducked her head, shame filling her. What would Oza say? Nothing. He'll say nothing because Patima's demon tore him apart, laughing. Jiri pushed her fists against the dirt, shoved herself up and stood. "I will keep control, but I will keep my anger." The crowd rippled when she rose, and Jiri felt a thread of fear growing in her as the chatter grew louder.
"Doesn't this remind you of that day in Marab?" Morvius asked.
"Yes," Lenaria said, much less cheerfully. "Do you think we should start running now?"
"Nope. Too late. Here comes the guard."
Jiri, not nearly as tall and trying not to look at the crowd, couldn't see them. She could hear them, though. The sa-sa-sa that the Kibwe guard called out to clear their path, a call taken from the goat herders who drove their animals through the city. Soon they spilled through the throng, a group of big men with long clubs, short loops of rope hanging from their belts. A woman led them, older and shorter, her only weapon a little blowpipe that rested on her hip. Jiri knew that most of those darts were tipped with a poison that could drop a person into a sleep that would last hours, maybe days. The poison on the other darts could kill a person in the time it took them to take 3 steps. The woman stopped, the men flanking her, and her sharp eyes took in Jiri, her pale companions, and the charred tapestry.
"What passes here?"
she asked, her voice flat and unhappy.
"Well,"
Morvius drawled, but before he could continue, another voice cut through the low mutter of the watching crowd. "Oh, gods, woman, I can help." From the edge of the crowd, Corianne stepped out. One of her toughs still stood beside her, his frown and the grip on his club, keeping a small zone of clear space around him and the northern mage. I saw everything.
Good God's balls, Morvius muttered. Of course she stuck around.
Of course, Lenaria breathed from Jiri's other side.
How worse would it make things if we had our runt here catch her on fire? Morvius said, his voice still low.
Much, Lenaria said. She touched Jiri's arm. She'll try to bait you. Don't rise to it. We're just doing some shopping when these people accosted us. Corianne had pitched her voice a little higher and had widened her eyes, making herself seem younger, frightened. I know the Northerners. They're raiders, and the man is notorious for making advances on anything that moves. They spoke to us, crude and insulting, but we ignored them and tried to move on. That's when the girl used magic to attack us. She pulled fire from the air and threw it at my companion. Then she began to throw it everywhere, endangering everyone around. Truly, it was a miracle that no one was killed, that the marketplace didn't burn.
I see.
The guard leader looked at Corianne with the same expression as someone examining her feet after walking through a camel pen. Then she turned to Jiri and her companions. Is that what happened? No, said a new voice. Morvius was just opening his mouth when that word cut him off. Jiri looked past him and saw Sarah, whom she had forgotten about the moment Patima and Corianne had appeared, stepping forward. I am Sarah Galonica, servant of Iomade, goddess of truth, protector of justice. I can bear witness to what happened here.
Oh, well, great.
The guard leader shifted her weight back.
Bear away, then.
Sarah frowned at the woman, then shifted her eyes to Corianne. That woman and her companions are responsible for murder, attempted murder, summoning a demon, stealing an artifact, and releasing an ancient evil that destroyed my companion Jiri's village.
All that, eh? The guardswoman asked. So you tried to catch her on fire?
No, Sarah said. My companion struck out at the other woman who was here. She did so because she was taunted by this poisonous brat.
Poisonous brat?
Corianne's mask of frightened innocence vanished, her snarling petulance breaking through it like a crocodile surging out of muddy water.
Listen here, you self-righteous Let's stop that right now, the guardswoman snapped. She looked over at Corianne. Your companion. Was she burned?
Corianne glowered at the woman, considering, then shook her head.
So no one was hurt, and nothing was harmed but this tapestry.
The woman looked around, waiting for someone to object. When no one did, she turned back to Jiri.
Then the only thing that concerns me here is that burnt cloth, which belongs to Kibwe. Do you have any coin?
I do, Jiri said, and handed over the purse that Kaloon had given her. Beside her, Morvius twitched, but he didn't stop her. The guardswoman took the purse and stared into it, then flashed her a quick smile.
This will do fine, she said.
More than fine, Morvius muttered. The woman ignored him.
I want you to move along now, and no more trouble.
She looked from them to Corianne and back.
You people need to keep your quarrels outside my walls. Understand?
But what of justice? Corianne had pulled the tatters of her feigned innocence back around her. That woman is dangerous. The mage leaned forward and spoke in a voice that seemed like a whisper, but was meant to carry. I heard her whole village burned, that everyone in it died. I think you should arrest her, or cast her out of this city. Corianne blinked, trying to look helpless. I fear for my safety with her here. I heard her whole village burned. Jiri's anger roared up from its coals. How long before that rumor spread about her? How long before everyone in Kibwe thought she was as cursed as the people she had grown up with? She felt the heat building in her, moving toward her hand, but then she shook, cold rolling over her like a blanket. You should fear for your safety. As long as there's anyone in this city with a sense of decency and the ability to throw a rock. Lenaria eased her grip on Jiri as she spoke, and her magic stopped chilling the air around her. There won't be any more problems, ma'am. I assure you. And I assure you that there will be, Corianne said. From her, or from me if you don't take care of her. I belong to the Aspis Consortium, you understand? The richest, most powerful trade group in the world. The guardswoman sighed. Yes, and I know that these people work for Kalun, of the Tirakisi, which means I'm staying out of this. You want anything more? The governing council meets tonight. Bring your issues to them. Corianne smiled, small and vicious. I think I will. I lost control of my magic. Jiri spoke slowly, balanced so carefully over the swirling storm of her emotions. I'm sorry for that, but I don't regret it. She looked up from the glass that Kalun had handed her, full of something that burned down her throat worse than palm wine. What else should I have done? Just let her walk away? Yes, Kalun said. He had already drained his glass and held the bottle of amber liquid as if considering another. That is exactly what I think you should have done. Of course you would. Kalun's talking room was cool and quiet, but it seemed to Jiri that she could still feel the hard-packed dirt of the marketplace beneath her feet, could still feel the heat of the sun, and hear Patima's words. No, I don't. That woman and her people killed Oza and destroyed my village, and you've done exactly that. Let her walk away untouched. Jiri felt the glass growing warm in her hand, caught the scent of the drink as it began to scald and steam, and she reined in her anger. My grief has kept me useless these past 2 days. But what's your excuse? Your fear? Kalun set the bottle down hard. Good. Sense. Which you seem to be sorely lacking. Why did Oza decide to teach you? Did he lose a bet? Oh, come on, Kalun. Runt's had a bad week. Morvius reached for the bottle Kalun had just set down and splashed his glass half full. And when did you start liking her? Kalun growled. When she started lighting things on fire. Morvius took a swallow of his drink and smiled. I can't stand grief and tears. That crap is boring as hell. But anger and revenge, that's interesting. Our little firebug may have been stupid this afternoon, but she was fun. On the bench beside him, Lenaria sighed, then tipped back her glass, draining it in one neat swallow. Stupid, Jiri said. That's what you all think. Though Sarah hasn't said a word since we left the market. Jiri flicked a glance back at the paladin, who sat silently on her stool behind Jiri, her drink untouched. She just stares at me, like a crocodile waiting in the water for the bushbucks. I did something, though. What? Burned a tapestry? Kalun shook his head. Or do you mean wasting my coin? Or letting that poison-tongued magician start rumors about you? I meant the meeting tonight, Jiri said. I can tell my story to the council. Let them know what these Aspis people have done. This Corianne, she thinks she's setting a trap for us, but really she's walking into one. When the council hears what's happened, won't they help us? Can't they force Fatima to give up what she stole and make them pay for what they did to 30 trees? Kalun looked at her for a long time. Oh, jungle girl, he finally said.
You really think that might happen, don't you?
What? Jiri demanded. Why shouldn't I? Jiri, Linaria started, then hesitated. Morvius didn't.
Because it's stupid. But you're too backwoods to know that this isn't even about you.
What do you mean? Jiri looked to Kaloon, but it was Morvius who kept talking.
Corianne may have picked this fight with you, but tonight it's going to be all about him,
Morvius said, pointing at Kaloon.
Our cheerful host is one of the consortium's chief competitors in Kibwe, at least in terms of recovering some of the very valuable things that have been misplaced in this green hell over the centuries. You, girl, are just a convenient way for Amiro to try to score some points against Kaloon.
Jiri looked from Morvius to Kaloon, who nodded, and Jiri's hands clenched the edge of her bench. The council. Its members. They're all from Kibwe. From the Expanse. Won't they care?
The governing council of Kibwe only cares about two things: that there is order in the city, and that the money flows.
Morvius leaned back on his bench, almost tipping Linaria off it.
They're fine with us raiders, as you call us. We bring treasure to this city that they can tax. How we got it? They don't ask. What happens in the jungle stays in the jungle, usually under a pile of scavengers.
But 30 trees
was a Mosa village, Kaloon said. And there's only a handful of people from the Mosa tribe that live in Kibwe, and none of them are on the council. There are, however, traders who deal with Aspis agents regularly, and there are quite a few tribal leaders who have received fine gifts from the consortium. I have my own wealth, and I am of the Tirakisi, the largest tribe in this city, but I don't know if that balances out the favors that the consortium has bought itself.
Especially when it seems that half your tribe would be happy to tear you down to take your place, Linaria said.
There's that, too.
Kaloon ran a hand through his short dreads and stood.
Enough. There are many people I need to talk to before this meeting. Linaria, please make sure that everyone here is there. Morvius, stay sober, or drink yourself into a stupor, whichever keeps you quieter. Sarah.
Kaloon eyed the paladin.
You mean to be there, don't you?
I do, Sarah said.
Of course you do.
Kaloon shook his head and turned toward Jiri.
And you. I probably won't have much of a chance to talk to you until after this is done. Forget what I said earlier. I know Oza, and he wouldn't choose a fool for a student. So don't let your grief or your anger take hold of you tonight. Follow Linaria's lead, and by every one of your ancestors, don't light anyone or anything on fire.
With that, Kaloon stalked out the door, leaving Jiri staring after him. He wouldn't choose a fool for a student, would he? What had Jiri done the past few days but be a fool? Losing herself in grief and then in anger. When is the last time I walked in the spirit world? What spirits can I call on for magic besides fire? Jiri felt her face heat, not with anger, but with shame. Morvius was right. Revenge was better than despair. But what revenge could she have if she were exiled from this city? Beside her, Linaria and Morvius were squabbling.
But he suggested getting drunk.
He said stay quiet, and I've never seen you in a stupor deep enough to steal your tongue.
A talent of mine that you've taken advantage of a few times, Morvius leered.
Gods, why do I even... Between their words and her thoughts, Jiri didn't notice Sarah until the paladin sat beside her, close on the small bench. You call yourself a shaman? It was a statement, not an accusation. but still Jiri shifted warily to face the woman beside her. In the common tongue, it's the word that fits best. I speak to the spirits, in the air and the earth and all the parts of the world. Do you not follow any god, then? Was the woman proselytizing? Gods are powerful spirits. I give them great respect. In the north, you might be called a member of the green faith, a druid. The paladin had shed her armor when she had come into the red spear, but losing that bulk of leather and steel didn't make her look any less dangerous. Her dark eyes still carried judgment, and her sword still hung at her hip, its worn grip never far from her hand. I knew some of them, in my youth. In some ways, you're like them, but not in others. Fire didn't come to them the way it does to you. That's the kind of magic I would expect from a sorcerer. Or what? They were calling me a demon. That's what Boro said. Jiri met Sarah's gaze, unflinching. I am a shaman, paladin. Nothing more, nothing less. I don't know why the spirit of fire is so eager to serve me, but that doesn't change what I am. What you are? The paladin finally looked away from her, staring thoughtfully out at nothing. I asked some questions about what happened to your village, about that place you call the pyre. No one knew anything about it, or would admit to it. But they did tell me about your part of the jungle, how some avoided it, because fire there could be strange, burning too fast, too hot, going out for no reason and then flaring up again. Some call your home cursed. Some do. Where is she going with this? I told you, when you took us there, hunting that demon, evil can't be contained. Chain it, bury it, and it just grows in the darkness, spreads, until it taints everything around it. You think I'm evil? That I'm somehow in league with that thing that was buried in the pyre? Is that what you're saying? Jiri felt herself trembling, and she didn't know if it was anger or fear, but the cool of Kaloon's study was going, swallowed by a rising heat. No. Sarah looked back at her, eyes intense, but calm shaped the pallid features of her face. You're not evil. My goddess would tell me if you were. I think that evil has touched you, though. That the thing your ancestors buried so long ago reached out and marked you in some way. Which is why I'm with you, shaman. I think that thing is still out there, and I think you're going to help me find it. I actually don't like saying I told you so. I'm not Morvius. But really. Lenaria nodded toward Sarah, striding down the street ahead of them. The paladin had changed her clothes and put her armor back on, replacing her usual tabard with a gleaming white cape. Night had fallen over Kibwe, and Sarah shone in the light of the lanterns that lined the way to where the governing council met. She wants to hunt that thing. So do I. Jiri adjusted the flowing wrap dress that Kaloon's daughter Farah had brought to her, insisting that Jiri must wear it for the meeting. The folds of its orange silk felt strange against her skin. But gods and crocodiles, you were right. She cares nothing about me or 30 trees. She just sees a snake, and I'm the closest stone. The thing is, she could say the same about me. And what are we? Morvius said. He had dressed up, again in the strange layers of his northern clothes, but these fine fabrics still had a bit of luster left to them, and he barely smelled of alcohol. Lenaria had changed, too, into a simple dress that looked a bit like Jiri's borrowed one, but its silk was white, and around her waist she wore a thin belt of linked silver rings. We're here, she said, answering him and not answering. Jiri glanced at the white-haired half-elf. What were they? Tools to be used, like Sarah? but Jiri didn't understand them. Well, I don't understand Lunaria. Morvius followed her, that was obvious enough, but Lunaria's interest in Jiri seemed to go beyond Kaloon's coin. She keeps acting friendly. That thought made Jiri worried, fascinated, and suspicious, but she pushed it away. They were here, and it was time to focus on this meeting. They had walked across the Atayenki, silent and empty now with the night, the successful couples from the orchid dance gone to whatever hammocks they could find, taking their drums and leaving silence. The hall of the governing council lay just on the other side of the pavilion, a great, round building without walls. The thick thatch of the high roof was held up by great pillars of teak and mahogany beams carved with intricate vines, from which hung lanterns of brass and colored glass. Beneath those bright blooms, colored carpets had been spread, and each one held a chattering group of people. Mostly Zenge, jungle residents like Jiri, but she saw scattered among them the colorful clothes of Banyuat traders, tall and ritually scarred Bekyar, the pale faces of northerners, and a few things that she was unsure of. Busy trying to stare covertly at a group of broad, impossibly hairy man-things that she thought might be dwarves, she almost walked past the carpet where Sarah had already taken a seat. Farah was there, though, too, and Kaloon's daughter clicked her tongue at Jiri and caught her attention. "Here," the girl patted the carpet. "Father sent me ahead to hold your place. It's going to start soon. Do you want anything? There's coffee and tea and sweets and palm." "No," Lunaria said firmly, cutting off Morvius before he could speak. She handed Farah a coin as she folded herself gracefully onto the carpet. "Get yourself something, though, with my thanks." The girl grinned and bounced away, heading for one of the vendors circulating through the hall. Jiri dropped into her place, with Lunaria between her and Sarah, and Morvius groaned and sat behind them. "Haven't these people heard of chairs?" "They've heard of stools," Lunaria said. In the center of the pavilion, a ring of stools waited, empty. "You just have to be on the council to get one." "It hurts my scars to sit like this," Morvius grumbled. "Good. Maybe the pain will remind you why taking a were-rat to bed is a bad idea." "He didn't look like a were-rat when I took him to bed," Morvius grumbled. A week ago, Jiri would have begged to hear that story. Tonight, after all that had happened, she could focus only on searching the crowd. "Where are they?" "Aspis," Lunaria said. "There." She pointed across the hall to a broad carpet spread a few rows away from the council's circle of stools. Jiri saw Amiro first. The man was dressed in a blue silk suit trimmed in gold, and rings flashed on his fingers as he whispered to a group of men who clustered around him, holding slate tablets and slivers of chalk. On the other side of the carpet, Corianne sat sulking on a thick pillow, waving a bright pink fan that matched her dress. Patima sat behind her, dressed in the same clothes she had been wearing in the market. The Banyuat woman's eyes were searching the crowd, and when they found Jiri, she nodded at her, not mocking, simply acknowledging her, and then moving on. This was the story Jiri needed to hear now. "What can you tell me about them?" she asked Lunaria. "Amiro is a local. He apparently started working for the consortium as a child, running messages. He worked his way up, imitating his Aspis bosses to the point of converting to the worship of Abadar. He became a cleric of the merchant god, and a few years later he was given a brass badge and made an official agent of the Aspis consortium. His boss started him relic hunting, and assigned him Corianne, Mickey, and Patima to help." Lunaria shook her head. "I think the man considered Amiro a threat, and wanted to get rid of him. But somehow Amiro made those vipers work together, and they've done well. So well that when his boss died of the red drip, Amiro took his job. It's surprising that he was out in the jungle, really. He's been here in the city for months, trying to make his promotion permanent. Corianne is from Taldor, Lenaria continued, by her name and her accent and her dress, and by her attitude, though I wouldn't say that in front of any other Taldans. She can't stand the expanse, but she's here for traditional reasons. Traditional reasons? Jiri asked. She's on the run. According to a bounty hunter I once met, she had a bit of a fight with her family back in Taldor. The few that survived put a nice price on her head. Was that the bounty hunter that got eaten by a giant eel in the baths? Morvius asked. Yes. One of the many reasons you should be damn careful about picking fights with wizards, Morvius said, staring at Jiri. He said he liked me better when I started lighting things on fire. Jiri shoved the thought aside and made herself ignore Morvius. I don't see the little one that stabbed you. Mickey? Lenaria rubbed her hand across her belly. You won't. She's wanted too. But by the locals. Mickey got into a fight over a dancing monkey with the favorite grandson of a Tirakisi elder a few months ago, and knifed him. He lived, but the poison she used destroyed his mind. The council has ordered her capture and execution if she's found in the city. So she's not in Kibwe? No, she's here, Lenaria said. Amiro and the consortium find that halfling assassin far too useful and too dangerous to let out of their sight. You just won't see her outside their compound. A compound. I wonder where that is. It wasn't a question that Jiri thought she could ask Lenaria. What about Patima? Patima. Lenario said the name carefully. Patima is strange. She's the quiet one of that group. All I knew about her was that she was a bard and a gold hound. She was good at finding the forgotten places, the secret ones where things were hidden. With Corianne and Mickey around, I never paid much attention to her. These last couple of days, though, I've asked about her. She was found in the jungle 5 or 6 years ago, alone and raving. The merchants who found her brought her here and left her. She lived as a beggar for a while, telling tales and singing for coin, until she pulled herself together and started working for the consortium. Since then, she's done very well for herself. The woman I talked to... Lenaria paused, remembering. She said it was hard to connect them, that calm, quiet woman in the nice clothes, and the beggar that she used to warn the children away from, because her stories always gave them nightmares. What kind of store? Jiri's question was broken with a crash of cymbals, followed by a cacophony of bells and chimes and more cymbals as a group of children ran through the hall, all of them ringing bells and beating drums. To frighten away bad luck spirits, Jiri knew, but it also did a fine job of breaking up all the gossip and trading going on beneath the flower lanterns. And when the children ran out and the council marched in, the hall was impressively silent. A tall man with a carved staff marched in with them, and he stood and waited until all the old men and women had taken seats on their stools, all facing in toward each other.
Kibwe,
he called out, in a voice deep and strong enough to easily reach the edges of the hall.
I am the voice of the hall. I tell you, your elders have assembled, and the governing council is now in session. I call on the spirits of our ancestors to watch and lend us their wisdom.
He raised the staff and knocked it against a rafter, in a spot worn smooth by previous blows, and Jiri, impressed despite her nerves by the panoply, settled in to watch the show. 2 hours later, Jiri had very much had enough of the show. How much longer will this go on? She whispered, and beside her, Lenaria surreptitiously slipped the slim book she had been reading beneath a fold of her skirt. It looked suspiciously like the book that Morvius had been reading at the marketplace. The one that Sarah had called an insult to poetry, decency, and anatomy. Are they still arguing over whether the tax on cotton bales should be raised by a copper? No. Now the old man with the hat is arguing that roosters should be banned in the city, because they wake him up. Well, they're into civil matters then. They should open the circle soon. That's when Corianne will make her complaint. Shouldn't Kaloon be here? Jiri looked around for the man. He was still nowhere in sight. Don't worry. He'll show. Lenaria's sharp features shifted to grumpy. He's important enough to come in as late as he wants. Behind them, a soft snore rumbled, and without looking, Lenaria jabbed her elbow back. It didn't wake Morvius, but it made him shift, cutting off the snore. Jiri sighed. All this time wasted, listening to these fools ramble about scraps of coin, while Patima and her friends sat so close to her. Where is the thing she stole? Not here. So had they left it in their compound? Or had they sent it out of the city already in one of their caravans? The thought shook Jiri, but she didn't believe it. That thing. Patima wants it for something. What, Jiri didn't know, but she wanted to wring that answer from the woman, too. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't notice the shift in the council's talk, until the voice of the hall took his staff and knocked it again against the rafters. Paying attention again, Jiri saw that all the old men and women were turning on their stools to face out at the people sitting around them.
The governing council of Kibwe is now open to its citizens. Are there any here who would seek their wisdom?
The voice gripped his staff like a weapon, and the way his eyes flashed seemed designed to make any petitioner think twice. Still, the hall rustled with motion as people began to get up and make their way forward. Citizens, Jiri said. Corianne isn't a citizen, though, is she?
Of course not.
Kaloon carefully stepped from the broad aisle, running through the hall to their carpet, seating himself with a grunt.
Kibwe seems like it might be going to hell lately, but it's not so far gone as to allow someone like that to join its ranks. Corianne has no citizenship, no standing, and no tribe, so Amiro will bring her case.
Nice you could make it,
Morvius said, yawning and stretching.
How did the bribery and intimidation go?
As well as could be expected.
Kaloon watched the flurry of activity as various children and clerks ran scraps of parchment up to the council members, or bent to whisper in their ears.
I'll know for sure when they pick the council member to judge Amiro's case. At least he went right up. We won't have to wait.
Amiro was first in the line of petitioners who now stood in front of the voice. Unlike most of the others, he looked perfectly at ease before the looming man. This close, Jiri could make out the darker gold pattern of keys woven into the shining borders of his shirt.
You know what to do?
Kaloon said, tilting his head toward Jiri. Shut up unless I'm questioned. Then just tell the truth, Jiri said grimly, and don't light anything on fire.
That's it.
Kaloon turned to face the center of the hall as the man with the staff called out in his booming voice.
Amiro Kibwe has come to the governing council, and he wishes to speak. What say you, wise ones?
The elders on their stools waved away the messengers around them, settling their mugs of coffee and tea and wine, and nodded. Amiro bowed and walked forward. Chapter 8. Judgment.
They've chosen Simla to judge this.
Jiri heard the tension in Kaloon's whisper. Is that bad? Amiro had given a long speech to start out with that said nothing, but managed to compliment the council and its wisdom in a dozen ways before his breath ran out. The Aspis man didn't have a voice like, well, the voice, but his words still carried through the hall, level and assured. When he was done, the council members had turned inward and whispered to one another, until one of them finally rose. An old woman, but not ancient. Her hair gone gray, not white, and she stood tall and straight.
She is known for honesty, impartiality, and fairness,
said Kaloon. So it's a good thing, then, Jiri said. Kaloon frowned without looking at her.
Impartiality is the last thing we want from a judge. I wanted the old man whose grandson Mickey knifed. The whole trial would have been about Amiro working with her then.
At least Amiro didn't get his favored judge, Lenaria said. His influence isn't greater than yours.
No, but when the hell did it grow to be equal to mine?
Growled Kaloon. In front of them, Amiro had started speaking.
And it was there that Corian ran into Lenaria, a foreign adventurer in the employ of Kaloon of the Red Spear. She attempted to exchange pleasantries, but she was rudely interrupted by a young woman that was with these northern mercenaries, someone they had brought in with them from the jungle. This girl accused my good employee of—
Amiro spread his hands and shrugged.
Something. When my other employee, a Banuat woman called Patima, who has lived respectably in this great city for years, tried to calm her, she was unsuccessful. So Patima wisely decided to leave, and at that point the girl attacked, using magic. She pulled fire from the air and tried to strike Patima with it. When that failed, she apparently went a bit mad and lashed out with her flames. Thankfully, no one was hurt, which I'm sure was due to the prompt arrival of a squad of your fine guards, but I do believe city property was damaged.
Amiro ran his fingers over the smooth gold silk of his cuffs.
I don't have to tell you, I'm sure, how upset my employees were. They stopped their shopping, as I'm sure many others did, and hurried back to our compound. I come to you tonight, as a citizen of Kibwe, to speak for them, to ask you to exile this dangerous young woman from the city so that they, and all others, can feel safe in our marketplace once again. And further, I ask that you might lend your wisdom to those who would bring such an unreliable person into the heart of our city. Thank you.
Simla didn't thank him back. She simply looked at him, and Jiri thought her hard, dark eyes were unsettlingly reminiscent of Sarah's.
Is this young woman here?
Simla said.
Does she have a citizen that can stand and speak for her and defend her actions?
She is, and she does,
Kaloon said, rising smoothly to his feet, looking strong for his age. A buzz of conversation rippled across the hall, but it fell silent when the voice cleared his throat and glared out at the crowd.
We have just heard Amiro's complaint, and we have all heard that something troubled the marketplace today.
Simla turned her eyes on Kaloon.
What is your account of what happened?
The same, and different,
Kaloon said.
My employees, all non-citizens of Kibwe but good tax-paying inhabitants of this city, did meet Amiros this afternoon. It was their second meeting this week. Councilwoman Simla,
Amiro started, but Kaloon kept speaking.
Their first was near the village of 30 Trees, home to the shaman Jiri Maju.
Kaloon waved his hand at Jiri.
I sent my people there to help her deal with a team of Aspis Consortium raiders, who were stripping a ruin that lay close to their village. Raiders who had killed her teacher, the shaman Mosa Oza 30 Trees. Councilwoman,
Amiro interjected to no avail.
Amiro, Corian, Patima. They were the raiders, along with a halfling called Mickey.
What? You are with that murderous little—"
This time the interruption came from an old man in an orange robe, sitting on a stool halfway around the circle. The grandfather that Kaloon wanted as a judge. Jiri watched the man jump up to shout obscenities at Amiro, who had folded his hands and was staring up into the shadows gathered over the lanterns. Yes, he would have been more partial to our case. It couldn't matter now, though, Jiri thought. They can't ignore this. Amiro with a criminal killing a shaman. And when we tell them of what happened to 30 trees, of the danger that is still out there. The voice stepped forward and cracked his staff against the rafters until the hall quieted, and a small knot of council members pulled the old man in orange back down to his stool. When he was settled, Simla spoke.
This encounter you speak of,
it happened beyond the bounds of Kibwe, yes?
It did,
Kaloon said.
Then it has no bearing on this council, and is immaterial to this case.
What? The word was on Jiri's lips, and she was starting to stand, ready to shout it out when a hand grabbed the back of her dress and jerked her down hard.
You told Kaloon that you knew what to do, girl, Morvius rumbled. Do you? Or should I go get a bucket of water?
Jiri didn't say anything, didn't look back at him. She settled back down and adjusted the wrap of her dress with a low growl. Before her, Kaloon was trying to argue.
Believe it does have bearing, because—
Your belief does not matter here, Kaloon.
Simla leaned forward on her stool.
The law is clear. The council rules Kibwe. What happens beyond a spear's throw from our walls is none of our concern. You may object to that law, and you may have good reason, but it is the law, and we will follow it. Now, do you have anything to say about what happened at the market today?
Kaloon considered her, and when he spoke again his voice held no trace of anger.
Yes, councilwoman. Amiro has given his version. Mine differs mostly in who struck first in this little skirmish. That woman—
Kaloon pointed back at Corianne without bothering to look at her—
did not greet my employees, or my guest. She attacked them with words as sharp and poisoned as darts. She did it with every intention of provoking a scene like the one that occurred. I believe the council has ruled before on the concept of fighting words, and has spoken against them.
We have, Simla said.
She looked from Kaloon to Amiro and back.
You have both brought the parties involved. Bring them up, and tell them that I would ask them questions, and they are to answer.
Right. That's us, Lenaria said. She rose, and Jiri followed. Beside them, Sarah and Morvius stood too. All of them moved out into the corridor. And a little ways from them, Patima and Corianne did the same.
You're doing well, Jiri. Just keep yourself in control, Lenaria whispered as they walked forward.
Walking up the aisle beneath colored lights, Jiri didn't answer. She couldn't, even if she had something to say. All her anger, all the powerful heat of it, had been shoved suddenly into a distant corner of her mind, forced away by fear. When they rose, hundreds of eyes had turned on them, turned on her. Strange eyes, watching, focused, waiting. So many eyes. Jiri clenched her hands to keep them from shaking. The last time she had felt like this was when she had danced the orchid dance in 30 trees, and that had been with a dozen other girls, in front of people she had known all her life, people who wouldn't fill a quarter of this hall. The thought shook her, and now her whole body trembled. The crowds of Kibwe had always made her feel strange, nervous, but excited too. This being watched by all these strangers, it was terrifying. She barely heard Simla when she began to speak.
I've heard from our citizens. Now I wish to hear from you others. You first, Corianne."
The old woman rolled the foreign name off her tongue as if it were distasteful. Corianne's mouth twisted, but the mage forced it back into a little pout of worry.
"Oh, noble councilwoman, I would be happy."
"Would be silent," Simla snapped, "until I've asked my question." Corianne did a worse job of hiding her annoyance this time. But at a look from Amiro, she pulled her features back to a sort of wounded innocence.
"How did you speak to these people?"
Simla waved at Jiri and her companions.
"Did you greet them, or insult them?"
"Insult?" Corianne gasped. "Why, I would never. Discourtesy is the gravest of sins in Taldor, my noble birthplace, and I would never allow an insult to pass my lips, no matter how deserved. I merely greeted my old friends, Morvius and Linaria, and congratulated them on their recent success, surviving another trip into the dangerous reaches of the Expanse, despite all the odds that fate had stacked against them. The woman wrapped in all that dull steel, I barely know her, and the young woman I know not at all, so I ignored her until she attacked. It was terrible."
"Enough.
"I don't need your opinions," Simla said, "though they do seem to drip from your words. You, Patima, do you believe your companion was being friendly, or was she trying to incite these others to violence?" Patima looked up, her face open, serene.
"Corianne?"
With everyone's attention focused on Simla and the other woman, Jiri had relaxed enough to get a little angry at Corianne's words, but they had mostly relieved her. The sweetness the magician had tried to put on them hadn't hidden her venom. When Patima spoke, though, a new fear touched the shaman. Patima's voice was clear and perfect, a beautiful instrument. She's a singer, a storyteller. They'll listen to her, believe her.
"She spoke to them as she speaks to everyone," Patima said, "and while I don't believe Corianne had any wish to be attacked, I don't believe she was surprised by it."
Both Corianne and Amiro shot Patima looks. Corianne's annoyed, Amiro's exasperated. Simla watched them and then spoke.
"Jiri Maju attacked you. Did you provoke her?"
"I told her truths she didn't want to hear," Patima said.
"And did you feel threatened by her?"
Simla asked.
"No."
"Even after she attacked you?"
"I didn't really notice when she attacked me." Patima's eyes turned toward Jiri. For that moment, Jiri's rage almost pushed back against her fear of the crowd. But then she realized that many other eyes had swung to stare at her too. Her fear smashed her anger back again and froze her, far more so than Linaria's cool hand on her arm. Simla turned her attention away from Patima and to Linaria.
"What do you say, Len, white hair?"
"I say Corianne's reputation is well known," Linaria said smoothly. Simla didn't even try Morvius's name.
"And you?"
The northern man seemed to consider a few things, while Linaria frowned at him, then simply said,
"Corianne's a bloody bowl of offal, and that's the best I can say about her without getting into those fighting words you're talking about."
"And you, holy warrior?"
Simla asked. "By my holy vows," Sarah said calmly, "I must keep as close as possible to the truth. So I would ask, is calling someone a yapping dog an insult in this city?"
"Yes, it is,"
Simla said, and there seemed to be a certain amount of amused respect now in her voice. "Then Corianne insulted my companion Jiri with that. and with most of the rest of her fighting words. "This woman is—" Corian started, but was cut off by a thunderous boom as the voice raised his staff and knocked it against the rafters.
"Speak out of turn again, woman, and that stick won't be knocking against wood,"
Simla said. Her eyes turned to Jiri. Jiri, who had been beginning to feel better as each of her companions spoke, felt those sharp old eyes on her, and behind them, the crushing weight of everyone else in the hall.
"Jiri Madu, what do you say?"
Say? Jiri stood, trying to breathe, and was desperately afraid that the answer would be nothing. She clenched her hands and felt the moment stretching, time pouring past as she stood motionless, silent. I was ready to stand and shout earlier. I had to promise Kaloon not to speak. "Speak!"
"Jiri,"
Kaloon whispered, and Lenaria touched her shoulder, her hand for once not cold as ice. Jiri forced her eyes up, staring away from the crowd, into the shadows that lay beyond the colored lamps in the rafters, into the dark that gathered beneath the heavy thatch of the hall's roof. Were the ancestors' eyes on her too, staring down at her, waiting? Her hands were starting to shake, no matter how tight she made her fists.
"Jiri Madu, will you answer me?"
Angry or patient, Jiri had no idea what emotion ran behind Simla's words. Too busy trying to make her tongue move, to make breath leave her lungs, to make the room stop shifting. She stared up and prayed. "Ancestors, help me." Jiri tore her eyes away from the shadows and tried to face Simla. But that old woman's eyes were on her, waiting, and she had to look away. Kaloon and Lenaria, they were no help either. Concerned, expectant. Her gaze jumped, and there was Patima, serene, and Corian beside her, a vicious little smile on her face. She smiles like a mamba, but I bet the snake is friendlier. The thought rolled through Jiri's head, but it didn't feel like hers. It seemed more like something Hadzi would say.
"Well," Simla said,
"If you... They stole something. I don't know what. From the place outside our village, where the ancestors told us not to go. And something was released. Some spirit of fire that destroyed 30 trees. And it's loose somewhere out there, and I think it's not done. I think as long as they have what they stole, it might burn again." The words came out fast, a solid line of sound that Jiri shoved out, and then her lungs were empty, and she was trying to breathe, and everyone was still staring at her. In her head, though, Hadzi was laughing like the time she had tried to roll over to kiss him and had flipped herself out of his hammock. That laughter, fading away in her head, made her straighten, open her hands, and hold up her head, even as she kept her eyes down.
"So,"
Simla said,
"that is what happened to 30 trees."
Jiri, not wanting to try to speak again, nodded.
"That is not what happened,"
Amiro snapped.
"And it
"Doesn't matter," Simla said, breaking in. "Whatever happened there is beyond our bounds. Our marketplace is well within our bounds, though."
The old woman considered them all, then leaned back.
"We've wasted enough time with this. The woman Patima was not harmed, nor did she feel threatened. One tapestry was damaged and paid for. This is a minor matter, but we cannot allow this sort of thing to disrupt trade. Tira Kisi Kaloon, I order you to compensate the city of Kibwe a 10 weight of gold for the actions of your guest. See to it that she knows that Kibwe is an orderly city, and her temper must be held in check."
"Yes, councilwoman,"
Kaloon said. "As for you, Amiro,
Simla frowned at the Aspis man.
I want this same from you, in compensation to the city for the provocative words of your guest. Order requires good manners, and the council has no use for those who try to hide daggers behind sweet words. Done.
Jiri blinked, unsure, but Lenaria was pulling on her arm and Kaloon had turned and was ushering them down the aisle. Behind them, the voice was booming out the name of the next citizen of Kibwe, and suddenly Jiri realized that it was over. Her feet began to move, and soon Lenaria's hold on her arm had shifted from a gentle tug to get her moving to a white-knuckled grip to keep her from bolting out of the crowded hall. In the dim outside, beneath the spread of stars, Jiri breathed and felt the paralyzing fear of the crowd going away.
Well, that could have been better, but it could have been much, much worse,
Kaloon said. Could have been better. With the last of her fear fraying away, Jiri's anger was crowding back in, running its heat through her. They'll do nothing about that thing that Fatima released. They wouldn't even discuss it.
But you managed to slip it in,
Kaloon said.
Very nicely. Were you really that terrified?
Jiri didn't want to admit it. But what was the point of denying it? They were standing right next to her when it had happened. I've never had so many people staring at me.
Sure you have, said Morvius. There were more staring at you in the market today.
They weren't expecting me to speak.
True, he said. They were expecting you to catch Corian's hair on fire. And if that had only cost us 10 coins, it would have been well worth it.
Enough. You all did well. Now go back to my inn before you stir some new trouble. Sarah, your drinks are free tonight, with my thanks.
Kaloon adjusted his clothes and looked around. The open circle around the governing council's hall was lined with stands selling coffee, tea, and other drinks. Many people sat drinking and talking, staring at the council hall.
Now I need to go back to work. The rumors of this will spread, and I need to see that the proper weight is put on the proper words. Especially those that you said, Shaman.
He clapped Jiri on the shoulder and started toward one of the coffee vendors.
Next time, though, try to speak a little more slowly.
Next time. Jiri thought of all those eyes gleaming in the colored lights and shuddered. I'd rather face another of Fatima's demons.
Well,
Morvius said.
Shall we? Sarah?
He gave a little bow and gestured for the woman to precede him. She frowned at him and stayed still. Just because Kaloon is giving her free drinks, I don't think that means she's buying for you, Morvius, Lenaria said.
Well,
Morvius said again, but he paused when a girl came scampering up to them. When she drew close enough, Jiri recognized Kaloon's daughter, Farah.
I have news for father, the girl gasped. Where is he?
There, Lenaria said, but she snagged the girl's hand before she could start moving again. What news?
A caravan was attacked at the first camp of the Ndele Gap Trail, Farah said. They say whoever did it killed everyone and burned the whole thing to ash.
Chapter 9. 2 Burnings. How far is it from the city? Jiri asked. They were walking fast toward the red spear, and around them she could hear the people chattering in the street, could see the children racing through the dark bearing messages. And where? To the northeast, Lenaria said, and it's only a few hours' walk. It's closer to the city than it really should be, but it's the only dry place in the swamp that's over there. White Crocodile Wallow, Jiri said. That swamp stretched to the north and east of where 30 trees had once stood. Its edges stretched around the pyre. If it's only a few hours' walk, we can be there by moonrise if we move fast.
Oui?
Morvius said.
We are moving fast. To the inn, and a drink, and a good night's sleep in a good bed, which is what we do when we're waiting to line up our next job.
Morvius stepped in the circle of light cast by a group of lanterns that hung from a granite column. On its top, the soapstone statue of a leopard-headed warrior seemed to snarl down at him in the flickering light. But the northern man paid no attention to its stone hostility.
You're not so bad, Runt, when you're not all weepy, but you assume too much. We helped you before because we were hired to, but that contract is done. You want to run off into the jungle in the dark so that you can stare at a bunch of charred camels? Feel free. Enjoy the mosquitoes and the vampire bats and all the other things out there that think they have a better use for your blood than you. We're staying here.
Jiri bounced where she stood, her body flush with adrenaline, impatient to move. You'll just sit here and let that thing stalk around out there killing people?
Until I'm paid to do something about it. Yes.
Morvius folded his arms, looking down at her.
Gods, girl, you're looking at me like I'm Corianne, but I'm just telling you the truth. Adventurers are a kind of mercenary. We get paid to do this kind of thing. And since you gave your only bag of coin to that guard in the market today, I don't think you can afford our rates. You'll probably be hauling drinks for Kaloon for months just to pay him back for that fine the council gave him.
Jiri looked over to Lunaria. The half-elf was staring at Morvius, her strange blue eyes hard to read. Kaloon is paying us to watch her.
Here in the city, Morvius said. Not out there.
We can talk to him, Lunaria said. New terms can be negotiated. And how long will that take? Forget it. Don't bother, Jiri said. I'll just do it myself. With that, she started walking again, toward the crimson spear that rose a little way ahead, and the stone building that sprawled below it. It's not like I need them. They'd just slow me down in the jungle. It was the truth. But these people, whatever else, they were strong. I'm strong too. Oza taught me to be. Good words, but that swamp demon would have destroyed her alone, and this thing was bigger than that demon. I'll do what I can. I have to. Is this just about coin? I have that. Sarah's voice stopped Jiri and made her look back.
I thought you sent all your coin to your church, Morvius said.
When I have a reliable way to send my tithes on, I do, Sarah said. It's been a while since that's happened. I'm sure I have enough to pay you for a few days.
To do what? Morvius asked.
To help me find the thing that destroyed this girl's village.
Jiri walked slowly back, pulling herself up a little taller as she did. I think I've heard myself referred to as girl quite often enough these last few days.
You don't know that this is the same thing, Morvius said. We just heard a rumor passed along by an 11-year-old. Maybe something else happened to this caravan. Maybe it was fire-happy bandits, or a dragon, or a cooking accident.
Maybe, said Sarah. We can find that out by looking.
You really want this thing, Jiri said. The paladin turned toward her.
I told you I did, and that I would use you to find it. Do you still want to find it?
By every spirit, yes. But a moment before, Jiri had been wishing for their strength. Having Sarah around, though, paying for things, she would think she was in charge. And that's the cost I'll have to pay. I do, Jiri said, and started again toward the red spear. The others followed, Lunaria and Sarah dickering over terms, Morvius trailing behind, muttering something about the gods and their anatomy. Jiri was ready first, of course. Off with the borrowed wrap dress, on with her new clothes. She scooped up the bag with her few supplies, grabbed her spear, and then rushed to the common room where she anxiously waited near the front door, while the inn's mostly foreign customers chattered to each other in a dozen languages and glanced at her curiously with their strangely colored eyes. Finally, Morvius stomped in wearing his battered armor, the spear scritch gleaming like fresh blood in his hands and a pack slung over his back.
"Where's your gear?" he asked, looking her over.
Jiri tapped her bag and touched the spear that leaned against the wall behind her.
"I liked the way you told off Sarah this afternoon,"
Morvius said.
"But you do realize that armor is more effective when you wear it, not carry it in a sack."
"I'll put it on if I need it."
"You seem to think that you'll be informed of when you'll need it."
Morvius set down his pack and leaned scritch against the wall.
"That's not how it works. What's this?"
"My spear," Jiri said.
"That's not a spear."
Morvius stared at her weapon with contempt.
"That's a stick with a spoon tied to it. Watch my pack, and if someone tries to touch Scritch, bite them. Your teeth will do more damage than your spear."
The tall man turned and walked back toward the room he shared with Lenaria, passing the half-elf and Sarah as he went. "What's he doing?" Lenaria asked. She had wrapped her hair into a thick braid and changed into tunic and leggings, light for the heat but durable enough to resist thorns. "I don't know. Criticizing my things mostly." "He's like that. Most adventurers are, obsessed with their gear," Lenaria sighed. "I used to worry that hanging around places like this I would be forced to hear nothing but brag after brag about who had slain the most monsters, won the most treasure, or earned the most carnal gratitude from grateful princes or princesses. Instead, I get to listen to people argue for hours over what kind of grease waterproofs a boot best, or the proper way to strip and clean a crossbow." "Good equipment can mean the difference between life and death," Sarah said. Despite the time she'd taken to get ready, the paladin seemed to have only swapped the white cape for her usual tabard. "So I've been told. Many times." Lenaria shifted her own small pack. "Still, I think I'd really rather hear about the grateful princes." Morvius came striding back from his room, another spear in his hand. It was shorter than Scritch, and its point shone with the normal gray of steel, but its edges glittered wickedly in the candlelight.
"Here. It's my second-best thrower, but it's not an embarrassment."
"And what am I to do with my embarrassment?" 4 years ago, Jiri had spent her entire share of the profits from 30 Trees' mango harvest to buy her spear from a trader. It was more for hunting, yes, but...
"Leave it. Maybe somebody can use it for a toothpick."
Jiri bristled, but Morvius was handing her the new spear, and she could feel its lightness, its balance, the way it felt in her hands. "Fine," she snapped, then paused, entirely certain in that moment just how Oza would be looking at her. "Thank you."
"What are you lot up to? No good?"
Near them, a Kelishite man in long robes leaned back in his chair, a wineglass dangling from his hand. "Just chasing smoke, Basan," Lenaria answered.
"Ah, checking out the fire, eh?"
The man finished his wine and set down the cup.
"I don't know why you're bothering. Sounds like a classic goblin raid."
Morvius swung his pack onto his back and grabbed Scritch.
"There's no goblins living near the Ndele Gap Trail, Basan."
"The Ndele Gap Trail?"
The man cocked an eyebrow, puzzled.
"I thought you were talking about that village that got burned out tonight. What happened on the trail?"
Pakala is a Tirakisi village, a bit south of Kibwe, not far from 30 Trees. The spear in Jiri's hand glowed, its tip shining as if she had somehow pierced the dark canopy that spread over them and snagged a star down. In its light, she scanned the branches of the trees that grew beside the eastern trail, looking for the green flash of leopard eyes. So, not close to the caravan site. Lenaria looked like a wraith in the light that Jiri had gathered with her magic, and hung on her spear tip. These two burnings may only have bad luck linking them. Bad luck magic, Jiri thought. That thing could fly. We'll check the caravan first, Sarah said. Then we'll go to the village that Basan heard about. It might have attacked both.
Or neither, Morvius said from behind them.
No. Jiri kept the thought to herself, but she was sure of it. That thing that had been unleashed. Her last moments before the pyre spun through Jiri's head, the stone wall burning, the ash gathering in the air into gray-white wings, and something glowing, like the sun burning through the clouds. Then she had fallen, and everything had gone black until she woke again in 30 trees. Alive, spared for some reason by that thing. Why had it done that? Let her live while it burned that northern archer. Then 30 trees and Hadzi and the others who had waited with him. It had let her escape, and then come back when her anger had kindled once again to flame. No. Jiri wanted to shout the word, but she clenched it between her teeth. Hadzi's father and all the others were wrong. It's not me. I'm not bad luck magic, I'm not.
That woman is dangerous. I heard her whole village burned. Corian's mocking voice echoed in her head.
No. I think evil has touched you, Sarah's voice. Sarah, who was following her now, convinced that Jiri could lead her straight to this thing, this evil that Patima and her friends had unleashed. They did it. She did it, not me. They freed this thing, this curse. Not me. Moving down the trail, Jiri shoved that fear down, away, and in the empty place it left behind, the coals of her anger glowed bright. They reached the caravan camp just past midnight. The half-moon had risen and was shedding its pale light onto the low hill that rose from the surrounding swamp. It was light enough to confirm Jiri's fears. It's the same as 30 trees. She stood in the center of the clearing and stared at the destruction. The packed dirt of the hilltop was charred black, and ash had settled across it, gray and white and dead. Mixed in here and there were bones, twisted and broken with heat. Camel bones, mostly. The human bones were few and scattered, mostly femurs and pelvises and skulls. Bigger bones that hadn't fully melted or burned in the heat.
There's metal here, Morvius said, stirring the ashes with his boot. Melted iron, mostly. Armor or weapons or cooking pans, who knows? Some copper. He bent and touched a chunk of the dark metal. It's still hot, but not burning hot.
Are there any tracks? Sarah asked. The paladin stood in the center of the clearing, looking around, frowning. Can you lead me to the monster that did this? No. A breeze sighed through the trees, stirred the ash, and Jiri closed her eyes. She had no use for tears. Not now. The caravan came in, sat up, and this thing burned them, charred a perfect circle that took the whole camp. Jiri opened her eyes and stared at the blasted ground. It flew in and killed them all before they had a chance to run. Then it went on. Same as 30 trees. They spent a few more minutes searching the ashes, but there was nothing more but those blackened remnants of the dead, and swirling clouds of mosquitoes. We've found what we can here. Sarah stepped around the twisted remains of a camel skull, walking toward the path. Let's find this village that burned. There might be something there.
Because we found so much here, Morvius said.
We found out something, Jiri said.
What?
That I was right. That thing is still out there. Jiri shouldered her bag and started walking after the paladin. Jiri studied the branching of the narrow trail they were on. This one. You're sure that leads to Pakala? Lenaria asked. Yes.
You've been on it before?
Morvius asked, then stifled a yawn. They'd been walking most of the night, back almost to Kibwe. then out along the winding network of foot trails that ran through the jungle around Kibwe like a crazed spiderweb, linking the smaller villages to the ancient walled city. No, I've never been to Pakala before, but it's the right direction. Morvius stared at the narrow footpaths that twisted through the giant trees and hanging vines.
Right. How much are we getting out of Sarah Lenaria?
Our usual rate of not quite enough. Lenaria yawned and stretched. Come on, let's go. It's almost dawn.
Yeah, it would be a shame to try to walk around here when we could see where we're going.
Jiri ignored Morvius and led them down the trail, sure that it was the right one. It had to be. Nothing else ran the right direction. Soon her confidence was rewarded. Drifting through the jungle, almost lost in the scent of water and orchids and rot, came the smell of smoke. Basan hadn't known much. He had been visiting a friend in the Kibwe Guard who was standing watch on the wall while Jiri and her friends had been trapped in the council hall. They had seen the glow of sparks and flame rising from the dark blanket of trees to the south of the city.
He thought it might be coming from Pakala,
Basan had told them.
He was worried about it. Said he had a cousin that had married a boy and moved out there.
The guard might worry, but Kibwe won't. The trail bent around a thick grove of redmark trees, their branches bristling with thorns, and the canopy opened a little, showing a sky gone gray with the approaching dawn. In that thin light, smoke drifted from the broken homes of Pakala, like blood flowing from a wound. Jiri stopped, then slipped back a little. With a thought, she extinguished the light that clung to the tip of her spear and crouched, staring out at the shadows of the village. Behind her, the others drew up, silent as she was. She didn't see any dead. No bodies lay on the earth between the ruined houses. The vague shadows scattered across the ground all slowly resolved into broken pots, spilled baskets of fruit, piles of tangled clothes, and torn hammocks. Nothing more except... Jiri stayed still, breathing silently, watching, waiting, until she saw that flicker of motion again. A shadow shifted beside one of the baskets, and Jiri heard a tiny sound, a liquid, tearing noise. The thing shifted again, rippled like one of the cloths had come to life, then lifted its head. Breathing out, Jiri relaxed and stepped back onto the trail. Whispering to the spirits, she circled her hand through the empty air, fingers leaving a wake of shadows as she scooped starlight and moonlight into a tiny globe of white light that she fixed again to the tip of her spear. "Are you sure it's clear?" Lenaria asked. "The fruit bats think so." The shadow Jiri had been watching blinked in the light she had made, a long red tongue running out to swipe at the banana pulp that covered its snout. When Lenaria and the rest stepped out, the bat spread its wide wings and flapped off into the trees. Its flight kicked off a screeching retreat as all the other bats that had gathered to feast on abandoned fruit took off after it, leaving the village.
Well, whatever did this knows we're here now, Morvius said, watching as the last bats vanished into the trees, their cries waking a troop of monkeys to screeching complaint. "Whatever did this is gone," Jiri said, looking around. "And whatever it wasn't the same thing that destroyed 30 trees. There had been fire here, that was obvious. Most of the small houses were burned down to the dirt, but there was no circle of devastation. The ground between them hadn't burned, and the food and belongings scattered around the still smoking ashes were mostly untouched by flame. No brand of heat had been pressed against the earth here. Something had destroyed Pakala in the night, but it wasn't the thing from the pyre. "Bandits?" Lenaria asked as they walked into the ruined village and looked around. "Stealing what?" Morvius said.
"People.
Sarah went to one of the few homes that hadn't burned and peered in, then shook her head.
No one. No bodies. I would bet slavers.
This close to Kibwe? Lenaria shook her head. The council may talk about isolation, but I don't think they would allow this. They'd squeeze the Bekyar quarter until those scarred flesh dealers squealed. I think you put too much faith in those greedy old cowards. Morvius shifted some debris with the butt of his spear, then bent over and picked something up. But I think you're right about it not being slavers. I found a few coins dropped here, and some of this cloth was decent before it got trampled into the dirt. Slavers would have taken everything of value, along with all the people.
They didn't get them all.
Jiri looked up from the ground, where she had been studying a strange set of tracks printed into the dirt, and looked at Sarah. The paladin's face was even paler than usual, and her eyes, for once, weren't full of judgment or ambition.
That hut.
Sarah pointed back at the crumpled, half-burned mess she had been peering into.
There are bodies there. A person and some children. I think they barricaded themselves in. The hut burned around them. They're all together, charred together.
The paladin's voice grew softer as she spoke, her eyes distant, haunted. She stood silent, her hand on the hilt of her sword, staring at nothing. Then she shook, once like a water buffalo shedding flies, and the hard polish slipped back into her eyes, armoring them like the steel that wrapped around her body.
Slavers wouldn't burn their prophet,
she said, words crisp. What do you see in the dirt, girl? That girl drove the curious sympathy that Jiri had begun to feel for the paladin away. I'm not your hunting dog, she thought. Not exactly. There was something here. Jiri started walking, moving around the village, looking for places where the dirt was softer, where marks had been left. Not human. Smaller. With clawed feet. Not Charuka. Thank the spirits. Things were bad enough now. They didn't need to involve those demon-worshipping ape creatures. Are you sure about that? Sarah asked. Usaro has a long reach in this jungle. As if Jiri doesn't know that from growing up here. Anyway, even I can tell it can't be Charuka. There's not enough crap thrown around. Morvius pocketed the coins he found, bent over and picked up a banana and began to peel it. Goblins? He asked, words slurred by the fruit he was chewing. They like to burn things. Kibwe pays a bounty on them. I've not heard of any this close to the city my whole life. Jiri found another track and crouched over it. Something about it worried her, but she couldn't place it. She moved to the edge of the village, then started to walk around it. The light was growing around her, dawn fast approaching, and the trail, when she found it, was obvious. They came in from all directions, it looks like. An ambush from all sides. But they left altogether, going this way. She pointed down a narrow track that twisted into the jungle. Do we follow? Lenaria's eyes shifted between Jiri and Sarah. Whatever did this, it's not the beast we're looking for. No, but... Jiri stared at the scuffs in the packed dirt. 2 fires in the same night. Does something tie them together? We'll follow for a while, Sarah said. The paladin looked back at the village, to where she had found the bodies. It may not be what we're looking for, but it's not anything that deserves to live. They were in a grove of yellow woods, the tall trees all webbed together by the spreading trunks of strangler fig, and beneath all those leaves, dawn was just a rumor of heat. Jiri crouched low to the trail, making sure of the tracks that still ran along it, and saw a flash of muted color in the shadows. Stepping off the trail, she found the bracelet, a string of little brass bells. She searched the ground around it and found some of the small, clawed footprints that she had been following. Beside one of them, she found another print, one that had been lost before among the clawed ones. A human print. Holding her hand up to the others, she glided forward. The thick undergrowth seemed to bend around her as she moved, and she gave thanks to their green spirits for letting her pass. Moving as silently as she could, she followed the marks on the ground toward the tower of vines that rose in front of her. An empty tree. A strangler fig had grown over some great tree long ago, wrapped it like a python in its embrace, and killed it. That tree had rotted away, and now the fig stood in its place, a twisted mass of huge vines that wrapped around nothing. In that void, Jiri saw a flash of red, and that color sent a shock through her. Her memory unlocked, and she felt her stomach clench with fear and disgust. She knew what they were trailing. Rising slowly, she moved back to where the others could see her and waved to them, beckoning. Watching them push and hack their way through the undergrowth to reach her, she whispered an apology to those plant spirits she had just thanked. When they finally reached her, she pointed toward the empty tree. One of the things that attacked Pakala is there, with one of the women from the village.
What is it? What's it doing?
Morvius asked. It's a biloko, Jiri said, and saw their blank stares. They're always hungry. It's eating her. Can we surround it? Sarah was pulling her shield free from her back. Keep it from running. We won't have to. Not with the way they feed. Jiri took a breath, gathering herself. Come on. They trailed behind her, struggling to keep up even here where the leaves overhead blocked almost all the sun, and undergrowth was thin. But they caught up with her at the base of the empty tree. A large opening lay between the strangler fig's trunks, and through that gap the great hollow space where the dead tree once stood could be seen. Dappled light fell in it from far above, where the strangler fig pierced the canopy, and in those tiny spots of sunlight, the biloko crouched. The creature was the size of a child, maybe 3.5 feet tall, and shaped something like a child, with a large head and thin limbs. But it was no child. Its skin was red as blood and hairless, thatched instead with green growths like vines. Its hands and feet were clawed, and its face, it was gaunt, and the crimson skin wrinkled and drooped like an old man's around its huge eyes. Those eyes were yellow and lidless, with tiny black pupils, and its ears swept up into points. Its mouth was a nightmare. Jiri remembered Oza's stories to the children, how he warned them to run if they ever heard music, beautiful and strange, whistled to them from the dark places in the forest. He had warned them about the biloko's terrible, hungry mouth, the thin lips that spread ear to ear, the teeth in rows like neat daggers. He'd told them how that mouth could stretch wider than any snake's, to swallow them whole, like this one's mouth was stretching now. Jiri thanked the spirits that at least the creature had started with the poor woman's head first, and prayed that her death had come quick, and that her spirit had not looked back when it fled her body. No one needed an image like this following them into the next world. The biloko lay on the ground like an animal, its scrawny arms and legs sprawled limp in the dirt. Its belly was huge, swollen from some earlier victim. Its mouth stretched far too wide, wrapping around the body of the woman it was slowly swallowing. Its teeth worked methodically, grinding at arms and ribs, pulling in flesh and bone, and its yellow eyes were filmy with some sort of ecstatic satisfaction as it filled itself. Beside her, Jiri heard Lunaria curse, and when she looked at her, the half-elf was somehow even paler, her hand over her mouth.
Don't, Lunaria,
Morvius said, and his slightly darker face had taken a greenish cast.
You'll puke, and I'll puke, And damn it, I need to get my balance back so I can kill that thing.
Don't bother, Sarah said, and the paladin moved forward, pulling a dagger from her belt, long and thin and sharp. Wait, Jiri shouted, Sarah's movement snapping her out of the horror of the scene, but too late. Sarah stepped forward, pulled back her arm, and the Biloko finally saw her. Those hazy yellow eyes suddenly went sharp, shining with rage and, despite the thing's grotesque feasting, with hunger. Somehow, through the absolute fullness of its mouth and throat, it began to whistle a bizarre, haunting tune that drove itself deep into Jiri's brain. She felt a drifting weakness sweep through her, a feeling of strangely listless desire, as if the only thing that mattered now was to move toward that music and lie down, rest. Jiri dug her fingernails into her palms and clenched her jaw, throwing the compulsion away. Sarah, meanwhile, slowed not at all. The strange melody wrapped around the armored woman, but she smashed through it, her eyes gleaming like the steel of the blade in her hand. Then she punched her dagger forward, slamming it hilt-deep into the wide yellow eye of the Biloko. The creature shuddered, a massive convulsion running down its body from the gaping jaw, through its swollen neck and belly, making its scrawny limbs flail. A gout of clear fluid splashed out around the dagger, followed by a jet of blood. The gore splashed across Sarah's armor, dimming the polished metal, soaking the white tabard, marking her face, but the paladin didn't step back. She leaned forward instead, pressing her blade deeper until Jiri heard the ugly grate of its tip breaking through the back of the Biloko's skull. The creature gave one last, massive jerk, its limbs stretching out, clawed fingers and toes digging furrows into the tangled roots that made up the floor of the empty tree, then relaxed. Sarah stood still for a moment, staring down at the dead thing, then raised one booted foot. Bracing it against one of the Biloko's teeth, carefully avoiding the legs of its last victim, she jerked her dagger out. She stepped back, away from the pooling blood, and wiped the weapon on her tabard. Wait. Jiri stared at the woman. The dark blood splashed across her armor was running off, unable, it seemed, to cling to the metal. It dripped and fell from her tabard, too, a steady shower of gore that left the paladin standing shining, clean, except for the spots of blood that marked her face. I forget. Jiri watched the woman wipe those spots away with her tabard. Arguing with her, being annoyed by her, deciding how I can use her. I can't let myself forget how dangerous she is. We might have questioned it. We can question one of the others, Sarah said. She sheathed her dagger and touched her palm to the golden sword embroidered on her tabard. Honor this woman with a prayer that she will recognize, but do it quickly. I don't want that trail to go cold. An hour later, the thin trail broke out of the jungle into the sun. In front of them stretched a wall of grass, its base rooted in water. A curtain of green, glowing with the sunlight that spilled down from overhead, it stretched who knew how far before them. The sloppy edge of a lake or a great, slow-moving river.
No,
Morvius said, slapping at the cloud of bugs that had whirled up from the water and now whined around them.
This is not a good idea.
Sarah didn't look at him. Can you still track them? Jiri crouched at the muddy edge, looking at the prints that sank into the thick mud, the broken stems. Maybe, but I shouldn't. She straightened up. Morvius is right. It's all mud and water in there, and we'll have no idea how deep. One of us, probably one of you in armor, will step in a hole and drown. Unless we get pulled under by a crocodile or bled out by giant leeches first.
Yep, not a good idea.
Morvius yawned again.
Well, this isn't the worst wild goose chase I've ever been on, but it's up there. Can we go back now?
Jiri watched Sarah tap her fingers on her sword hilt, considering what she wanted. These Boloko, Jiri had spent this morning following their tracks, and the knowledge that each clawed mark had been driven into the dirt partially by the weight of some swallowed victim made her gut twist. They worried her, too. Banding together like this wasn't like them. Usually they feared each other's hunger too much to work together. Whatever was driving them to do this made them dangerous, unpredictable, like a leopard gone rabid. They had taken that village so easily, and that bothered her too. And the burning, and... Jiri shoved her braids back away from her face. She had no idea if this attack was related to the thing that had destroyed 30 trees. This all might be a wild whatever it was chase, and she might be wasting her time while that thing found another caravan, another village, a city. I think we should. Jiri straightened up. They could have gone anywhere in there. Sarah glowered at the grass before her, clearly unhappy about giving up the hunt, and Jiri thought carefully about how she would argue with her if she wanted to keep going. But that argument never had time to happen. The spears were crude, sticks sharpened and fire-hardened, and small, but they hammered down from the trees behind them in a sudden, deadly rain. Jiri heard the clinking ring of them as they bounced off Sarah's armor, the more muted clatter as they struck and fell from the overlapping metal scales of Morvius's armor, the thin ripping sound as one tore through one of Lunaria's sleeves. She didn't hear the one that hit her leg. That one she felt, not as pain at first, but as a hard shove to her thigh, making her stumble and fall. The grass whipped around her, long sleeves slashing across her skin. Then she hit the shallow water. She saw the spear then, a branch barely stripped of its bark, the point of it buried deep in the muscle of her leg, a hand-span above her knee. With a grunt, she slapped it, and it fell easily away, but blood flowed fast from the wound, and the pain hit her, sudden and sickening. "You hit?" Lunaria had flung herself behind the vine-covered corpse of a tree that had fallen out of the forest into the grass, pressing into the mud to keep the rotting trunk between her and their ambushers. "Leg," Jiri said, clamping her hand over the wound. "It's not bad," she wanted to say, and she had seen so much worse in the years she had spent helping Oza treat the villagers of 30 trees. But she had never been stabbed before, and she had no experience with the pain, the shock of it. "Watch out!" Morvius shouted. The man had dropped his pack and now crouched beside Lunaria, but he was staring back at the jungle, and the next wave of spears arcing down at them. Jiri forgot her pain and rolled, twisting in the grass to hide from the falling spears. The bone fetishes of Oza's necklace dug into her chest as she flattened herself into the mud and water, and Jiri wished desperately that she had her teacher's power to bend her shape, to become a bird and fly, a fish and swim, to be anything but stuck bleeding and hurting in this muck while the spears splashed down around her. "It's those below things!" Sarah still stood in the open, but she had her shield out. "They're in the trees." "Really?" Morvius rolled his eyes at her. "I hadn't noticed. Why don't you invite them down?" "Why don't I?" Sarah said, and started forward, spears crashing like hail off the steel of her shield. In the grass and water, Jiri took her eyes off the paladin. She can distract them. Murmuring to the spirits, she laid her hands over the wound in her leg, pushing away the flies and mosquitoes that had swarmed in, attracted by the scent of blood. She felt the warm touch of the spirit's magic flowing through her as they answered her, and the pain in her leg faded to nothing. When she moved her hands, she found her skin whole, marked only by a little blood and a few wriggling leeches. Ignoring them, free of the pain's distraction, she searched the trees for their attackers. They clung to the low branches like red monkeys, 30 of them at least, their yellow eyes flashing, their bellies swollen from their hideous feast. They had run out of spears, except for the ones they kept in hand, so now they tried another weapon. Their mouths, too wide and crowded with teeth, opened. Thin lips pursed, and they began to whistle. The sound cut through the low roar of the insects that had been stirred into motion by the fight and the distant rumble of thunder. The high piping, so weird and beautiful, drilled into Jiri's head and tore at her reason. She half rose out of the cover of the long grass, ready to start stumbling forward, to go to the trees and lie down and shut her eyes and wait patiently for. Clear and sickening, the image came to her of that woman's body being slowly drawn into the maw of the Boloko Sarah had killed. Nauseous and furious, Jiri snapped out of the spell that the Boloko were whistling around her, not even noticing that the cloud of insects around her had pulled back, driven away by the waves of heat that crackled from her. Under the trees, Sarah stood, glaring up at the creatures, unaffected by their song. Lunaria had stood, but she hadn't moved forward, and the sorcerer's hands were clapped over her ears as she fought the magic woven into the Boloko's whistled music. Morvius was up and moving, his eyes glassy, spear dangling uselessly from his hand. Gods and crocodiles, Jiri swore. Bending, she scooped 2 handfuls of mud from the muck below her and charged out of the grass. She sprinted through tangles of vines and low brush, the plants bending out of her way. When she reached Morvius, she dodged around him and stopped, blocking his path. Seeing her but paying no attention to her, he tried to step around. But she stepped with him and slapped him with both hands, driving a handful of mud into each of his ears. Ow! Morvius stumbled back, his spear snapping up. What the? He blinked at Jiri, then at the trees stretching over them, their branches heavy with Boloko. Shit. Where's that throwing spear I gave you? Jiri blinked. I must have left it by the water. What? Morvius yelled, deaf, and Jiri just shook her head. Over them, she could see a Boloko give up on its whistling and pull back its spear. Not again, Jiri thought angrily, and flames flashed from her hand. The fire hit the Boloko, wrapping around it and ruining its throw. With a high-pitched shriek it fell from the branch, the tangles of vines and moss that grew from its skin instead of hair smoking, and crunched into the ground near them. It made a croaking noise, beating at the little flames that still crept across it, until Morvius slammed Scritch into its chest. That crunching blow silenced the Boloko, silenced them all. The mad piping notes of their voices stopped, and the air went empty. The sound of the approaching storm, the roar of the insects, the squawk and chatter of birds, all unable to fill the air the way that mad whistling had. In that strange hush-not-hush, pinned beneath the glaring yellow gaze of all the hanging Boloko, Jiri almost missed the question.
You feel it too, don't you? His fire flows in us both. Like wine, like acid, like magic.
On the branches above, one of the Boloko shifted. Leaves wrapped its body, covering some of its crimson skin. But on its face, its hands, everywhere the red still showed, there were marks. Burns, long broken blisters that wept dark fluid. Brands that twisted into the rough approximation of symbols. Marks that teased Jiri with their almost familiarity.
He marked you like me.
The branded Boloko's lips twisted, making the words, and its voice was shrill and weird, inhuman. But the words were Jiri's language, if strangely accented.
Marked you inside. That's where he starts, at the center. Then he burns out, out, and you go to ash there first. Ash in your center."
The thing's skin began to glow, sparks dancing across the marks burned into the too big mask of its face.
"Burns your soul, wherever it is, sealed in wood or iron or flesh. He burns you."
The Biloko's words rose and became a shriek, a clashing chain of noise that Jiri recognized as a spell. The branded Biloko hurled something small at them, something that gleamed like a bright ember in the dark shadows of the trees. Jiri stared at it, time seeming to slow around her so that she could see that ember flying toward her, see Morvius trying to throw himself to the side, his curse drawn out long, see Sarah trying to move, trying to get in front of her with her shield up, but not moving fast enough. Then, behind her, she heard the whisper of another spell complete. Lenaria's spell whipped by Jiri's ear, a piece of light the color of stars, and suddenly Jiri's perception slammed back to normal and she could barely make out the rest. Red ember and white smashed into each other and burst in front of her. Two spheres blew outward, one red and gold, one white and blue. The colors rolled over each other, clashing and warring, mixing and devouring one another. Jiri felt heat, then cold, felt them both, and then felt nothing but wet as fire and ice smashed together and became an explosion of water dropping out of the air in a sudden deluge. Jiri slapped the water from her eyes and looked up. The Biloko snarled down at her, the crude symbols branded in its skin pulsing with heat, steam rolling off them.
"No,"
it growled.
"Your magic won't take me. I won't let you seal me in that carved prison again, chained by spells, buried with that thing, burning, burning. I won't."
It raised its claw and hissed out the same incantation, and Jiri moved this time, sliding behind Sarah's metal-wrapped back. But her eyes were on the Biloko. Caught by the thing she could see clutched in its other hand, the hand not hurling fire and flame at her. Lenaria spoke again, and blue, white, red, gold smashed through the air, deadly heat and killing cold dancing across Jiri's skin, and then gone, leaving only warm water to splash down over her once more as the elements canceled each other out. The Biloko shrieked, a shrill spike of angry noise that echoed off the trees. Jiri could see the creature, hazy through the steam, waving its thin arms, could almost see the thing it held. Then the other Biloko were moving, leaping from their branches, swinging down toward the adventurers like a troop of giant-mouthed monkeys, teeth flashing and spears clutched tight. Jiri reached for the spirits, pulling their magic to her without thinking, calling to the same green souls that had let her slip so easily through stem and branch and vine, asking that the boon they granted her be twisted into a curse for her enemies. The spirits heard and answered. Vines twisted like serpents, lashing around the clawed red hands that held them, grabbing wrists and legs, spears and necks. Branches shifted, caught, and great broad leaves wrapped around falling Biloko like green mockeries of the always hungry creature's hideous mouths. Only a handful of Biloko made it through the writhing screen of clutching vegetation to land on the jungle floor. The second their claws hit, Morvius was moving. The fighter had been crouched, half behind a tree, but now he hurled himself out, racing into the fray. He punched his spear into the chest of one of the creatures, picking it up and shoving it back. Its whistling shriek ended in a crunch as it slammed into the trunk of a tree. Like water pouring through rocks, Morvius kept moving. He spun away from the Biloko he had just pinned to the tree, using the momentum of his whole body to pull Scritch out, and sweeping it in a great killing arc, the blood-colored blade tearing across the face of another Biloko, biting through flesh, breaking bone, tearing out an eye. Only a little slower, Sarah charged forward the moment she could reach her attackers. Her shining shield smashed one of the Boloko's spears and crashed into the creature's face, breaking its teeth and sending it sprawling. The paladin kept moving, boots stomping across her fallen foe as she engaged another, her sword rising. Her shout of, "Iomade!" blended with the tearing gristle crunch of her sword through the next Boloko's shoulder and into its chest. Over their battle, bright darts tore through the air, streaking from Lenaria's hands. They curved through the air like white wasps, each one finding one of the tangled Boloko. Where they struck and stung, the creatures screamed or else stopped their frantic, thrashing attempts at escape and hung limp. Everything was chaos and violence, pulling Jiri's attention in 1,000 directions, but she forced herself to focus, to stare up through the writhing, gnashing forms of the Boloko above her and find the branded one, the one that had shrieked at her. There. No, there. She could see it, the long grass that grew behind its pointed ears brown and charred, the symbols glowing dull in its flesh. The Boloko was on the run, throwing itself from branch to branch, fleeing. Shouting at Lenaria, trying to get her to throw her magic at it, Jiri reached out to the spirits and... wham! Jiri hit the ground, ribs bouncing painfully off the ridge of a raised root. She flipped herself over and saw the Boloko that had fallen onto her. A chunk of vine still writhed around its leg, its end cut by the heavy blade of the machete that the hideously grinning creature held. Stolen from the village. The thought was strangely calm as the Boloko raised the weapon, preparing to throw itself at her. Jiri's fear slapped out, desperate to keep the thing away, and fire leapt from her hand. The flames flew past the Boloko, though, singeing the vines that covered its head, but not slowing it, not stopping it as the machete fell. Jiri's fire had missed, but the heat of those flames had made the Boloko flinch. The cutting blade slammed down beside Jiri's ankle, digging into the dirt. She could see the thin muscles of the Boloko bunch beneath its crimson skin as it jerked the machete back up. See it moving forward at her, teeth gleaming as its mouth stretched open wider and wider. Jiri, weaponless, scrambled back. She shoved her foot into the Boloko's chin, trying to keep that gaping maw away from her, and from her mouth poured a gasping prayer for help. The spirits answered. Jiri saw it flash by, a blur of green and white leaping over her. It hit the Boloko and sent it sprawling, then crouched before her, a frog almost as big as Morvius. It rumbled, gold eyes watching as the Boloko pushed itself up and screeched. Then its tongue flicked out. Like a great red vine, it whipped around the Boloko, catching it and jerking it off its feet. One pull, and the Boloko was almost gone. Just one clawed foot projecting from the frog's wide mouth, and the amphibian raised the long toes of its forefoot and tucked the last bit in. It blinked once, spat out the machete, and gave another low rumble. "See how you like it," Jiri said as she pulled herself up and grabbed the slimy machete handle, looking around. The Boloko were breaking. The ones that could, running into the trees or the tall grass. The ones still caught in vines or leaves were thrashing desperately, trying to escape. There was no sign of the branded Boloko. Jiri looked at the giant frog beside her, saw her muddy face reflected in its giant, hungry eyes. "My thanks," she said. "Now eat while you can." The frog blinked at her, then turned and leapt into the air, catching a tangled Boloko in its mouth. It leapt again and caught another, landed, swallowed loudly, and leapt, and in mid-leap faded, the vibrant green of its skin blending in with the leaves, vanishing, gone. "Ah," Morvius said, wiping his spear blade clean with a wide leaf. "I could have watched that all day." Chapter 10. Return to the Pyre.
I take your point, girl, about the armor. I don't wear it when I don't have to.
Morvius had his armor off now, and sat clad only in his sweaty smallclothes on the edge of the ruined village of Pakala. He was working at the steel, fixing one of the overlapping scales that had been driven almost off by a Biloko spear.
But I'd like to think my point about usually not having time to put it on when you need it has been made.
He pointed to where the spear had dug into Jiri's leg. That spot was unmarked now, but Jiri could feel the ghost of the pain that had been there. Yes, it would have been better to have had something between her skin and that fire-hardened point. But when I fell in the water, it might not have helped so much.
Shallow water,
Morvius said. He finished his repair, and without even looking at her, cut off her reply.
And yes, the water's not always shallow. I said I saw your point. Anyway,
he set down his armor and looked up at her.
You should be doing push-ups.
Push-ups? Jiri finally looked over at him. She had been watching the survivors of Pakala, the ones who had fled the raid last night and hidden in the trees. When they had come back, these people were wandering the town, dumb with grief and shock. Jiri and Lunaria had talked to them, told them that the Biloko were gone, that many of them had been killed, that they would probably not return. Probably. The villagers' raw grief tore at the thin scab of anger and purpose that lay over Jiri's spirit, separating her from despair. Talking about stupid things with Morvius eased her, strangely. His ridiculousness was distracting.
Push-ups.
Morvius dropped face first to the ground, then pushed himself up, using only his arms. He did a few, big muscles shifting in his arms and broad shoulders, rippling under the surprising amount of hair that grew on his chest and belly. Why would I do those? Morvius stood up, his skin marked with the mud his sweat had made from the dirt.
When I was a child, training, if I dropped my spear, my grandfather would make me do 1,000 of those. Then we would spar, and he would always knock my spear from my hands again. Then he'd make me do more push-ups, until I couldn't move. Then he'd piss on me. Oh, Gramps. Uglier than a dwarven succubus, and twice as mean.
Gods, you're not telling her stories about your family, are you? Hasn't she been through enough? Lunaria walked over to them, Sarah trailing behind. The paladin had stripped out of her armor and the undercoat beneath and wore just a thin cotton shirt and the tight pants that the northerners called hose. Unlike her armor, these clothes didn't shed dirt, and the white of them was filthy. When they had gotten back to the village, the paladin had found a digging stick and made a grave for the burned bodies she had found. While she worked, Jiri had gone back for the body of the woman they had found in the empty tree and brought it back, wrapped in cloth. Sarah had nodded and dug the grave wider. Jiri had watched her, wondering what went on behind those dark eyes. The burial's done, and the shaman from the village down the trail has gathered all the survivors up. She says she'll take them there, give them shelter. Lunaria watched Morvius pull on the worn leather of his pants as she spoke, but Jiri knew those words were meant for her. The white-haired woman hadn't questioned her when Jiri had said that she didn't want to be there when that other shaman spoke. "So what do we do now?" Lunaria said.
Back to Kibwe, right?
Morvius jerked the sweat-stained cotton of his shirt over his head.
By Asmodeus's balls, I could use a drink.
No. Sarah had stepped behind the rough log walls of a goat pen, and Jiri could see her arms raising and lowering as the paladin changed her underclothes. When she stepped back out, she was pulling her heavy undercoat into place, the strange cords and hooks that held her armor to it rattling against each other. "If we start now, we should reach the girls' old village only a little after sundown."
What?
Morvius had his arms in his scale armor, ready to pull it over his head, but he stopped to stare at the short-haired woman.
Why, by all the good-looking gods, would we go back there?
Because we haven't found what I hunt, Spearman, which is what I'm paying you to do.
Sarah began to pull the metal plates of her armor into place.
So we'll go back to where we saw it last, and we see if we can find it again. It, or its track, or some other clue as to where this fire demon might have gone to ground.
Some other clue. There had been no sign of the branded Biloko after the fight. It had vanished into the jungle with the others, taking its mysteries with it. The symbols branded in its skin, the same kind of symbols Jiri had seen carved into Kibwe's great walls, and the Mango Woman's base. The words the red-skinned creature had spoken, words of Jiri's language, if strangely accented. The thing it had held. That thing. A carving, Jiri thought. Dark wood, and something that had glittered like metal. She had barely seen it, but something about it. It was like the thing Patima stole from the pyre. It was a feeling, something that twisted in Jiri's guts. There was nothing certain about it, but it wouldn't leave her. That Biloko had been carrying something like what Patima had stolen. Its skin had been branded with the marks that were sacred to the ancients who had built the pyre long ago. And the things it had said to Jiri. His fire flows in us both. Jiri didn't know how yet, but that Biloko was caught up in this too. Whatever Patima had released from the pyre, its influence was spreading. Sarah's right, Jiri said. We have to go back to the pyre. To the place where the ancients had tried to bury their nightmares. The place where Oza had died. We need answers. We need to know what this thing is, what it wants, and what we need to do to stop it. Answers. Lenaria picked up her pack, pulled the long braid of her hair out of the way, and settled it into place. That Biloko with the magic. Did it give you any when it spoke to you? Jiri looked at Lenaria, wondering how much of the creature's speech she had understood. No. Only more questions. The half-elf stared at her, her strange blue eyes unreadable. Well, she said, as long as we're taking Sarah's coin, we go where she tells us.
And how long are we selling our pretty little asses to Mistress Holy Terror? Morvius settled his armor on with a jingling clank.
Until she runs out of coin. This stops being interesting. Or we burn, Lenaria said. Whichever comes first. Exhaustion was a gift sometimes. When they had stumbled again into the clearing that had once held 30 trees, Jiri's grief had come roaring back. She had stared at the empty dirt, the last mango tree, the Mango Woman, and felt the tears coming. Silent but unstoppable. Lenaria had seen them too, and had helped Jiri wordlessly into her blankets. There, thank all the spirits, sleep had gripped Jiri tighter than grief. Blinking awake, the grief wasn't gone, but Jiri's eyes were dry, and she had cast aside the thin cotton of her blanket, her skin blazing with heat. Her dreams had started with memories of 30 trees, so aching. But they had ended with demons, Biloko and flames, and her anger burned in her. Rage was a gift, too, sometimes. She sat up. Lenaria was sitting in the shade of the scorched mango tree, rebraiding her hair while she kept watch. Sarah was up, too, but she knelt silent in her armor, head bowed before her sword, praying to her goddess. Morvius still slept, wrapped snoring in his silk. Good morning, Lenaria said, and it sounded like a question. Good enough, Jiri answered, rising to her feet. Lenaria watched her, her hair shining in the flecks of sun that shone through the mango leaves. Sarah is hunting, Jiri said, keeping her words soft, not wanting to wake the man or break the paladin's meditations. She wants that thing's hide for her goddess. Morvius is here because she's paying him to be. And Kaloon, I suppose. And because he follows you. But why are you here? I'm getting paid twice, like Morvius. Lenaria smiled, just a little. 3 times, really, since I get to watch him be annoyed. And this thing, whatever it is, seems to deserve having its hide nailed to someone's wall. Don't those reasons suffice for me? They might, Jiri said, but it doesn't explain why you're trying to be my friend. And that is such a rare thing it surprises you. Jiri shifted uncomfortably. Her voice faltered. Ozo hadn't been a friend. He had been her teacher, her father, really, but that was different. Hadzi had been her lover, but had he been her friend? She'd thought so, before hearing his schemes. Boro? Maybe. Had anyone else in 30 Trees ever been her friend after fire had become so close to her? They respected me. They needed my magic, but they feared me. We're different in that way, Lenaria said. I used to have friends, lots of them, but then I lost them. She tied off her braid and dropped it behind her shoulder, her movements crisp like her words. I lost my friends, my home, my family, everything, all in one day, like you. Were they killed? Jiri asked. Lenaria looked away from her, the strange blue of her eyes cloudy. No, they betrayed me, all of them, all at once, and suddenly I was alone, and everything I had once had was gone. I would have been lost, probably, would have died. But someone helped me. Saved me. Morvius? Jiri looked at the snoring man. Lenaria snorted, and her eyes swung back, sharp again. No, it was someone else. Someone I can't repay, except by trying to help someone else. Someone who lost all their world all at once, the way she helped me. Now it was Jiri's turn to look away, to stare at the jungle around them with a tight throat and burning hands. I have no interest in being someone's charity, but gods and crocodiles, I need her help. I think I'm going to need every bit of help I can get. They were going back to the pyre today. Turning away from Lenaria and the others, Jiri walked toward the center of the burn, somewhere she could be alone, to speak to the spirits. At least she was used to asking them for help.
I'll come out when this bloody cloud of itching death goes away.
Jiri looked up from the slightly underripe mango she was peeling. Morvius still lay on the ground, wrapped in his silk covering, with Lenaria standing over him. It's just a few mosquitoes, the half-elf said, waving her hand at the cloud of insects. They're not even biting.
You? Between that sickly sweet elven blood mixed in your veins and that ice in your skin, they never bite you. Me, with my delicious, lusty warm-bloodedness, they bite.
You're such a baby, you know that? Lenaria sighed.
Baby?
Morvius muttered. He rolled in his blanket, cursing as he bumped over roots until he was in the sun. Then he unwrapped himself, stood and shook his cloth through the air, trying to scatter the cloud of bugs that had followed him. Lenaria snorted with laughter, then slapped at her arm. They do bite me sometimes, she said. Jiri put down her mango and dug through her bag, pulling out a little clay pot tightly stoppered. Fevergrass oil, she said, working out the stopper. She poured a little of the pungent stuff into her palm. We bought some of that in the market once, Lenaria said. It only worked a little. Did you take it to a shaman? The white-haired woman shook her head. How long have they been here and they don't even know that? Jiri bent her head over her palm, whispering to the spirits, and wove their little blessing into the oil. She dabbed a little on her wrists, ankles, and neck, then held out her palm to the half-elf. Lenaria watched the cloud of bugs that had been gathering around Jiri drift away, and smeared some of the oil on her fingers, applying it the same way Jiri had. How long does this last? All day, usually. Do you want to give some to Morvius? Lenaria looked over at him. I don't know. I kind of like watching him dance around in his small clothes. He has such a nice back. Is that why you took him for a lover? Lenaria shook her head, reaching out and swiping her fingers through the oil on Jiri's palm. No. It's because he's the only person I've met who's never lied to me. She smiled sadly at Jiri, then turned away. Mor, come here. Our shaman has found a way to keep you from smelling so bad. Jiri stood, hand still held out. I didn't lie to her. I just didn't tell her everything. Because she didn't want Sarah to hear what that Biloko had said. No, I didn't want anyone to hear. I'm not tainted. In Jiri's hand, the oil began to steam a little, hot in her palm. Clenching her teeth, Jiri reined in her anger and turned, heading toward where Sarah was getting into her armor. If she wanted to prove that, to believe it, she needed to keep her control, and to keep in mind what she was. Shaman. Healer and protector. Sarah, she said, you might want some of this. When they went beyond the mango woman, Jiri took the lead. She walked slow and silent, even though the leather of her armor made her feel awkward. Watching, listening, noting all the differences. A beetle buzzed past her, landed on one of the stunted trees and closed its iridescent armor over its wings. A tangled line of butterflies drifted past, and in a sunbeam a swarm of gnats danced. Somewhere above, birds flapped and chattered through the branches of the trees that were shedding their crumpled, dark leaves and sprouting better ones. Below their branches, the mud of the ground no longer steamed, and Jiri could see green shoots sprouting. The shallow pools around them were turning green too, the dark water filling with algae. Just a few days ago, that thing had flown free from the pyre, and already the jungle was pouring into the land it had claimed. I should feel happy. This was the triumph of the jungle, green and beautiful over destruction and death. It filled this terrible place with life, but Jiri could only think about what it meant. That thing was gone from the pyre, free, and the destruction it spread would no longer be limited to just this small, hidden corner of the jungle. It could spread, wider and wider until someone finally stopped it. Jiri gripped her spear tighter and kept moving forward until she could see the top of the pyre rising over the tortured trees that surrounded them. What is that? Morvius breathed the words, staring at the pool that surrounded the pyre's charred stone tower. The black mirror of the water had clouded since they were last here. Something drifted on the surface like a rough, dark carpet. It wasn't foam, like Jiri had seen collect in the still pools beneath rapids. It was too low and dark for that. It looked something like a mat of water weeds, but it was too dark for that too. And nothing like that could have grown here in just a few days. Remembering the stench of the demon and the slime that had risen from its body after it had fallen, she would be surprised if anything good grew here for a long time. I don't know, Jiri said. I can hit it with some ice. See what it does. Save that, Lenaria, Sarah whispered. We don't want to attract attention too soon if we don't have to. This from the person in the shiny armor who isn't bothering to hide behind a tree. Jiri shook her head, but she reached out to pick up a chunk of broken wood that lay beside the tree she crouched behind. Looking at the paladin, she held it up. The woman settled her shield and nodded. Morvius lifted Scritch before him, and Lenaria flexed her fingers, staring intently at the stain that spread across the water. Taking a breath, Jiri stepped out and tossed the branch into the water. The wood hit right before the mass. It splashed the water up and sent ripples across the black mirror. Those ripples stirred the carpet, and the mass began to move. It bristled as thousands of legs shifted. It went hazy as thousands of clear wings spread. Then it roared. Not like the roar of a beast challenged. This was a high, grating whine of wings beating, pulling 1,000 bodies up into the air, gray and red and black, where they churned like a thunderhead brought to earth. "Blood haze mosquitoes," Jiri said. They could be nothing else, but these were the size of small birds.
"I don't suppose your oil will drive these things off?" Morvius asked.
"I wouldn't count on it," Jiri said, just as the swarm shattered, roaring toward them. "Lunaria!" Jiri shouted and raised her hands. Fire burst from them, a swath of flames that cut through the swarm, sending smoking corpses crunching down. But the little gap her flames made filled in an instant. "Too close for the good stuff," Lunaria shouted over the roar. Her hands moved, and a white fan burst from them. Giant insects shattered from the cold of it, but not nearly enough. And then the cloud was on them. Jiri felt clawed legs scrabbling over the skin of her neck and hands and face, wings tangling in her braids, the sharp sting of a bite, then another, and another. She gritted her teeth, intensely aware that she must not open her mouth, and made herself concentrate on reaching out to the spirits. She could feel the magic flow, feel the call go out, but she could barely see anything but the jostling, hideous bodies that surrounded her. Morvius was a grunting shadow, swinging his spear in cutting arcs, the weapon little better than a blanket. The bright steel of Sarah's shield flashed through the gaps between the bugs when she swung it, smashing insects back while her other hand pulled away the ones that were wriggling against her neck, trying to shove their way under her armor. Lunaria was snapping out an incantation, and Jiri could see her weaving her hands through the cloud of swollen insects surrounding her. Then the sorcerer became much more visible. Flames whirled around her, blue and white, and the swollen insects that had been trying to land on her to feed dodged away. The ones that were too slow fell to the ground and shattered. Then the air grew even more crowded. They fell from the sky, brown, furry bodies and black wings, needle teeth flashing in red mouths. The cloud of bats smashed into the mosquito swarm, biting and tearing with all the simple fury that the spirits Jiri had called could push into them. Their leathery wings whipped around Jiri, driving the mosquitoes back, but only a little. There were simply too many of the insects, and each of them was almost as big as the bats that were attacking them. "We can't fight these things." Cupping a hand over her mouth, Jiri shouted, "Through the water! Into the pyre!" Charging forward, she crashed into the dark water. It washed around her, warmer than her blood, the mud beneath it pulling at her feet. She shoved her way deeper, feeling the water rise, pouring into her armor, catching her and slowing her as the swarm pursued, swirling around her head. She took a breath and ducked beneath the surface, almost dropping her spear as she reached up to jerk away the parasites that still clung to her head and neck. Her legs thrashed, half running, half swimming. Praying to all the spirits that she wasn't just spinning in circles beneath the murky water, she pulled herself forward until her shins slammed painfully into something hard. Lungs burning, Jiri shoved her feet down onto stone and muck and pushed herself up. Out of the water, and the pyre was there, rearing up right in front of her. Morvius already stood on the stones, breathing hard as he snatched bugs out of the air, crushed them and flung them down. There weren't so many here, and when Jiri turned, she could see that main part of the swarm still buzzing over the water behind her. Through the head-aching whine of their wings, she could hear splashing, could see the water moving where Sarah dragged her armor through it. The paladin must have been tall enough to keep her head above the water, because she was moving steadily forward, but Jiri couldn't see her. All she could see was Sarah's shield, raised like a steel roof over her head to ward the vicious insects away. Not far from her, the water seemed to smoke, white vapor pouring up from it. Through it and the swarm, Jiri could glimpse the shadows of arms moving, and she heard a brittle crunching noise and Lenaria's voice cursing. "Lenaria?" Jiri felt a mosquito latch onto the back of her neck and slapped it away, swung her spear, and cut it out of the air. It fell, spilling her stolen blood across the pyre's black rock. "Stay back," Lenaria warned. The swirling knot smoke came closer, and Jiri could see Lenaria standing up, her hands pulling clear shards of ice out of her white hair. The pale flames still surrounded her, and Jiri could feel a chill, even though the half-elf stood well over a spear length away. The swarm wasn't trying to feed from her. "Come," Jiri said. She crossed the slab of stone that had sealed the pyre for so long, then began to climb the rough stones, heading for the rock wound that was the pyre's door. She moved, but the swarm didn't follow. By the time she reached the spot where Lenaria's spell-wrought stone wall had once stood, all of the insects had circled away, leaving Jiri alone but covered in huge welts, a painful dimple in the center of each one, weeping a trickle of blood. Morvius was behind her, then Sarah. Lenaria came last, keeping her white flames between them and the swarm. While they made their way up the stones, the swarm pulled in, circling over the water until it had calmed. Then it landed, thousands of the insects resting lightly on the surface of the water, waiting. "I should freeze them all," Lenaria said. The half-elf had the fewest bites on her of any of them, but one sat next to her left eye, swelling it shut. "Save it," Morvius said. He had sat to pull off his boots, dumping out water and the broken corpse of one of the bugs. "They're not chasing after us, and we might need that magic later." Jiri eyed the settled insects, then forced herself to turn her back on them and face the pyre. The stones around them were covered in soot, and a dull heat radiated off them, as if they had been in the sun all day, even though they were in the shade. Life may be coming back to the area around this place, but it will be a long time before it comes near these stones, even life warped by feeding on what was left of that demon. "We have to take care of these bites," Jiri said, or tried to say. She had bites near her lips and on her cheek, and her face was so swollen she had trouble shaping the words. "The blood haze carry the sleeping sickness," she slurred. Sarah understood her, though, or at least understood why Jiri was digging through her bag, hunting for a salve that would help clean the wounds. "We don't have the time for that now," the paladin said, setting down her shield. She slid the steel and leather gauntlet off her hand. Jiri stared at her, wary, but didn't duck when Sarah reached out and pressed her palm against Jiri's forehead. The paladin's goddess hit her like a thunderclap. The immensity of the spirit staggered her, a vast force that burned out everything else around her, left her alone in a world of golden light. For a moment, or an eternity, Jiri stood balanced on a sword blade that stretched from one end of the sky to the other, and there were eyes on her. Eyes like Sarah's, judging eyes, but so much more. Eyes filled with knowledge and courage and wisdom and pain. Eyes that flicked across Jiri and knew her, from the depths of her soul up. Those eyes touched her, and Jiri wavered on the thin blade, trying to find her balance, her purpose. Then they were gone, the light whirling away, and in its diminishment, Jiri could see something tiny in the center of the goddess's power, something plain and small and ordinary in all that brilliant light. The soul of the human that goddess had once been, buried beneath all that divine power. She saw that, and she could breathe again. Jiri opened her eyes. She was sprawled on her back, the stones of the pyre hot against her palms. Sarah staring down at her. "What did you do to her?" Lenaria stepped forward, putting herself between Jiri and Sarah. "I asked my goddess to heal her wounds, and to cleanse her of the vermin's disease," Sarah said, still watching Jiri. "And she did." She did. Jiri could feel it. The burning itch that had been starting in her face gone. The skin of her face and neck back to normal, unswollen. "I'm fine, Lenaria. I just... Gods and crocodiles." Jiri smiled slightly as she realized what she'd just said. "Two things you don't want to surprise you." Jiri scrambled up, ignoring Sarah's staring. Does she have any idea what she's sworn herself to? It didn't matter. She needed this woman, and the vast spirit of righteous justice that pressed its power through her. "Heal the others if you can. I'll see what I can find here." Sarah watched her a little longer, then reached her hand out to Lenaria. Jiri, watching surreptitiously as she moved around the opening, melted into the stone wall they had tried to seal the pyre with, saw the others flinch when Sarah touched them, but they didn't react like she had. Do they just not feel her power? Or did Iomade pay some special attention to me? That thought didn't help anything, and Jiri pushed it away and focused on her search. Past its rough exterior, the pyre was obviously a made thing. The walls of the passage that started here were marked with thin lines, the almost invisible joints between huge stones. These stones formed the corridor that ran down into the stone. Unlike the outside, the stone in here was gray, not marked by char except for right at the end, where that thing had melted through Lenaria's stone wall. Jiri stepped back to the entrance and called to the spirits. When she felt their regard, so small and familiar, so different from the goddesses, she reached out and scooped a little bit of sunlight out of the air and fixed it to the tip of her spear. Its light was weak with the sun flashing off the water outside, but the stone throat of the passage stretched into darkness. The others were healed now, skin unmarked, unswollen, including Sarah.
"Well," Morvius said, "shall we see what's up for the rest of the day?"
Sooty ghosts of small, clawed feet marked the stone just beyond the entrance. Human-like, but inhuman, and so familiar. A biloko. Jiri knelt on the smooth stone floor, tracing one of the smudged marks. "How old?" Sarah asked. "I don't know." Jiri looked at the tracks, dark near the door but rapidly getting lighter. "Sometime in the last few days, obviously." "Did it leave?" Jiri stood. "I can't tell. It's just dust on stone here, and Patima and her friends stirred all that up. But I'm betting it did." "You think it might be the one we fought yesterday?" Sarah said. "The one that threw fire at us." "I think so. When it spoke to me—" Jiri trailed off. She stared down the stone passage, so dark and silent, its stones still warm. She didn't look at Sarah or Lenaria. "I thought I saw it holding something. Something that reminded me of the thing I saw Patima holding when she ran out of here."
"That thing you can't describe because you barely saw it? This other thing, that you think you maybe saw, it looked just like that?" Morvius snorted. "Are you holding out on us, runt, or are you an idiot?"
"I didn't see either clearly, but I had a feeling from both. A sense of power, of something dangerous, something alive. Call it idiocy if you want, but that's what I felt. And that's what I feel coming from down there." Jiri pointed her spear down the passage that slanted away in front of them.
Good. It's better if these evils share the same roots. It makes them easier to tear out.
Sarah settled her shield, dropped her hand to her hilt.
I'll take the lead now.
Jiri stared into the darkness. All her life, she had been warned to stay away from here. That disturbing whatever mistakes the ancestors had chosen to seal away was dangerous. To herself and all she loved. Warnings that had proven themselves true. But her ancestors' mistakes had already been released, hadn't they? Taken and carried away by Patima and the consortium so they could be traded for gold. You can, but I should. There's something here, but it isn't the thing that destroyed 30 trees. Whatever that was, it's moved on, and we're here to find its track. Jiri looked at the paladin. I'm your tracker, aren't I? You are. Sarah pulled her sword, the scrape of its steel loud in the stone passage. So you can lead. But I can fight. So you should be ready to get out of the way. Morvius, you watch our rear. Don't say it, Lenaria said, falling in behind the paladin. In a line they started down, boots and sandals scraping against the dust and stone, obliterating the last few faded marks of the Boloko. The passage curved more and more as it dropped, circling in on itself. Jiri thought they must be below the level of the pool outside, but the walls stayed dry, the almost invisible seams between the great blocks free of moisture. There were symbols carved into each block, line after line of charms chiseled into the stone. They were echoes of the symbols that Jiri had run her fingers over on the walls of Kibwe, the marks of her ancestors' lost arcane alphabet, and she could feel the magic that they had once spelled out into these stones. Spells of strength, of confinement, of concealment, ancient charms that had once kept this place secret and sealed. Charms whose magic had long ago fallen apart into dust and ash. Age and heat had broken them. Centuries had rolled over these stones, and entropy had taken its bite, breaking the careful pattern of charm and spell. That, Jiri could understand. But the heat, it was in every stone, like the last ghost of a conflagration, and somehow it had consumed most of the magic that had been woven into the stones, left it gray and broken. The heat was breaking her companions, too.
All the gods damn me, Morvius cursed. This isn't a ruin, it's an oven.
The fighter had stopped, leaning over. His face had turned red, and sweat ran like rivers through his dark hair. Jiri wiped her own damp braids out of her face and set down her spear. Stepping past Sarah, whose prayers kept her cool as ever beneath her metal and leather, and Lenaria, sweaty too, but not so red, Jiri went to Morvius. I was saving this for myself in case I needed it. But since Boloko red isn't a normal color for you, I think you need it more. Jiri whispered to her spirits and felt a breath of coolness gather in her hand. Then it was gone, wrapping itself around the tall man. Morvius immediately heaved a great sigh of relief and straightened.
Now that's useful magic, he said. Why can't you do that, Lenaria?
I can. The cool comes all at once, though, and you'll have pieces breaking off after. The half-elf raised her hand and held it close to the warm stone. This heat isn't volcanic. It's not natural. Are you sure that thing isn't down there? Sure? How am I supposed to be sure about any of this? Jiri didn't let her doubts into her answer. It's not. But it smoldered here a long time, and the stones remember. Down the corridor, Sarah started moving forward again. Let's see if they remember anything else besides heat. Jiri rubbed the sweat from her eyes, cursed the chafing heat of her armor, and hurried after, pausing only long enough to scoop up her spear. By the time she slipped past the paladin, the corridor had taken its last curve. Beyond it, Jiri's pale light revealed two statues of dark soapstone, a man and a woman standing before a wall of stone. Their hands were raised, and Jiri saw the same command carved into them that the mango woman had. Stop. Go no further. Forbidden. Between the statues, the stone wall had been broken. Large blocks shifted out of place, leaving a low, narrow gap to what lay beyond. Jiri stared at that gap for a long time, her ears straining to hear anything. Silence and nothing. Nothing and silence. When Sarah shifted behind her, impatient to move, the creak of her armor sounded like a shriek. Jiri held up her hand and crept forward. From the sound of it, Sarah waited only a moment before following. The gap was just 3 blocks, broken and hauled out of the wall. But Jiri could see the cracks running through the stones that still made up the wall, wide black veins that disappeared into the ceiling. The consortium team had smashed something low into this wall until they had broken 1 block enough to haul it out, then taken 2 more. This close to the gap, Jiri thought she could feel the last weak remnants of the old magic of the symbols still crackling, broken with the stone carvings that had channeled it. Ignoring the ant-like tickle of its touch, she pushed her spear forward through the gap. A room stretched beyond, large and circular, an empty pocket beneath a shallow domed ceiling. Sliding carefully through the gap, Jiri held up her spear, throwing light across it. The stone walls here were not covered with symbols. They were a jungle and a city. Stone trees stretched up the walls, their branches and leaves tangling over the dome. Behind their trunks were the carved walls of a city. Symbols were etched into those walls, tiny and intricate, and over them rose towers and rooftops. The walls pulled at Jiri's attention, but she forced herself to stare out across the room at the debris that littered the polished granite of the floor. Stone carnage covered everything. Pieces of onyx, granite, and soapstone lay everywhere. Some the size of her head, others chips of gravel. The bigger pieces still held onto the shapes of their carvings. There was a hand, fingers and thumb curled around a piece of a spear, the smooth lines of a man's chest, and part of his belly, the lower part of a leg and a foot, missing its toes, the feathered edge of a wing, a snarling, tooth-lined jaw, a snake's head, mouth gaping, fangs and forked tongue broken. Statues, Jiri thought. What's left of them? There were 4 short plinths standing over the debris, empty, low pillars that reminded Jiri of the taller ones that held the statues high in Kibwe. Each of them stood before an arch that had been carved into the wall, a stylized city gate like the one Jiri had come through, and which her companions were slipping through.
Looks like Corian and company didn't like the art, Morvius said, rolling a broken head over. It had a man's face, but instead of a nose and mouth, it bore a hooked beak.
I think the art didn't like them, Lenaria said.
Golems?
Morvius stared around the room, as if expecting the stone fragments to begin moving. Lots of them, Lenaria said. Besides the 4 plinths, there were empty spaces in the carved walls. Among the tree branches and vines that rose up the walls and covered the ceilings, there were gaps, niches of smooth stone shaped like the shadows of the animals that had been carved there once. Monkeys and parrots, jaguars and eagles, a crowd of empty spaces. Lenaria bent and picked up a broken piece of stone, an eye and part of an ear, and whispered a spell over it, wrapping light around it. That cool blue light blended with the gold of Jiri's and brightened the room. Now Jiri could read the marks of the fight that had happened here. Dark scorches marred the walls and ceiling, and in one spot the stone floor was pitted and etched, as if with acid. Sliding aside a stone leopard paw, Jiri found a dagger, small and wickedly sharp, its point bent as if it had been thrown into a stone wall, or stone body. Nearby, there were dark spots on the floor, rust-brown spots that led to a wide, dry stain. Jiri found a handprint smeared beside it, small as a child's. "I think Mickey got hurt here," she said.
"Too bad she wasn't killed," Morvius said. "Even Amira wouldn't resurrect her scrawny ass."
"She should have been killed, though. They all should have." Sarah kicked one of the stone chunks across the room. It hit the wall with a crunch and shattered into dust and gravel. "One of my instructors told me of a fight he had with a stone golem. It almost killed him, and did kill 2 clerics and another paladin. He described the thing as deadly, not brittle. It's the heat." Jiri touched one of the trees on the wall, and the stone powdered beneath her fingertips, like ash. "All the enchantments woven through the walls, in what's left of these statues, they're crumbling like the stone." "I feel it too," Lenaria said. "Layers of spells. This place should be impossible to find, much less get into. But the magic has faded." "Not faded." Jiri rubbed her fingers against her armor, trying to clean them. "The magic's been consumed from the inside, turned into nothing but heat and ash. Something here, something that was here, burned it all. So we learn a little, but not enough. Let's keep moving." Sarah cut across the room, the broken pieces of the golems crunching like pumice beneath her boot heels. "Bring some light," she ordered, standing in the dark arch to the right of the one they had came through. Jiri frowned but went over to her, bringing her light-tipped spear. "It's blocked," Sarah said. A wall of stone rose in front of them, filling the passage. There were marks on it and around it, scrapes and scratches in the symbol-etched stone. But they were shallow.
"They didn't get through here."
Morvius stepped up to the wall with them, giving it an experimental and ineffective shove.
"So if there was anything they didn't clean out—"
"Treasure hunt on your own time, Morvius," Sarah said. "I want to see what they did get into." The paladin turned and headed for the archway that lay opposite the one they had entered the room through. Jiri paused, not happy that she was following, and not exactly sure how she felt about agreeing with Sarah. She gave up and followed, wanting to see what was in the next room, even though the idea that there was something down here, something alive in the heat with them, kept pulling at her thoughts. They broke through this one. Sarah's good at speaking the obvious. Through the archway beyond the paladin, Jiri could see a hole in the wall where one of the tightly fitted stones had been broken and pulled out. It left a gap just large enough for someone to crawl through. Jiri crouched down to look through the hole, and Sarah knelt beside her. Her armored presence both reassuring and unnerving. "Do you see anything?" Sarah asked. "Shadows, stone, and something that might be metal." Jiri squinted at the gleaming reflection, but she couldn't tell what the thing was, other than shiny. "Give me your spear. I'll push it through, then go in. You'll follow." Jiri felt her grip on her spear tighten, felt the heat around her grow a little, but she reined in her anger. If I'm going to use this woman, then I might as well use her. She handed her spear over, and Sarah slid it through the hole, sending its light into the other room. The paladin then slung her shield onto her back and started to crawl through the hole, her sword in front of her. Jiri watched her go, her empty hands ready to flash with fire.
10 gold if you goose her, Morvius whispered behind her, and Jiri's whole body flinched.
She didn't bother to look back, though. She could hear Lenaria growl softly, and the jingle as the half-elf hit the man's armor. Hear Morvius's muttered protest. In front of her, Sarah was through, and the light shifted in the other room as the paladin picked up Jiri's spear. "Jiri!" she called. and this time Jiri didn't care that she was being summoned. She crawled through the hole and found herself in a broad, square room, its sides arranged like terraces, marching up in a series of ledges to the high ceiling. A long stone block filled most of the floor, its top smooth as a table. That table, and all the terraces that climbed like shelves around it, were crowded with figures. Men, women, animals, plants, spirits, each carved in exquisite detail in ebony and mahogany, ironwood and teak, the wood inlaid with ivory and turquoise and obsidian. Every one was different, but the little figures shared one thing. Each had a spike of iron through it, the dull gray metal gleaming without rust in the light from Jiri's spear. Oh, ancestors, Jiri breathed, staring at the carvings. Her skin and soul shivered, and she felt that touch, that sense of something alive, aware, watching her. Their Kindi. Chapter 11. Kindi. Don't touch them, Jiri breathed. Why didn't I think of this? I should have guessed. She stared at the carvings, still beneath their thin coating of dust, and their eyes all seemed to stare back. Don't move. Tearing herself away from the Kindi, Jiri examined the floor. The dust was scuffed with tracks, too disturbed to decipher. Kindi? Sarah held the spear up, raising the light. What does that mean? Jiri bit her lip. I should never have named them. She shouldn't have, but the shock of realizing what these things must be had unnerved her. Years ago, she had made that promise to Oza, when the stories he taught her had touched on these dangerous little carvings, promised him to never speak of them to the other children of the village, promised him to never even breathe their name in Kibwe, where foreign ears might hear it. Jiri didn't answer Sarah, taking a careful step forward instead, moving around the table. She kept to the center of the aisle, as far as possible from the figures that surrounded her. The way the shadows shifted when the paladin moved the light behind her made Jiri's skin crawl. It was far too easy to imagine that the carvings were moving, turning their heads to track her as she walked by. What's what mean? Lenaria slipped through the hole and stood, looking around. There was a sound behind her, and she called back, It's not treasure. It's just a bunch of little wooden carvings. No, stay there and watch our backs. I don't want anything trying to seal us in here. Just little wooden carvings. Jiri kept moving around the table. How many? 1,000? So many pieces of so many souls. Oza never said they made so many. He said they destroyed them. Don't touch anything, she said to Lenaria. Then she saw it. A gap in the neat rows of figures along the edge of the great stone table. Just a little space of disturbed dust. On one side was a carved ebony woman clutching a malachite child and an iron arrow. On the other, a mahogany lion curled around itself, an iron thorn piercing its paw. Jiri bent over, careful to keep her distance from those figures and all the others, and examined the empty spot. In its center she could see a mark that resembled a few links of chain carved into the stone. The carving must have stood on that symbol. Holding her breath so that she didn't disturb the dust, Jiri found something else. The mark of fingers on the table edge, as if something had rested its hand here. Something small as a child, but with claws. The Biloko took this one, she said, barely aware that she was speaking out loud. Jiri, what are these things? Sarah's question was a command, and Jiri straightened. Dangerous, she said. Step out of here, and I'll tell you why. They were magic. I could feel that. Some mix of divination and necromancy, illusion and enchantment. In the domed room of broken statues, Lenaria folded her arms, staring at Jiri. Strong magic. Necromancy. Sarah said the word with disgust. I didn't have nearly enough time to examine them all, but none of them felt evil to me. Evil? I don't know what you or your goddess think evil is, but Kindi. Jiri could think better out here, without all those eyes on her, staring at her. But her mouth still felt dry, her throat tight with fear. From what little I know, they're not evil, but they can be dangerous. Jiri, Lenaria's voice cut her off. What are they? Jiri took a breath and pulled her thoughts together. They're a kind of fetish. A made thing that has had a spirit bound to it. Her hand rose and touched the bone carvings that hung from the chain around her neck. Like this. Each of these charms is carved from the bone of the animal that it represents. Each has a little piece of that animal's spirit attached. Kindi are like that. Like that. Jiri couldn't look at Lenaria. She stared at the carved walls around her. Guilt and anger rolling through her. You made me promise, Oza, not to talk about them. Too dangerous, you said, but you also said they were all gone. They're not, and I think Fatima has one. Fetishes. Kindi. Sarah's mouth twisted around the words as if they left a bad taste. How are they dangerous? What can they do? Nothing if you don't touch them, Jiri said. If you do, if you call out their spirits, then... Jiri shook her head. Then I don't know. Many different things could happen, good or bad, depending on what's bound inside. You could get pulled into the spirit's dreams and be lost, or it might take you over, or escape and turn on you. Is that what happened? Sarah asked. Did Fatima or Corianne or one of those others touch one of these Kindi and set that fire thing free? I think... Jiri cut herself off. I've said too much already, and not enough. I think we shouldn't stand around in here, guessing.
Really? Seems like that's mostly what we do now,
Morvius said. Jiri ignored him and took her spear over to the last arch. The stone blocks that had once filled it were broken, shattered into gravel. Only the ragged edge of one remained, sitting on one side of the archway. When Jiri touched it with the butt of her spear, it crumbled into dust. The stone here is falling apart, Lenaria said. The half-elf stepped back, staring up at the ceiling. There are cracks spreading from this, across the walls and up the dome. Jiri looked down the dark hall, which twisted and dropped, just like the passage that had led them to this room. Another dark throat, and it breathed, a current of air flowing up it, hotter than the stones around them. That was where they kept it sealed away. I have to go down there. I have to... For a moment, the room swam in front of Jiri, the trees in the jungle shifting, the distant carved buildings moving as if seen through shining curtains of heat. I need to get out of this armor. Her hands moved, and she jerked the leather off, breathed deep as it came free, and the hot, dry wind blew across the sweat-soaked cotton of her mudcloth. She dropped the leather, not bothering to pack it. I'm going down there. You're having trouble standing, Lenaria said, and that tunnel looks like it might collapse. I'll be fine. Jiri pulled out her water skin and took a long drink. I need to see what's down there. So do I, Sarah said. She eyed the ceiling. Lenaria, you and Morvius stay here. If there's a collapse, you can dig us out. Lenaria folded her arms, thinking about it, but she eventually nodded, her long white hair dripping sweat. I don't like splitting up, but if that ceiling does fall, you'll need someone to save you.
Save them? Morvius asked. Those rocks fall. They're likely dead.
You'll pull us out, Sarah said, dead or alive, because Lenaria has said she will, and because you have some idea of the value of my armor. The paladin looked to Jiri. Let's go. There's no way you would let me do this alone, is there? Jiri took one last long pull of water, then picked up her spear. Before her, the passage breathed out its heat like a sleeping dragon. Right now, though, I can live with that. Let's go, she said, and started down the tunnel. The tunnel made 3 full circles, getting gradually steeper. Notches were carved into the floor like crude steps, and they were the only things that kept Jiri and Sarah from sliding down like morsels of meat bound for some hellish gullet. By the end, they were both struggling, Jiri climbing down cautiously, with sweat-slick fingers and toes, Sarah clumsier in her armor and boots. Finally, the steep slant of the floor evened out, the stone hall opening into a small alcove. There was another opening here, where one last wall had once cut this place off from the outside world. That wall was just a pile of dust on the floor now, and as Jiri wiped the stinging sweat away from her eyes, she wondered if it had been like that when the consortium raiders had broken in, or if it had still been standing, a seemingly mighty wall of stone that had broken into dust at a touch. Doesn't matter, she thought, watching as the wind pulled the dust up into the air like gray flames. Doesn't... She trailed off. Hot, she mumbled, and a hand touched her shoulder, pressed a water skin against her lips. She drank. When it went away, she blinked, and there was Sarah, her sharp eyes staring at her. You don't know anything about me, Jiri breathed over heat-cracked lips. About Oza or Hadzi or my village, or all those that died. You just want a dog to lead your hunt. Does it matter? Sarah asked. No. Yes. Jiri reached out and took the paladin's water skin, lifted it, and drained it. Does it matter to you if your goddess thinks the same of you? No, said Sarah. Then, yes. Jiri handed back the skin and shook her head. The world wavered around her, but she pulled it back together piece by piece. She was buried in the pyre, almost in the heart of it, surrounded by heat. She wouldn't fall. Turning her back on Sarah, Jiri entered the final room. Beyond the dust, another passage stretched. It was different from the ones they had traveled before, narrow and tight, and her light gleamed off the dark stone. This wasn't carefully cut granite. It was obsidian, and the images cut into those black slabs had edges sharp as knives. Jiri walked between those walls, razor edges looming like threats on either side of her, and stared at the carvings. It was a city again, and a jungle, like before but different. This city's towers burned, spires wrapped in ebony flames. Its walls were broken, and through them, Jiri could see figures running. They were tiny and dark, but their maker had somehow gifted them with such a sense of terror that Jiri had to look away. The jungle offered no comfort, though. In the twisting stone branches, things were hidden, not quite human, not quite animal. Clawed, thick-fingered hands clutched at the branches, and through broad leaves Jiri glimpsed faces that might have been apes, but their black eyes blazed with a focused hate that no animal could contain. Jiri tore her eyes away from those snarling faces and made herself keep moving, until the narrow walls pulled back and she stood, staring into the pyre's burning heart. The heat here was immense, a crackling, blazing beast that ate Jiri's breath, made her choke and dried her eyes. It came from the floor, a circle of black and gray soapstone intricately carved with symbols. Blinking and half-stupid with the heat, Jiri couldn't understand them, but she felt the prickly touch of broken magic sizzling in the heat. Around her, the obsidian walls rose up and up until they came together, making a point somewhere high above. Up there, set in that dark, glossy stone, diamonds sparkled like stars. Closer to the floor, the carved city still covered the walls. It was truly lost in its burning now, its buildings bursting, its towers falling, the ground itself opening up to spill fire through its black streets. The carvings told a story of smoke and flame, of a city collapsing more and more as it marched around the wall. By the time it reached the other side, opposite the arch where Jiri stood, there was nothing left but smoke and ash rising up, and those swirling clouds twisted together to make a sculpture, an obsidian statue that stretched high up the wall. It was a man with great black wings of smoke and flame, his face twisted into something horrible, an expression that might be agony or delight, suffering or triumph. Jiri looked up at those clenched teeth, the narrow eyes, and the wings of the statue seemed to flicker and swirl. It was terrible and beautiful, and Jiri felt fire curling through her, felt the magic of it, so rich, so potent, so destructive. "That's it, isn't it?" Sarah's voice, harsh with heat, cut through the rippling air. "That's the thing that destroyed your village? 30 trees." The name felt meaningless, but there were sensations buried in its syllables, love and shame, and Jiri took a gasping breath of the hot air and wrenched her eyes away from that terrible face. She slipped a little as she did, stepped forward and caught herself, her toes touching the soapstone floor, and she felt pain jolt through her as the calluses on them began to burn. She jerked her foot back, the hurt clearing her head. "It is," Jiri rasped. She looked at the statue, avoiding its dark eyes, and found the hands cupped before its belly, as if it had held something once. That's where it was. The kindi that Fatima stole. Did she know what she was unleashing? Jiri blinked at the room around her, her eyes too dry. She had to guess. It's not like the ancestors were being subtle here. "Step aside." The paladin was moving forward, her sword raised. "I want a closer look. And I have boots." Jiri hesitated. Fatima might have stolen the kindi from this place, but it still felt dangerous, crackling with heat and magic. But Sarah was moving past her, and Jiri had to step carefully, trying not to touch the burning floor before her or the sharp walls beside her. Sarah stepped out into the room. Her boots began to smoke, and for the first time Jiri saw sweat appear on the paladin's face, tiny drops rolling from her short hair down beneath the metal collar of her armor. The magic that had been bound into the stone of the floor and the walls sputtered and sparked against Jiri's soul, but nothing came together. Nothing did anything. Age and heat had stripped the purpose away from these carved curses and charms. Still, Jiri stared at them, watching. And that was how she spotted it. A kindi the size of her hand, standing in a little niche in the wall not far from the door, its dark wood blending in with the stone. A man, holding a spear, and standing in a gate, one of the few pieces of the carved city depicted as still whole. Like some last guardian standing alone against the wings of destruction that were closing around it. Jiri glanced at Sarah. The paladin stood before the statue, staring up at it as if memorizing its features. Moving quickly and quietly, Jiri slipped her pack from her back and set the leather bag on the hot soapstone. Taking a deep breath, she stepped out into the room. Jiri felt the heat of the floor through her bag, but she wasn't burning. Not yet. And she scooped up the little carving, and almost dropped it when pain seared across her palm. Locking her teeth against a startled cry, Jiri shifted her grip but held on to the kindi and stepped back. Off the burning floor, she made herself pull her pack back before looking down at the little figure. The spear. That had been the thing that burned her when she picked it up, that spike of hot metal. I almost cut myself on it. Almost did what I was warning Sarah and Lenaria not to do. But she hadn't. And now she held the little wooden man and stared at him, wondering why he was here, sealed in with this thing. "Who are you?" she asked the little carving. "Why did they leave you alone with this monster? And why do you look so familiar?" "I feel it." Sarah's growl interrupted the spiral of Jiri's thoughts. The paladin was still staring at the obsidian carving that towered over her, its wings stretching across the walls and around her like the promise of conflagration. "I can feel the taint this thing has left behind. I feel its evil." Sarah spun to face Jiri, her boot heels smoking and her eyes shining. "I will find it and send it back to whatever hell claims it. And I will prove myself again, to Iomade, and all those who serve her with doubt in their hearts." "We should go," Jiri said, the hand that held the kindi hidden in her pack. "We push our luck. Staying—" She trailed off, her eyes rising. The obsidian above them was shifting, not like heat shimmers, not wavering, but moving. And the diamonds that gleamed up there were moving too, moving in pairs, two of them together at all times like— "Sarah," Jiri warned, and she slung her pack over one shoulder, holding her spear. Above, stone hissed against stone, and a black shape fell from its spot high on one of the walls. It spread wings and dove at them, Jiri's light flashing across it. Something like a person, something like a bat, a swooping piece of obsidian with diamond eyes, whose hands carried sharp splinters of stone. "I see it," Sarah said, and her sword swung through the air. The obsidian creature twisted in its dive, but not quite enough. Sarah's sword edge crashed against a wingtip, and sparks and stone fragments flew. The creature shrieked, a sound like grating stone, and hit the floor. Its wings scrabbled loudly over the symbols scribed there. Then it flipped itself over and drove both of its blades into Sarah's boot. The paladin didn't make a sound, just pulled back her foot and kicked the obsidian face, crushing it. The stone carving dropped its weapons, pulled in its wings, and exploded. Fire bloomed out of it, red and gold, and jagged fragments of obsidian clattered against the walls. Jiri felt a sting across her calf, looked down to see a line of blood drawn by one of the stone chips. "Shit," Sarah said, her voice almost thoughtful. Her boot was shredded, and beneath its torn and charred leather Jiri could see blood. Over them, the movement increased, more and more of the things above waking, spreading wings, staring down with jewel-bright eyes. "Move," Jiri said, backing up. She hissed as her shoulder hit a wall carving and the sharp stone bit her. But she didn't take her eyes off the chamber in front of her, off Sarah limping backward, her shield up, her armor scraping the carved walls. When she was clear of the obsidian walls of that narrow hall, Jiri stepped to the side. When Sarah got within reach, Jiri reached out and caught the paladin's white tabard. Then she ducked the armored elbow that the woman threw back. "Careful, girl," the paladin warned. "Don't touch me in battle." "I don't want to be anywhere near you in battle," Jiri thought. "Start up. I can slow them down." Sarah's eyes narrowed, but she sheathed her sword and slung her shield with only an instant of hesitation. "I hope you can." Jiri stepped in front of the obsidian passage and squared her shoulders. She reached out for the spirits, feeling the ones she wanted tangled in the hot wind that pushed at her. Behind her, she heard Sarah whisper a prayer, the same words she had used when she had healed Jiri earlier. Then the paladin moved, the sound of her boots scraping against the stone as she scrambled up. Jiri listened, praying that the woman's ancestors were watching her and willing to help. Whether or not this works, I might need her healing again. The sounds of Sarah's escape were drowned out by the clicking and grating of stone wings moving. Jiri could see the dark cloud of bat-winged creatures swirling at the end of the narrow tunnel, spinning around the circular chamber faster, faster. And then, like a storm, they broke. They poured down the passage, wings clinking off each other and the walls, their tiny knives glinting in Jiri's light. Jiri felt the magic in her and wanted to let it out, to throw it at these creatures before they could get too close. But she held it until they had almost reached the end of the tunnel, then let it go, along with her breath. That little bit of air, released from her lungs, hit the wind that pushed its way out of the heart of the pyre, and mixed with it. Mixed and grew, swelling, quickening, taking over, and a new wind roared down the corridor away from Jiri. The gale caught the little flying creatures, shoved them tumbling backward, colliding with one another and the walls, and then it started. First one, then another, and another. A cascade of fire and deadly fragments filling the hall as the stone creatures shattered and burst. Jiri spun away, running, but she felt the fragments hit her, cutting her back, her legs, her scalp. She could still run, though, and deaf from the sound of their deaths, half blind from sweat and heat and blood, she turned and began to scramble up the steep stone ramp that led back to her companions. Up and around the first curve, waiting for tiny hands to catch her, for little wings to smash around her as black stone knives rose and fell. That fear crushed everything else away, and she was halfway up the passage before she noticed the shaking. The trembling ran through the stone, up her hands and her feet. Jiri pulled herself up, the tunnel flat enough now to let her run, and she could see the haze of dust sifting down from the ceiling, the chunks of rock that were beginning to fall. The force of the explosions below had run ahead of her, and the pyre was falling apart. Chapter 12. Little Knowledge, Hard Won. Jiri ran. Her bare feet pounded over the shaking stone through dust and gravel. The pain from her burned toes and cuts drowned beneath adrenaline. She tore down the corridor, away from the wings that were following her, away from death beneath tired, uncaring stone. She ran, and only slowed when she reached Sarah. "Keep going!" The paladin might have been trying to shout, but dust and heat and exertion had left her voice a dull croak. "Warn the others." Jiri didn't answer. She sped up and raced around the last bend. In front of her she could see Lenaria through the arch of the door, her hand wreathed in a smoking white nimbus of light. The half-elf called out, "Jiri!" but didn't move, didn't release the cold magic she had caught in her fist. Jiri pelted past her and brought herself to a skittering stop on the stone fragments that covered the floor, the smashed chunks of statue now mixed with pieces of the wall and ceiling. "Sarah, coming!" Jiri flung the words out, fighting for air. She could see Morvius now, standing on the other side of the tunnel's entrance, Scritch held tight in his hand, ready to skewer any foe that came out of the tunnel for Lenaria. "Things following!" "Expand on things!" Morvius shouted, then cursed when a fist-sized chunk of stone fell from the cracked ceiling and bounced off his arm. Jiri moved back, away from the possibly collapsing tunnel, trying to raise her voice enough to be heard over the groaning stone. "Little flying statues, they shatter into fire when you break them." Now it was Lenaria's turn to curse. The sorcerer backed up and joined Jiri in the center of the room, where the cracks in the ceiling were thinner, and only dust seeped down. Morvius moved with her, his spear point leveled at the door. "Should we keep going?" "We wait for Sarah," Lenaria snapped.
"Just thought I'd ask," Morvius said. "I know how you hate being buried alive."
"We're not—" Two cracks. Sharp, explosive pops that almost overlapped rang out from the tunnel that Sarah was in, and with a groan the roof of that passage began to give way. Rocks rattled and dust bloomed, hiding everything and making it impossible to breathe. Jiri squinted, trying to make her dry eyes yield a few tears to wash away the dust, and stepped forward. There came a sharp rattle of stone against steel, and in front of her, dust swirled around polished metal. Sarah ducked through the archway, boots sliding on the loose pile of rubble that half filled it. The paladin's armor and tabard were as clean as ever, bright as the shield she held over her head. The grandeur of her image, the warrior striding through disaster, was only diminished by the ragged ruin of her left boot and the dust that caked her face. That dust turned to mud on her right cheek, where a slash spilled blood down to her chin. "There are more!" Sarah cut off as a chunk of rock half the size of her head pulled loose from the ceiling and smashed off her shield with a dull boom. The shield caught the impact, but Sarah couldn't keep the steel from collapsing under the blow and cracking into her head. "Coming," she finished, the word edged with anger and pain. "Why aren't you running?"
"It was suggested," Morvius said. "Shall... oh, Rovagug love me tonight."
In the dusty air behind Sarah, a shadow moved, pulling itself through the dust. A small black shape, stone wings flexing. Jiri raised her hand, and fire ran down it, flashing away to wrap around the obsidian monster. An instant later, a bolt of white struck it, and with a sharp crack, superheated stone suddenly froze. Shedding pieces of itself, the thing struck, swinging stone razors at Sarah. The impact of Jiri's fire and Lunaria's ice had slowed it, though, and its knives only scored the back of the paladin's neck, cutting skin but not driving in through muscle and veins. Sarah snarled and spun, sword arm moving like a snake, but at the last moment she pulled her blow, made her sword miss, and struck the thing instead with her shield. It shattered against the steel, blowing apart in a hail of stone and flames, staggering Sarah. Her shield, though, caught most of the biting fragments. The little explosion shook the room, and Jiri could see the cracks in the ceiling widen and stretch. "Go!" she shouted, and it was all of them shouting at once. Then they were pelting through the dust. Lunaria was in the lead, but she was heading the wrong way, turned around in the dust, and Jiri had to howl and point toward the door they had taken in. The half-elf stopped, confused, then turned to race the way Jiri was going, Morvius and Sarah hard on her heels. Then the white-haired woman stopped, her strange blue eyes widening. Jiri risked a look over her shoulder and saw it. The arch Sarah had just run through was almost totally gone, with only a narrow gap at the top still open to the passageway beyond. The gap was full now, though, crowded with black, shining bodies, a sliding tide of stone wings and claws pulling themselves through, ready to leap into the air and follow. "Too many. Oh, Oza, I'm sorry. I tried, but I couldn't. May you and all your ancestors forgive." Whatever Lunaria said was lost in the sound of crumbling stone, but her hand moved, and a handful of flashing darts leapt from it and slammed into the carved face of the first obsidian creature, smashing away Jiri's despair. Jiri whipped her eyes forward and ran as fast as she could. From behind her came the first pop, then another, and another. A rising cascade of explosions, their sharp snaps being drowned out by a steadily building roar as the ceiling gave way and began to fall, crunching down. She raced up the passage's curving path, the whole pyre shaking beneath her. The stones here weren't falling, but they groaned with the stress of the collapse. Jiri could feel magic all around her, hissing over her skin like a million insect wings, itching and burning. All those charms, gutted by heat and time, but still trying to hold the stone together, were finally breaking. Jiri staggered, trying to run but failing. The broken magic rolled over her like a scourge of firewood, and she stumbled, started to fall. A hand hit her, smashed into her belly and knocked her air out. folded her over an arm wrapped in leather and steel. Burning, gasping, Jiri barely noticed being jerked up over an armored shoulder, barely felt the bruising, jolting impact of the metal against her belly until she was surrounded by light, bright sunlight, and the 100,000 tiny knives of all those shattered spells stopped scratching across her.
Lenaria!
Jiri could hear Morvius's voice, and picking up her head, she saw him staggering out of the door that opened to the pyre. Dust like smoke spewed out of that rough opening, and she could see that the rocky peak above had changed shape. Broken and slid, the whole stone pile of the pyre collapsing in on itself. Tearing her eyes away from that destruction, Jiri looked at Lenaria, shaking in Morvius's arms.
Get her! Away!
Jiri told him, voice shaking.
Farther! Better!
Sarah. She picked me up and carried me out.
Put me down,
she said, and Sarah let her go. Jiri slipped off her and splashed down into the water that surrounded the pyre. It had been warm as her blood when they swam through it before, but it felt cool now against her overheated skin. She dipped her hands in it and splashed it across her face, washing dust out of her eyes. Something distracted her, though. Some other distant worry. Watching a trickle of blood roll down her arm, she remembered. The swarm. Lifting her head, she could see it rising from the water, a buzzing cloud of wings and hunger.
Gods and crocodiles,
she groaned, and tried to find her magic. Morvius had stopped beside her, Lenaria still awkwardly cradled in his arms with his spear, and he cursed too. Lenaria, still trembling from the shock of racing through all those breaking spells, opened one eye.
No,
the sorcerer said, then raised her hand and spoke. The air chilled around her, and a flash of white flew from her hand and into the gathering swarm. It bloomed out into a great, seething ball of blue and white, and a cold wind rushed by. The ball faded, falling apart into water and steam, and most of the swarm now lay trapped in the circle of ice that coated the water's surface. A few buzzed weakly, trying to pull themselves free, until Lenaria spoke again. Another flash of blue-white, and all the swarm was swallowed by cold, their corpses embedded in a steaming circle of ice.
We could have stayed in town, you know, and earned as much coin chilling drinks as doing this,
Morvius said. Lenaria didn't say anything. She just pointed at the shore, and Morvius started to splash toward it, still carrying her.
Hold still,
Sarah muttered, and Jiri gritted her teeth and tried. It was hard, though, since it felt like the northern woman was trying to dig all the way through her shoulder blade. Jiri lay on the packed dirt where 30 trees once stood, her thin blanket under her, stripped down to her loincloth. Sarah was going over her back, digging out the tiny fragments of obsidian embedded in her skin.
How deep are you going?
Jiri asked, trying to look over her shoulder to see the sharp little knife that Sarah had taken out of her healing kit.
No further than you went into the back of my neck.
Sarah flicked away another chip of obsidian. Hold on. This last one is a bit deeper.
How deep?
Jiri asked before her teeth clenched shut. It felt like Sarah was trying to carve out her kidney. Jiri's fingers and toes curled, but she held still until Sarah finally stopped digging and pulled something out of her back.
Huh.
Lucky you. The paladin dropped something on the blanket in front of Jiri's face. Slowly recovering, Jiri stared at the bloody little lump without recognizing it. One part of it, not covered in her blood, flashed in the sunlight, and she understood. One of the diamond eyes.
Diamond?
Morvius wandered over.
Not huge, but worth some coin.
Jiri's coin, Lenaria said from the shade beneath the mango tree. Your rule, as I recall, was that any treasure stabbed into someone belongs to them.
Hey, I earned that dagger, Morvius said, and that was stabbed, not exploded.
Don't quibble. Morvius muttered and walked away, though he took the time to look over Jiri's backside first. Jiri rolled her eyes and barely noticed Sarah putting her palm on her back. Then, light rushed through her, white and gold, sweeping away the pain in her back and in her feet, healing her and stunning her with the force of the great spirit that was its source. Gods and gods, Jiri croaked. Warn me before you do that.
Something like a smile touched Sarah's lips.
Here's your shirt, she said, dropping the tattered, bloody piece of mud cloth on Jiri. Jiri rolled over and pulled it on, moving easy. However else she felt about it, Sarah's healing worked. And do I like feeling indebted to her and her goddess for it? No, I do not. Kibwe, she said, rising. Is that where the trail lies? Sarah picked up her pack and shield. The trail is cold? Lost? Scattered. We know more now, but not enough to find this thing. And there's nothing else for us to learn here. And do you think Kibwe will hold answers? Sarah asked. It holds Patima, and the thing she stole from the hands of that thing in the heart of the pyre. I think so. Lenaria was looking at her, blue eyes sharp, but she didn't say anything. Not before Morvius spoke.
It holds wine, food, and a decent goddamned bed at least.
The fighter slung the bag holding Jiri's armor at her, then picked up his own pack.
Let's go.
Sarah tapped her fingers across her sword hilt. All right. Jiri stuffed her blanket into the bag with her armor, then carefully cleaned the diamond with her shirt, and dropped it into the little pack with her healing things, her water, and the little kindi she had taken from the pyre. All right, she whispered, staring down at the little carved man.